Hello and good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whoever you are. If you're listening in, this is the Cy-Bern-etic Store Championship stream, the official one, the only registered, official, supported, I don't know what else, endorsed and whatnot stream for today's event in Bern. In the lovely city of Cy-Bern-etic. Bern, Switzerland, an amazing place. If you haven't been, you probably won't be able to go in the next 5 years. No, I'm kidding. I hope you will be able to visit Bern soon, because the people over there are absolutely lovely. The coffee is so damn good. And the running and the playing and basically fun having and historical sightseeing also is just amazing. Definitely recommended. Probably the cutest, most, I don't know how to even put it, like the cutest and coziest capital in the world I've been to. I haven't been to many, let's be honest. I haven't been to a lot of capitals in the world, and that's a good thing because, you know, traveling too much, especially when you're me, probably not a good thing. But from all the capitals I've been to, this is definitely one of the coziest and tiniest, and I have lived in Dublin, so, you know, go figure. I'm not saying Dublin is small, I'm just saying, you know, it's tiny and cozy. Same for Reykjavik, actually, when you compare it. Well, anyway, this is not about capitals, this is all about Netrunner today. We have a field in which we will have some Swiss rounds, probably without a top cut, but maybe there will be a top cut to 4. I actually haven't checked this and I feel terrible. No, I'm kidding, of course I'm not feeling terrible. I feel obliged to check the event setup on Always Be Running, which you actually should be doing as well, in case, you know, in case you need more information. 4 rounds and no cut. An optional final at the end, depending on the standings, and absolutely a standard setup for the tournament. Therefore, do expect Asmari like yesterday. No, I'm kidding. But I hope not. I hope that nobody's on Asmari. For those of you who may have missed that, yesterday we were streaming the. I was streaming the. What's his name again? Antwerp Store Championships with quite a lot of people from not at Antwerp. In comparison to today, in contrast to today. Today we're gonna have quite a few people from the Swiss meta. With some special guests. But yesterday we just had a very international field. That Store Championship went way more international, and that showed in the meta, although it was quite surprising for people commentating with me here. And yeah, we had a lot of Asmari, we had some Criminal, we had Hoshiko as the main Anarch, and if I remember correctly, and I do remember correctly, the winning finals were basically Hoshiko Asmari affair. Here we're gonna have something very, very, very interesting. Paul, you dreamed of Asmari last night. Well, what can I say? What can I say? I'm just speechless. Basically, if somebody mentions Asmari now, I'm gonna get mental freeze, I guess. I don't even know how to react to Asmari anymore. It's everywhere. I opened the fridge today to actually make some cereal because I needed a powerful crunchy breakfast that you may be hearing in the background when I crunch. I'll try to be a bit more professional about it and not crunch. But yes, Asmari is everywhere. At least yesterday that was the case. It was in the Swiss, it was in the top cut, it was in the finals, it was everywhere. It was in the standings, it was, you know, in the chat room, it was in the voice chat, there was Asmari. I feel surrounded by education of an aggressive type. Some of it would blow me up, some of it would just make me pay a lot for agendas that probably I don't need because they're too expensive. Anyway, back to the tournament, back to this tournament, because this is the prime event for today. We have like I already mentioned, Bern being a cute and cozy place. This is gonna be a cute and cozy meta for today. We have 9 players. Maybe we're gonna have 10. I don't know. I was cordially and gracefully invited to join this event. I would have loved to play, but I decided this weekend my brain is off for Netrunner, other than just talking about it, because I just need a break from Asmari mostly. I don't want to face it. No, I'm kidding. But I jest. I generally want to make sure that I get to enjoy this event from the outside. The Antwerp Store Championship yesterday, I was also tempted to play, But then the event took us. That was a record stream, I think. I'm not sure. Like the Iberian lockdowns I've done so far were, I don't know, well, around 9 hours of streaming. This was a solid 13, breaks included and everything, but still 13 hours of Netrunner. You know, I cannot imagine sitting down today, but I see some people who are going to sit down today and play. Whoa! But participating yesterday and participating today would be too much. Streaming yesterday was already a lot, and I'm super grateful to Paul, who's on stream as well. Thank you so much, Paul, and to Percomis, to Peter, and to Clusterfox, and well, basically to anybody and everybody watching and pushing forward this stream, because it was loads of fun, apart from Asmari, but it was absolutely loads of fun to stream and talk about the games and experience them. But seriously, for reals, it was a bit, well, extreme, I would say, on the good side of extreme. Can there be a good side, excuse me, of extreme things? By the way, I hope I'm not gonna lose my voice today. Steffi Player, hello there! Welcome to the stream as well. So yeah, I'm just gonna share a photo I took in Bern. This is the location where the event would be physically happening. It's called, and I'm gonna again butcher the pronunciation, Dreschnacht. Yeah, I wish. No, basically, if you speak any of the Swiss dialect, and there are at least 3 that I know of. This is probably in the Germanic dialect of Swiss, so Swiss German, basically. Yeah, it has a lovely name. It's Dragon's Nest. It's the coziest and cutest Dragon's Nest I've seen in my life. And believe me, I've seen some Dragon's Nests in my life. Well, no, actually, this is the only Dragon's Nest I visited in my life, I guess. Still, very tiny, not tiny, excuse me, not very tiny, very cozy and very, very cute. Full of good stuff. You can see some bits and pieces of the good stuff, but trust me, there's one extra level hiding from this, and this place is just sprawling in Bern. Basically, I think it's the size of half of the city center, more or less, in this absolutely cute and cozy, of course, capital of one of the European countries. But it's just so huge. It's everywhere. It's full of toys, puzzles, lovely people who run it, games that you already have, games that you should totally buy. It's also stuffed with Netrunner in different places, so you can totally go in there and play Netrunner. It's just full of fun. So this is also the happiest Dragon's Nest, I would say, I've ever been to. So there we had an event, which was loads of fun. Also great food and amazing coffee. And today, that would be the venue for this event. In real life, it's a bit sad. I know it's kind of like, we have the saying in my paternal language that sometimes you just lick ice cream through the display. So this is kind of like licking the ice cream through the display of the ice cream shop. I'm sorry for maybe I don't know, giving you nostalgia for real life events, but this is a great memory. This is a great set of memories. A bit rainy as well, but not only, and definitely loads of good coffee and playing Kakerlaken poker and making new friends and old friends better and whatnot. Good times, good times, good times. So today we're gonna have a cuter and cozier version of this on Cobra and on JNet. I'm checking on Cobra if the field has been updated. No, we have 9 players, which is solid and nice and whatnot. We do have a separate channel for this, or Discord, excusez-moi, server. So we have people, of course, organizing there. This is gonna be fun. We're gonna be waiting for the lovely people organizing this to get us going. There are people joining, there are people typing in Discord. We have some serious business folks getting in there as well, and I'm just wondering, we're gonna have 4 rounds, so that's gonna be, we have 10 players, absolutely 4 rounds. I think I just refreshed the browser and I have to show you, this is gonna be interesting. We have Lost Geek joining the fray, so one of the players from yesterday, after 5 rounds of Netrunner, not enough. Metaphor, the TO for this tournament as well, definitely after 4 rounds of Netrunner, not enough. Sure, I mean, 5, it was 5 rounds of Netrunner yesterday in Swiss. and then the grueling, harrowing, amazing, long distance marathon, just freakiness of playing as Mari everywhere. That's exactly. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter at all. Trust me. If I was bitter, you would hear it. I mean, my coffee's bitter, and I like it this way. But no, of course, I'm kidding. And everybody yesterday playing, even as Mari, did an amazing job. We had a great chat afterwards. If you want to experience that, do check the videos later on of the Twitch channel that I'm running this on. It's in the archives right now, hopefully nobody deleted our 13-hour epic story of Asmari kicking everybody's cyber bums. But yeah, I'm gonna take a short break now because I need to get more coffee to get going, and you're gonna get the lovely intermission screen, excusez-moi. Again, some music from Trip Mirror, obviously, by that album. It is awesome. I know you heard it here already 15 times. But you can hear it for the 16th time. Off I go to take a short break, take a quick look, and figure out what's going on. Whenever the games start, I'm gonna be hopping into whichever table we decide to be on. Right, chat, let me know how you're doing on this Sunday morning, evening, afternoon, night for you. And let's pick some tables soon. You have the Cobra link on the screen. Jump in, take a look at who's playing. Pick your favorites and let me know where we are going to land first. Or I'm just gonna choose a table without Asmari. I'm just telling you, if there's an Asmari, I'm not gonna stream it. Nuh-uh. Okay, I know this is gonna be a bit brutal, but we're cutting the music very short because the round just started and we're off. We're off to the races. There are two Asmaris in the field, just saying, and nothing, absolutely nothing against the lovely people playing it. But we're gonna be trying to avoid Asmari today because it's probably gonna win all its games anyway in its signature Asmari style of 6 agendas and some additional bullshit. Yeah, so here we are. on a table with Chris and Nembras, and I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure that I met Chris in person. Nembras, I wish I remember all the usernames, but I believe we have met as well in Bern during that lovely tournament with fun and custom decks. We have Blue Sun, the Wayland Corp of absolute money, power, and energy, which we need. This is a good energy kick in the morning with Blue Sun. And it would be all great, however, you're facing Leela Patel, great personality that's just gonna mess your stuff up with diversion of funds and corporate grant. No mercy for the corp. I don't think Blue Sun is gonna be in deep trouble here. We'll see. I mean, loads of money usually in Blue Sun thanks to powerful eyes. This could, however, be one of those light and surprising builds that just goes for speed and counteracts the runner's money game by just, you know, building a couple of servers, doing a couple of things, but basically scoring out very fast and not caring much. But there we go, though. Building blocks, and that's a huge Orion hitting. Thanks to building blocks, hitting the table on R&D, additional production, which kind of telegraphs to the runner that maybe there are no agendas in HQ, maybe there's no point in running the corp's hand. Building blocks, a very good card for 5 credits, so basically the cost of a hedge fund. You get to reveal a barrier and install and res it ignoring all costs, and in the case of Orion, which is a very good piece of ice, and I find it quite cool and thematic that it actually has all the 3 subtypes. It is a big boy or a big girl or whatever. It's a big star, basically, a big constellation, galaxy, whatever. No, it's a big set of stars, Orion. Or is it a star? I don't know. I'm not an astronomer, especially on a Sunday morning. So apologies. Don't treat this as an educational program. There will be no Asmari today. Asmari, if you want education, go to Asmari. But yeah, Orion 15 cost to res usually. Now it was basically for 5. And with click compression as well because of building blocks. That gets converted by the power of Blue Sun into credits in the bank. It can, of course, hit the table again. We do have a corroder though on the other side of the table. Leela setting up her rig. And that means that this is, if this is the Orion coming back to the table, it is not cheap, but it is absolutely breakable. Then again, early pressure on R&D from Leela here, probably not a thing. You can spend more time setting up, drawing into the tools and pieces you need to assemble to make the corp hurt. Speaking of which, this electrifying corp is already on 1 bat pop due to that hostile takeover. The runner's rig growing fast here. Blue Sun resing a surprising Elizabeth Mills. She's a lovely executive who's just gonna blow you up if they really don't like you, but at the same time she does remove bad publicity. So I think she's a sweet talking corporate murderer, basically. But well, anyway, let's not be super serious about stuff. Let's mention another building blocks and the Orion, or maybe another Orion. There's probably multiple copies of Orion, even though it's a unique card, so only one of them can be resed at a time. Hitting the table again, so the corp slowly building up their economy in the meantime. And this is a very interesting interaction here. In the meantime, that pat tap on the runner side is gonna be ticking away every time Blue Sun picks up an ice that's rest from the table, from the tableau, and takes it back into HQ. That will trigger probably more pat taps in this deck as well. Class act for additional draw, and Leela's already at half of her deck more or less. So going for speed here for sure. The corp in the meantime, having drawn into 14 cards, I guess, so far, including the 5 starting ones. Well, yeah, doing the thing that you have to do. And not picking the Orion up, not letting well, actually I'm wondering, but yeah, probably that was the play here, just to deny that 1 credit and then rebuild it later on. Server 2 in the meantime also getting filled with stuff, probably like a bun filled with jam. Not sure what's in there. We'll see. So I would guess it's an Atlas somewhere. Ooh, that's a tough cookie to crack right now. This is a mining accident. You probably want to amass double mining accident. It's going to be a triple one, no. But you don't want to spend, you definitely don't want to spend credits. Yeah, no, you don't want to spend the credits. You want to give yourself the bad pub here from the mining accidents, because the runner would be threatening running server 2, and that would probably be catastrophic, depending on what's in server 2 actually. Could be an Atlas. These are the sounds of Serial, by the way. Not of Silence, but of Serial. That's the prequel to The Sound of Silence. Just saying, by Garfunkel and what's the other dude? Paul Simon. I thought, kind of, you know, having a bit of muesli in the morning on the stream as a breakfast is going to be fine with the Swiss folks playing a Swiss tournament in Switzerland. Cyber Switzerland, I should say. Okay, so we had the building blocked Orion going back for the credits because they're definitely needed to protect the servers. And server 2 is not doing anything. There are upgrades and assets there, apparently. Server 3 came into being and now is being contested with a boomerang. And that's an Elizabeth Mills. Hello, Elizabeth Mills. She can trash locations, and I'm wondering what kind of a mythical is this? Probably her secondary ability, or not secondary, but like her other ability listed here for trashing locations and taking a bad publicity is basically secondary to removing bad publicity for the cost of resing her for the 2 credits. And of course, the amazing thing is Elizabeth Mills, you can res her, remove a bad pub, and take her back into your hand. Because guess what? You're Blue Sun. So, waha. That's definitely a cool bad publicity removal machine. And that probably offsets the thing that we've noticed in several tournaments already over the last 2 months, which is basically getting to 2 bad pub is kind of bad. Getting to 3 or 4 kind of spells disaster. If you reach 5 bad pub, very often runners can contest your servers for free, basically, or at a very, very, very low cost that might be putting a spanner into your plans, and you know, that's not gonna help you much. Server 2 getting triple advanced, strong play here. The runner in a position where they could potentially try and contest server 2. It all depends whether Leela can maybe get a few more credits. On the other hand, 11 credits is not that much if you have eyes like Orion in your setup, but like I said earlier on at the beginning of the game, this could be the Blue Sun that plays, of course, some expensive eyes. There will be probably Chiashis, there will be Orions, but it might also be sporting quite a few smaller pieces of ice. Like Surveyor is a very good piece of ice for a mere 5 credits, and server 2 with a Surveyor would be quite annoying to go through. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Nembras here on the runner side, definitely taking their time to just think about it. Because server 2, if this is an SSL, for example, that would be very good for the corp. If it's any other 3-pointer, like let's say it's an SDS drone deployment, that would be also very good for the corp and very bad for the runner. Deciding to let that one slide. Server 2 getting scored. And it is an SSL. We had a lot of discussions yesterday, very interesting discussions on the stream, on the chat as well, about 3-pointers, about things being fair or feeling fair, because, well, feeling fair is more of an emotion than just mathematics, I would say. And SSL was one of those agendas that we kind of skirted around a bit. Personally, I think it's fair. Some people might say, it's a bit too much, and fair enough. I mean, yes, but compared to certain agendas in Asmari, it's definitely, it feels like a decent, fair runner. Server 2 getting more action. And I just have to check and scroll up. What happened with that ice? Was it? I thought there were 3 pieces of ice. Something may have happened here, and this is just my coffee not kicking in. But never mind, this is not the important part. The important part is that The Corp is slow rolling something maybe again in server 2, or just could have an Atlas in there, Project Atlas. The runner should contest this. They do have a Corroder and a Buckhalter on the table, so Sentries, the most evil of ice, are covered, and Barriers, the most stopping of ice, are covered. Code Gates, you might get into by accident, and you might be able to survive. Embezzle, where hey, sweet little operation. Love the art on this. Caroline Gariba here. Oh, excuse me, is that Gariba? Yeah, it is Gariba. I just have to zoom my eyes into the screen a bit. Ah, speaking of Code Gates, here's Mausolus, that I always think is a sentry, but it's actually it's a sentry. But look at the art in Embezzle, so good. So yeah, Mausolus, a Code Gate, not a sentry. It's an AP Code Gate. You don't have many of those outside of Jinteki, but hey, Wayland has their own, and it's a 7 Wonder styled piece of ice. So here we go, Boomerang saving the runner's bacon a bitsy bit. I mean, the subroutines here usually not that painful when it's not triple advanced, but painful enough. Net damage and a tag against Wayland on HPT. Yeah, we see that there's a kill piece here. That's interesting. So that high profile target getting trashed. That was the selection from Embezzle. A lovely card with a great use that not only dissolves the corpse plans a bit, it also, well, it also gives you money if you're lucky. So definitely a very criminal play with this lovely card. The art is just so vibrant, like, it's kind of like Pet Shop Boys here almost. I think it's like, you know, one of the members of Pet Shop Boys here on the table being hacked by somebody from the back. Oversight AI on an Orion. It seems that we will only see Orion from the big ones. No, I'm kidding, of course. There's probably a Chiashi somewhere here. I would guess there's a Chiashi. I love Chiashis, therefore I'm rooting for Chiashis. So Deuces Wild here, played in the in a way that's Deuces Mild, apparently, I learned the other day, which is basically you take the money and you take the cards instead of doing something aggressive or dynamic with the board state. Mina on the table, and now we're off to the races. This is gonna be the runner saying, listen, I have everything I need on the table. I have Cathy Jones, just to make sure I have money in the future if I keep clicking Cathy Jones. And now that Orion is gonna be totally destroyed for a cost of 6. And that's a huge denial thing for the credits, for the Corp side. This is tricky. The Corp does have hostile takeovers. So maybe there will be more econ on their side. It would be quite interesting to see if there's an Elizabeth Mills in this build. It would be quite interesting to see if they are running Too Big to Fail. Drudge Work. Great little card as well. Will the Drudge be trashed? Yes. And the other card is Forced Connection. Whoa! This is another great piece of art, and also a great card. You do have a trace, which the Corp is probably not going to boost. Indeed, they don't. But you also have tags here. Oh no, sorry, was it tags? Yeah, it is. It is actually tags. Indeed. Great little tagging trap, an ambush on Wayland's side. I think I had a deck with forced connections. I don't remember which one it was though. Was it Blue Sun as well? Or was it actually Argus? Might have been Argus Security. Cheers to you all, by the way, in the chat with a coffee. Junebug, hi there, Shiro. I will be looking at the chat every now and then, but I'm focusing on the games. And whilst I'm piloting, excusez-moi, this stream on my own. Oh wow, I totally didn't see what will happen here with the chat box. What am I doing? This is so, you know, this is totally me on my Sunday morning best, like just moving chat boxes in all the wrong places. But yeah, we're fixing things, we're flopping around, and we are looking just fine now. So the runner going a bit lower here on the money, but for good reasons, and the path tab is gonna definitely amend that situation. The Corp here cashing out the last credits of SSL endorsement and just jamming into server 2 and saying, you know, do it. Like, if you have money, do it. I'm a bit worried about the corpse state though right now, because there has been a single diversion of funds, and that mausolus, if it gets approached by the Amina, it's gonna be a liability. It's gonna be 4 credits to break the mausolus, which is still decent, but then if there's this diversion of funds, the corp will lose not only the 5 credits from it, but also 1 credit from Amina. So those 7 credits in the corpse pool could easily melt down to 1 in a matter of 2 clicks. Let's see, the runner so far drawing into new cards to get probably a bit more harassment here for the corp, because like I mentioned earlier, again, the rig is already set up. The catty is being used to great effect inside the job. Okay. One of the iconic images of the game, of the universe. This is basically what happens, I guess, all Netrunner players when they go to the toilet or just to the bathroom and use the toilet in the mornings. I'm pretty sure this is what they do. You know, it's like already hacking the nets and you know, sticking it to the government and corporations of this world. NGO front, so this is just saying, yeah, my friend, you can keep running, no problem. The runner doesn't have any successful run triggers on their side, so they can just click through this. They could also jack out. It is, however, sometimes important if you have successful run triggers in different places. For example, hard-hitting news, you know, you don't want to complete this run because it's a successful run. If you jack out earlier, which is what the runner did here, yeah, you don't want to give the corp an excuse to play cards against you that have this restriction that they can only be played if there is a successful run. Another server 2 card, we cannot really ask Simone if it's an NGO or not. Well, also it's not getting advanced, so probably not an NGO. But Simone is organizing this tournament today and yeah, also playing in it. We do have 10 players in this store champ, which is cool, and I'm very happy only 2 of them are on Asmari. 20% of people play Asmari, and that's bad. No, I'm kidding. Diversion of funds number 2 in the game. So like I mentioned, the Amina making the core blues 1 at a cost of 4, then extra money being lost and still 1 click to go server 2. Will it be contested? I would say so. I'm guessing it could be an Elizabeth Mills there. How many Elizabeth Millses were trashed? Only 1. Maybe it's a one-off as well. You don't usually play 3 of those. Maybe it's a drudge work. Maybe it's another forced connection. We actually haven't seen any Rashidas in this deck. I'm wondering if it's running Rashidas. Maybe it's more of a glaciary build where you don't want to draw into anything. But hey, come on. Surveyor. Do you remember me talking about Surveyor a while? Well, say hello to this little pet going probably in its best Dalek voice. Intruder alert, intruder alert. And also exterminate. I think if they put exterminate on this card, even though it doesn't give you damage, you know, some people, some fans of Doctor Who and whatnot would be very pleased, very satisfied. Maybe that's a cool alt art, doing one of those old school Daleks, and yeah. Oh, undo click. What happened here? I'm not in the voice channels here. For people, oh yeah, so something may have gone wrong. People are communicating on the Swiss Discord server, so they definitely know what's going on. If something is being remade, might have been a misclick, might have been something happening. Worry not, the players are on top of things here. The tournament organizer is definitely aware of everything happening. And no foul play has been actually detected at any of the events so far that I've attended and spectated or organized. We had some misplays, or we had some, well, slightly incorrect decks because they were not standard, which I think is absolutely allowed at an event. You know, it can happen. Even at standard events, when people know the decks through and through, very often they might just lose a card, forget something, whatever. And I know this is JNet. On JNet you don't lose cards, but you might have misclicked something and suddenly you have the wrong cards, basically, and that happens. Oh, sneaky SSL. That was an interesting play. I think the corporate was just, you know, trying to money up. But yeah, with that diversion of funds, not much to be done. Well, that SSL is going to be taking down for the corp anyway, of course. Wonderful piece of engineering, that agenda. And I really love the art in this as well. It's just so simple. It's just SSL logo and some flags. Like, yeah, it's very super efficient, awesome, basically, and the art department here. The corp not slowing down at all. They did not take any pieces of ice back, so only 2 credits in the bank, which is a clear way of saying, hey, this is an NGO. But is it? Because maybe it's not an NGO, maybe it's an atlas. It would be a bit weird if it was actually an agenda, or not weird, but daring, I would say, and a bit wild, because you do need money, and that surveyor and that mausolus on the table, they only can give you so much, and overturns, and the mausolus is making it well, a bit more expensive for the runner to get into your HQ. Speaking of money, the runner comfortably on 11 credits here, putting a boomerang forward to and contesting that server. I would have said it's an NGO. I'm not gonna make you rest it, but, and you know, that's absolutely legit as a play and as a play style. The runner is just like, yeah, trust but confirm, you know. So of course they know that this could be an NGO, and most likely is an NGO, but what if it isn't? You want to check that boomerang. Yeah, okay, NGO, fair enough. But this was a good play. In case you're wondering, like, yeah, but you know, it's obvious it's an NGO, double advance, the corp has no money. Still, the corp might be sneaking something out here. You don't want them to do that. It basically doesn't cost you much because you do have the resources. You get to cycle your boomerangs a bit, and you just keep the corp honest. Keeping the corp honest is very important in this game. And yeah. Basically, it's an honesty exercise. It's like a relationship, you know. The corp is putting a lot of different things out there, and the runner has to see what they are, just to be sure that everything's fine with the corp, you know. It's like, are you doing okay, corp? Do you have some agendas? Oh, can I have this one? Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, 7 points. Oh, I won. I'm so sorry. Bloody runners. Anyway, server 2 getting again perked up. That surveyor. Imagine if it was also if the cost was X as well for surveyor. Wow, that would be quite something, huh? Because then you could build this huge server in Blue Sun, and then surveyor, let's say if it was 2 for every piece of ice installed, itself included, that would be 8 credits for surveyor right now. Fortunately, it's only 5, so it's not that wild to res. But here we go. The corps are saying, well, you know, I don't actually need protection because also, let's see how many doofs do we have. Diversion of funds happened twice. So yeah, a piece of ice going back there again. Could be the mausolus. Could be something else. 15 credits. Nothing bad to, like, you know, nothing bad could happen to you for 15 credits. I mean, you know, what's the worst thing ever? Hello there, Harold. Welcome to stream. I hope I'm not sounding too much like a super powered, coffee fueled Sunday morning jet engine spewing nonsense about Netrunner. So yeah, server 2 getting checked here. 17 credits with a single bat pub for this run, and a border control. And this is big because the corp can just wait for the runner to go through all of this, as they will most likely. Thing is, that boomerang, well, yeah. Would you? Well, no, of course you would pop it afterwards, but now I'm wondering, the corp is probably thinking about it as well. Like, how much money can I invest in here to make sure that it is expensive for the runner to go back, if they will come back, and chances are they will. If you're willing to res serious ice like border control to make sure the runner will be stopped from accessing the server, at least this click, how much money would you like to invest in additional defenses? Here we go, Hortum. Hortum, a bit of a liability here because it costs 4 credits for the corp and makes the runner, 4 credits for the corp, 4 credits for the runner to break, and loses the corp 8 credits. So they're going to be down to 6 if the runner breaks it. And I can assume, we can probably safely assume that the runner will break it. They really want to see what's in server 2. Corp on 4 points means that if they stay on 3 credits at the start of their until the start of their turn. That was the coffee going through my nose. What's going on here? Very good coffee, but not as good as the Swiss one. Then if the corp has 3 credits at the start of their next turn, they will win this if this is an agenda. Could be an NGO, could be an NGO indeed. It's only 2 NGOs. There are only 2 NGOs in the bin. Chances are. So yeah. The Surveyor is going to get boomeranged, and Boomerang's such a good card. It keeps returning to the table, you know, on different tournaments. Haha, hee. Kind of makes me think of 80s consoles in a way, like gaming consoles. Or not 80s maybe, no, that would be probably squared. Okay, so like this is probably like the Xbox or the PS whatever number you want in the future. Or yeah, I mean it's blue because it's of course it's a piece of criminal software, so it's in keeping with the color scheme of the faction. And by gods, I only noticed now that there's an eyeball in that art. Well anyway, I've never ever noticed because there's an eyeball in there. What? This must be, of course, I mean this is of course as McCaffrey's lab, and that's a cyber eye, or is it? But I never noticed that eyeball there. Wow. Well anyway, don't play with boomerangs, you might lose an eye, right? So approaching this boomerang, okay, again some remakes here, and again let's not worry too much. The players are on Discord, they know exactly what they're doing between the two of them. So this is just a remake just to make sure that all the maps go through, that all the triggers on JNet trigger properly. And if you're playing on JNet and you're wondering about you know, things not working properly and so on, rest assured there is a crew working on it, and huge kudos and huge thanks and basically a ton of love and support for all the brave JNet developers everywhere in the world, because it's an international endeavor. Oof! Wow! I just, you know, it's almost as if I had seen Asmari being here on the table, like, you know, deployed, but Archer, our best friend, the defining piece of ice from Wayland. So lovely, so terrible. So gonna kick the ass of that poor runner on 5 credits with a single credit from the bat, but probably not being enough to do anything. And remember, Blue Sun can easily score a 3-pointer out, which could be the third SSL, for example, because they can just take a piece of ice back into their hand. And I'm guessing that it's going to be the Hortum, or actually in this case, it's probably going to be the Surveyor with that boomerang counter on it, because then the boomerang counter is bye-bye. This Archer is a masterful move here. Yeah, there's only so much you can do. The runner actually decides not to pay for any of the subs. They could do something, but here goes the Amina, here goes the Bookhalter. Yeah, hello. So yeah, definitely that Hortum now becoming impenetrable, that Archer becoming impenetrable, that remote super strong. Wow, that Archeress, that was quite something. And here we go, there goes the boomerang counter on the Surveyor, the 5 credits going back into the Corpse Bank. This is an SSL, so the money's gonna keep ticking, and the runner needs to find some answers here. Is this game? I mean, of course, it's not game until somebody says it is game, but look at this, and this is exactly what Leela's great for. Okay, so the Corp scores an agenda, and you just lost 2 crucial breakers in this setup. What do? Well, you bounce the HQ eyes, and you're gonna have some fun this turn, because you're gonna be accessing. You're probably gonna have a legwork. We haven't seen any legwork so far. I would assume there's a legwork somewhere here in this deck. Lovely card. Yeah. You just need to poke. You need to find answers to the Corpse Challenge here. The Corpse Challenge being, you're probably playing one off of your breakers. So you just lost 2 of the most important ones in the current situation on the table. What are you gonna do? Chances are you're playing also turtles. So maybe an Amakua somewhere in those 16 cards left in the runner's control right now. I don't think this runner is gonna be what should I say? The runner is going to be playing any recursion here, but well, you never know. Spicy builds exist. The Cyber Eye is what Backline is working on, and the art that card is to which is cool. Oh, indeed, this is basically Backline from the other side, and indeed Backline Bokhin. Yeah, well, whatever. The pronunciation eluded me today. You have this lovely art of this burly man just digging in things, including his own Cyber Eye. how creepy is this? But also how cool. Imagine you could operate on your own eye, with full knowledge and skill in the comfort of your little workshop. Kind of makes me want to live in the future, but unfortunately we're still stuck in the early 21st century where all you can do is stay at home and not spread, germs at others. Well, anyway, back from the dystopian dreams of tomorrow to a pat tap hitting the table here. So mean. But on the other hand, the Corp is in a brilliant position here. Server 2 might as well be an agenda, that might be game. And there we go, another piece of defensive ice here. Could be even the Surveyor, that's gonna be painful if you don't have a book halter on the table. What can you do? That Archer was a brilliant move. This was just, it was waiting there for the right moment to strike, and it's super thematic as well, because you have Orion, and then you have Archer. Just saying, Orion is the one shooting the arrow, and then you have Archer, the Archer card with the Willem Tell theme in a way, which actually, I think Willem Tell was Swiss, right? So hey, very, very thematic. Additional points for style. We have a falsified credentials, guessing agenda. Indeed, it's a Project Atlas in server 2. It's on. So what are the options here for the runner? We're basically they could try, if they have a boomerang, they could try and boomerang the Hortum, and they could try, and if they do have it, that's still saving them a bit, play another inside job. So inside job the Archer, and then if there's a boomerang on Hortum, you can break the end the run subroutine, and this is why I love Hortum so much. It's just like a better Enigma. Although Enigma is not bad at all, but it's just stronger, and that's a very good design. Hortum is one of those pieces of ice that just feels fair, Okay, so the Corp has to res it, and it costs money, a serious amount of 4 credits, which is quite okay. It's not free, It's not some pesky tour guide for 0. But yeah, you have decent rest cost. There are 2 subroutines, which totally makes it breakable by boomerang, but still, and the strength is 4, so not everything, you don't have that many code gate breakers or decoders to just break it for cheap. It'll always cost you some, so that's a fair card. I dare say it is balanced, everybody. And okay, let's see what the runner's gonna come up here with. They have 2 clicks. They have 4 cards in their hand, 9 cards in the stack, 1 boomerang in the bin. Another boomerang on the table, but that boomerang is actually null and void because it was installed the traditional way, and the counter on it was, its counter, was on Surveyor that actually was picked up by Blue Sun for the Blue Sun ability. So now this boomerang is technically blank for the purposes of breaking ice. If this was a boomerang assimilated using assimilator in Apex, it becomes a beautiful, wonderful, universal tool of absolute ice-breaking destruction. No, not destruction, but totally ice-breaking. And I love this play so much. Assimilator into boomerang, oh, so good. Just, if you've never done it, please find a good Apex deck out there, and there are quite a few there. There are some good Apex players out there. And just, if it has assimilator and boomerangs, just give it a spin, just for the feeling of assimilating Aesops and then assimilating a boomerang. It's just so good. Mausolus here, that's gonna be painful, but importantly, it's not gonna stop the runner from accessing. So there could be agendas in HQ here, although, ooh, there is an agenda. Oh, and then you bounce server 2 back. Sweet! This is still in the runners. There's a 33% chance that they're gonna win this on agendas now. They have a click. They could just go for the Mausolus again, damn the torpedoes or the tags, and that's exactly what's happening here. This is gonna be down to the wire. If the runner wins this, it's gonna be for sheer force of will. I don't need any breakers, I'm Lila. Hortum. Oof, that's a whiff. This was serious business. I'm pretty sure that Atlas is going straight into server 2 straight away. Like, first click 1. Yeah, exactly. And then probably some more defenses going on HQ. Although not necessarily. We don't know what the corpse hand is. But that was a brilliant play by the runner here. Just knowing, okay, you have 3 cards. There's an Atlas that I just bounced. And I know it's an Atlas because I saw it with the falsifieds. Oh, choosing to predict R&D. So is there another Mausolus on R&D? And is this something else now? Is this a Hortum? who knows? That Rick shooting archer was just so good for the Corp. I mean, they were already ahead on 6 points, and with probably additional hostiles, close to winning. I mean, you know, game point is upon us for sure, but the runner here putting brilliant pressure through a non-breaker run through that Mausolus with the bounce earlier on from that armed intimidation. That's a very good agenda as well. Kind of looks the person, the executive or whoever it is wearing that suit here and being threatened with a gun. Kind of makes me think of a young Rutger Hauer. I don't know. Well, anyway. The flavor text on this card is also quite fun. I mean, fun. Well, it's creepy and so on, but it's entertaining from a game perspective. The way I see it, you've got two options: die here or die running. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know, because of course, maybe the running in armed intimidation in the art is about actually moving your feet and using your muscular or cyber-muscular force to move around. Whereas, you know, we all know what running we're doing here. Definitely nothing of the outside kind. I would love to have a treadmill here right now, and on a treadmill I would just be like walking and talking to you about this game, probably. But I don't have one here because I'm an average citizen that doesn't have, you know, a setup for this, which would be a bit unusual, I have to say. There are gyms for that. But anyway, back to the world of Netrunner. Yeah, great card. I'm Intimidation. The runner now in a pickle, let's be honest. I mean, previously the plan of boomeranging the Hortum and then inside jobbing through that archer in server 2 was a thing, and yeah, I think that the run on on HQ last turn. Oh, there's a second copy of Amina. Whoa, this is serious business. They still cannot contest server 2, but they can definitely contest this Hortum. 8 credits in the bank for the runner, so they can spend some and get for the Hortum. And it's an IP. This is totally breakable. IP block, great card, great anti-turtle, anti-Aumakua tech on the table here. Very good pick here by Chris on Wayland, on Blue Sun. But yeah, it is not going to be enough to stop the runner from getting in. That is a trick. And now the question is, do you want to break this, or do you want to chance a single access on the HQ through that Mausolus? Serious business. Yeah, it is broken. Access, and that's a whiff, and this is game then. Oh no, actually, excuse me, I'm going to shut up. This is not game. Well, okay, could be game because runner's on 0 credits. We know that there's probably an agenda in server 2. What else? Would you run here through the HQ Mausolus? You wouldn't, and that's game. We have Chris picking up any piece of ice from the table. Could be, for example, well, yeah. Actually, no, they still had SSL money. Excuse me, they didn't even have to pick anything up. Great game, great game. What a turning moment with that archer. That definitely defined the latter part of the game, and brilliant play by the Corp here. The runner, of course, putting a lot of pressure as well, and very tense moments with those HQ accesses here and the bouncing of that Atlas back into the Corp's hand. That was 33% on the table, so to speak, clearly, you know, and unfortunately whiffed on that. Oh well. By the way, I think Luke Nukem, Lucas, one of my favorite Lucases in the world, is actually on Asmari and Haley Kaplan. I'm not going to be streaming his games today, I'm just saying. No, I'm kidding. I mean, we might have an Asmari on stream. I'm sorry if that happens, but, you know, let's be fair and square. Let's wait for them to remake the game, maybe, perhaps. I would like to see the flip side of this, if possible. So Chris and Nembras, they're probably discussing the game as well. I'm checking in the Discord for this tournament, which is the Swiss Discord. Should I say Swisscord? I don't know, maybe. We have half an hour in the round, so they're probably taking a short break. Everybody's playing from home or some other fancy place that's not too public. Oh, this was me cheering you with excuse me for the metallic noises, but that's just my cooling coffee being cheered against the microphone stand. And you're not hearing me go because I don't think there will be an Asmari here. I checked, Bear is on Asmari and Luke Nukem. So if any of those players appear on stream, I apologize on their behalf. There's gonna be Asmari. Maybe they're playing it different as Mari. What do I know? How is the stream doing, by the way? Is everybody doing fine? I should be doing some media direction here. Just as a reminder, we are in Bern today, in Cy-Bern-etic Dragon's Nest shop in the most Cy-Bern-etic place in Bern, very much so. We're playing in the Swiss online store championship. There probably might be another store championship in there as well. The Swiss meta not super big, but hey, it's like I was saying earlier on at the very beginning of the stream. This is a very very nice country with a very I would say petite and cute, and actually no, it does sprawl, excuse me, a bit, but the center, the hub of Bern, the capital, is just so cozy. It's like a pair of slippers that you just got for Christmas, but they actually don't smell like anything weird or plastic. They're just, you know, picked with loving care by a person that knows how your feet feel and how they should feel, and you know, it's just fluffy and so yeah. Also great coffee. Wait, is that no, it's an NBN of course, but it's a controlling the message, and we're fine with controlling the message. Let's be honest, we're fine. Controlling the message is absolutely okay. We all hate Asmari. No, we don't hate Asmari. We just have a grudge against Asmari for being so good. Jeez, I mean, if you've watched the streams yesterday, what? I mean, I don't. It's just I'll let the management. I'm pretty sure that the MWL folks, they're doing an amazing job of analyzing the different tournament results, the different decks, the different card combinations, and so on. It's not something I could do well because I'm very good at just saying, "Oh, this is so powerful," and "Oh, this is so powerful," but it needs to be done. Balancing is a very tricky thing in a very tricky game that Netrunner is. And I think the meta is going to get shook up quite a lot. Some scoopses will be coming maybe at some point your way. Right now, I am happy to say, well, no, maybe I should just shut up. Yeah, I'm gonna mention this in one of the intermissions. But yeah, I'm just gonna say focus groups. So there. Check Twitter, by the way. Probably Facebook as well. We have a bankroll, a piggy bonk hitting the table. It takes a while to see the piggy bonk in this. I mean piggy bank, of course. When I'm calling it a piggy bonk, because why not? And you will need money, my friend, because Gold Farmer is a thing. This piece of ice is just, oof, this ice, quite something. 3 credits and so taxing. It's the Eli of today, let's say. At a strength of 1. It's just redonkulous. I mean, at least you don't have to pump anything to break anything, but so expensive. So yeah. Server 1 with a commercial bankers group. And now here comes the question. Do you want to trash it? Of course you want to trash it, even though the corp is going to be running a trace on your face. A trace on your face, that's a good one. 419 has a link, so it's a bit cheaper. You can also just lose the tag later on, but for that you need clicks. So the trace was successful. There is a tag on the runner. Whoa, risky business. But the runner here probably just saying, listen, I really don't care. Bankroll is a program. 1 tag, not much you can do. You have 2 credits. Seriously, corp, chill. Like, don't do anything. I really like it in this matchup, in this particular matchup, that 419's glasses are kind of, you know, of the shaded, tinted cyber kind that kind of reflects the color of actually NBN. So it's like 419 is facing NBN here and going like, yeah, money. And that's exactly the case here. Team sponsorship in server 2, and indeed, Membros not caring about the runner seeing this. This seems like CPM with just asset spam. Let's be honest. But hey, what else are you gonna play? At least you're honest to your ideals. You're supposed to be controlling the message. You're supposed to be putting a lot of information out there, and this is what you're gonna do with all those cards. Congratulations to Metaphor for sweeping! And indeed, yeah, we do have 2 Polish / Swiss players, so people from Poland playing in Switzerland and living in Switzerland. And Chris indeed is one of them. And when we met in Switzerland last year, we had an interesting chat about, you know, the cultural differences and so on. It was very enlightening, and yeah, cemented my idea of how things work in different places due to history. And yeah, you can say a lot of different things about a lot of different people, but I would say history can shape a lot in many different and interesting or sad ways. Getting out of my Asmari shoes of educating people about stuff I have no idea about, like being fair, for example. Asmari looking at you there. Server 4 getting protected. Okay, probably no commercial bankers going in there. Could be could be anything, let's be honest. But the Corp has only 2 credits. This is going to be an interesting game on the low power side of things. 419, not really setting up much. They can run successfully and keep putting credit on bankroll, but that's kind of a, unless you have any other synergies running just for that credit on bankroll, not really great. Unless you have multiple bankrolls, maybe. Checking that server 4, just to keep the Corp honest again. What could that be? Calibration testing. Okay, Cali testing, good NBN card for sure. Not gonna trash that for 2, but this is a fast advanced package here for sure. The Corp is brewing something. Huge thanks to Metaphor, one of our lovely subscribers and actually determined organizers here, and not only in Europe in general, but basically running this event today. Mamba Temple, so good. Teamspo, so good. So there's gonna be some score. Well, I don't know. Kali testing actually costs you money to rest. This is the tricky part. So pre-resing those cards, I wonder why. I mean, well, okay, Mamba, you can res other things for free as well with the Mamba credits. Server 5 getting a card, and this is a commercial bankers group that the runner is not gonna let fly. I mean, let's be honest. Also the Corp, well, we'll see, but that commercial bankers group is not gonna be there for long. I would say it's gonna disappear any second now. And for example, see this versus Daily Quest. Oof, Daily Quest was another card we were discussing yesterday. Same res cost, same monetary gain. I think even the trash cost is the same. Daily Quest is also 2, I think, or 3 maybe, perhaps. Well, that's not really that important. But the condition, like commercial bankers have to be on a server unprotected by ice. Okay, and then you have Daily Quest, which is just gonna make a small glacier, and then you're never gonna get in, and I'm gonna keep getting 3 credits per turn. Blah. Disgusting. Anyway, commercial bankers group off the table. No banking on Sundays. All banks should be closed. Very good thematic play here by Chris. Style points. Coffee's getting really cold, but it's still good. But again, not as good as the Burn coffee. If you ever make it to Burn, as you should, definitely take a walk around town. Go to a hill with a lovely little monument to Albert Einstein, who used to live there as well, and you can sit next to Einstein and take a photo of yourself, a selfie, or like I had this happen to me and it was very lovely. And do get coffee. There are many places in that town that serve coffee, but the ones closer to the center, while you might say, how can you pay so much for coffee? I'm not a coffee aficionado. I just drank a lot of it in the last 5 years, and I never drank coffee before much, to be honest. And I have to tell you, so good. Like, there's a whole coffee culture in that country as well as many other places in the world. But yeah, they know their coffee. I can tell you that. There's a Beal in server 4. So now I'm wondering, I mean, the runner has, okay, you can say only 1 credit. There are some credits on bankroll. But what might it be protecting server 4? Is it a gold farmer? Because what else can you res for a paltry 3 credits? And you have a Beal in server 4. How are you gonna make, oh, excuse me, I keep forgetting. Mamba Temple is on the table. Okay. So, okay, you have 5 credits. What are you gonna res? Maybe it's a wraparound. Maybe it's a wraparound and Mamba Temple makes it free to res. And then you just Beal the Beal in server 4. But the Corp here definitely running low on money. Not even trying to protect any exposes from 419. Fortunately for the Corp. And I'm kind of curious what Chris is going for here. I mean, you're not building... Ooh, that a Raven. You're not building your board state much. This was a very good run for the runner because basically you took the money away from the Corp. And they won't be able to score that Beal next turn. And you can prepare for a simple assault on server 4. Yeah, even with the calibration testing, the Corp can't really score here. Although, wait a second. Calibration testing? That could be raised with the Mamba. But no, they only have 1 credit. Never mind. A bit of a breather here. But server 6 gets a new card, and that's a Jeeves model Bioroid. Okay, well, I don't know about you, but if I was the runner, I would totally run server 4 and get that Beal now. I mean, sitting there. What else are you gonna do, right? Boomeranging this, I would just run for this and take the tag and then pay the trace, maybe? Then again, okay, I mean, of course. I'm not saying this is a suboptimal play, I'm just saying... Knowing this is a Death the Raven and I have to pay for the tag as my last click, I wouldn't probably spend extra money on the Boomerang. Especially if I don't have corporate gun on the table. Well, there we go. This is the Beal we have known of. This is the known quantity Beal. And I keep thinking whether this is a reference to The Network, which is a great movie, a scary, great, amazing movie from the 70s about television and mass media. If you haven't seen it, there is a character there called Beal. I don't remember the first name. Norman Beal? I don't know. But it's Mr. Beal, and there are several very powerful performances that movie. The Network. I think it's 1970. I don't know. It's a great movie. It might seem a bit dated, you know, people running around smoking and particular hairstyles and clothing styles and so on, but don't pay attention to that. The aesthetics are more of a postcard from that era. The subject matter and the way it's presented, I found it very interesting, very much in the theme of NBN in a way, like, you know, controlling the masses, absolutely, information and shaping human behavior and thinking through mass media. Quite a movie, definitely. The Network, if you haven't seen it, if you have some quarantine time, I definitely recommend it. This was your cultural segment for today, and we're going back into the game. So Team Spo in server 7, that's kind of stretching into infinity here. I'm not gonna be zooming in much. I'm just gonna be keeping it real like this, just to make sure that you see that there is a server 7. If there are additional servers, we'll have to probably buy extra screens and put them on the side. Oh no, this kind of messes the... well, you can see the runner cards. Okay, I'm gonna zoom out a bit. Dang you, horizontal decks. Mystic Mamie racking up those credits. Great card. One of the plushies. I call them plushies, of course they're not plush. I mean, apart maybe from Keiko. They're bits and bobs and Cy-Bern-etic code pieces. But yeah, I call them plushies because they're all plushy. Like, come on, this is a plushy axolotl enabling cheaper events. And I once played an absolutely free sure gamble with a Mystic Mamie on 5 credits because I was just greedy. So I had to trash things. But yeah, I didn't really mind. It's a great honor card, especially for playing bin breakers. You know, an extra credit on Mystic Mamie at the cost of a bin breaker. Duh. It is random, of course, the trash, so this is tricky, but sometimes you just don't care about the cards in your hand. There we go, Gold Farmer. I don't think the runner is getting through here. Which again kind of makes you think, like, what is in their hand and what is going to happen with server 4 now? That Jeeves is not a bad thing to have there, and the Jeeves model Bioroid, that surprisingly is not a Bioroid. It's just an alliance asset. And maybe this is the thing, because we were discussing the other day about the thematics of this card, and why is it not a Bioroid since it's clearly a Bioroid? Like, why is there no subtype Bioroid? It's an alliance card, so this is HB just selling you the services of their Bioroids just in case you want them. And maybe they're trying to go away from the Bioroid label and just say, listen, you know, let's just treat these products as, you know, like what they are. Don't forget about the Bioroid label. Stop talking about Bioroids. Okay. triple clicking, getting a Jeeves click. What do you do with all those clicks if you have so many of them? I guess you just click for more money? Maybe you don't. To everybody just joining us on the stream, hello there and welcome to the Cy-Bern-etic store championship. So we're in Bern, Switzerland, and we are playing today with 10 people organized together by Simone, by Metaphor, on the Swiss Discord and JNet. On a Sunday morning, that's why, you know, I could technically say I'm in pajamas here. More or less. But yeah, basically, I'm gonna be stretching and drinking coffee and being totally chill. And I hope you're being totally chill on your Sunday as well. Whatever time of day, night, evening, morning it is for you. It was quite a short night for me, actually, I have to say. After 13 hours of streaming yesterday and this epic marathon of Belgian-inspired, but not, but actually very, very international store championship day, I would say, full day of net running and streaming. Today is more of a chill day, which doesn't mean it is less important or less serious. It is absolutely those things, but with a slightly smaller group of people playing, with some repeats. We have Lost Geek playing here as well. Lost Geek is just, I don't know, Netrunner machine, I guess, at this point. Anicam. We've seen 419s yesterday with Anicam, and this build has been around for a while. Very nice card. Definitely a good draw engine. 3 points of influence, so not super cheap to import into other factions, and I think that's good because shapers need their tools as well, and other factions have their own stuff. But Anicam, yeah, in combination with the likes of the Class Act, very nice card, and in general just gives you a lot of draw. The 3 credits cost definitely justified. It gives you an MU as well, so you can run extra bankrolls or Rezekis if you have the influence in criminal. And yeah, definitely this gives you a nice little draw boost every now and then. The Corp slowly expanding their board state, playing very low on credits here, or rather low on credits. I don't think I remember seeing the Corp above 10 throughout the game, but that doesn't really matter if you build up a huge horizontal board state, which is slowly getting the case here. I mean, of course, this is nowhere near the, I don't know, 10 or 15, well, 15, that would be quite something, but like 10 server monstrosities. We only have a mere 6 remote situation here. Scoring a, I don't know, is this one of the marketing cards? Oh no, it's actually going to be an SSL, I guess. This is not cheap though, but oh, it's a Bellona. Okay. So 5 credits back, and Bellona. Hi Bellona, we hate you a bit, but you're still a cool card, right? Well, anyway. This is a semi-economy card in a way, because it just gives you the credits back. Even though in this particular case, with the calibration testing and the regular advancements and so on, it actually was more expensive than 5 credits to score. But the Corp was not taking any chances here, and they also needed the money. More servers popping up. 419 on that one deal that was stolen from server 4. And that's not a bad situation for 419. I think the longer the game goes, the worse it's gonna get for the runner here, actually, because they do need to start applying more pressure and, you know, finding answers, or finding, not answers actually, asking the Corp all those questions that the Corp can only answer by saying agenda. And for example, no, that's a commercial bankers, fair enough, we're gonna have the trace. And I'm wondering if Chris is like, oh, wait a minute, I don't want to trash this, but no. Okay, we have a strength 4. Okay, the runner gets a tag. They still have the money to remove a tag. That's okay. Also, NBN's ability here only fires once per round, once per turn. Excuse me, so. Another bankers. Okay, yeah, you definitely want to trash this. You probably want to, well, I don't know, money up. Maybe you take the bankroll credits. But then again, you don't have to. But on the other hand, the Corp is on 5. You don't want to leave the Corp with options, and we actually have no idea what kind of a CTM this is, other than the cards we see already on the table, so we know it's slightly horizontal. Oh, there's a Deuces Wild, which is a great card for just a single tag. Oh, this is ballsy. The Jeeves is going down as well. So the runner going down to 0 credits, but for good reasons. Dismantling the corpse game plan, and the banker is on 8 credits. And I think this was the play here as well. You know, you do have money as the runner. It's just not in your credit pool, in your direct credit pool. You're gonna wait for the corp to act, and then you can also bank, cash in, so to speak, and make sure that you are moneyed up. And indeed, Paul, I agree. Bologna, indeed. Bologna. Maybe it's like salsa bolognese. It kind of looks like spaghetti, right? Or like, yeah. What's this art representing again? I know, like some gestalt lag ghosts of interactable screen, whatever. Now, this looks like food to me. Maybe I should have lunch soon. There will be a lunch break, by the way, today. But, well, I'm kidding. I mean, honestly, Bologna, the art reminds me of ice cream. I don't know why. Don't ask me. I don't know. Might be all those round objects on the screen. But what do I know? I know nothing. Server 4 getting a card, and that is a Rashida. And here comes the HHN, and those tags are gonna land like a superliner jet. I don't even know if a superliner can be a jet. I guess it could be only a ship. Well, like a superjet, whatever. It's gonna land like a 747 on 419's face. Those 4 tags, absolutely. Question is, will the corp have the kill here? Are they on kill? Are they just on psychographics? Either or. What are they going to do with all those tags? And more importantly, what is the runner going to do with all those tags? I already mentioned bankroll being here with the 8 credits, so that is good HHN protection. On the other hand, and this is also an interesting thing, you have no one home. And that's a trace, and you could probably pop the bankroll and no one home and so on and whatnot, but maybe you let it fly. I don't know. I mean, I think it's cheaper probably to pop the bankroll now and use it with no one home. Then you lose no one home. You might have another copy of, in this deck, we haven't seen any trash just yet. Could be a play. It's an interesting thing, and this is the kind of interaction I really enjoy in this game, because certain cards, of course, have certain profiles. Like no one home is basically tag protection and net damage protection for sure. Like you cannot really clearly say that this is an economy card in any way. But no one home in a deck, for example, like Haley with Aesops, that becomes economy as well, and that's great. Or you know, like the simple fact that bankroll, okay, you load it up with money and so on, but you can actually pop it at any moment. And I'm just wondering why are not more Geists playing bankrolls? I mean, it has a trash effect. Just saying, Geist players, this has a trash icon on it. You should totally use it. No, I'm kidding, of course. I mean, it might not be that good because Geist is not making a lot of runs. But when Geist runs, oh yeah, smooth like butter. Does butter run? Probably not. Okay, I don't know if we froze here or if it's the runner in the think tank. I assume it's the runner just thinking hard what to do right now because it will be their turn. And this is all about basically math. No one home with bankroll on the table. Let me check on Discord. Do we have any technical difficulties? We don't seem to have any, and we're running low on time. We're around 6 minutes away from the end of this round. Yeah, indeed, I'm the same, Paul. Like I think popping the bankroll with the hard-hitting news. Yeah, I'm wondering. Okay, well that's an option as well. You have 4 tags. You have the money to remove the tags, no problem. Like absolutely. I think this is what the corp is counting on in a way. The question is this? Ooh. Okay, the runner's going tag me, which, to be fair, it's a Rashida. Indeed, we knew that. To be fair, probably the runner's just saying, listen, you have 3 credits, there's not that much you can do, but this is a bit problematic. That Rashida gets rezzed as a courtesy res, because we know it's a Rashida now, so might as well res it. Might as well also res it because you don't want the corp, the runner to play more forcified credentials, and that's basically it. Going through that Raven. This 419 is probably playing some breakers, but the way Chris has been piloting it today, right now, in this particular match, there's just no icebreakers necessary. Also, the corp is not really putting a lot of pressure on the runner to install those icebreakers, unless your game plan is getting into HQ or R&D at this point, of course. Oh, wow. Okay, the runner deciding to go completely tag me, letting the Raven counter hit the table as well, so that Raven can tag you. And again, a single counter, probably not deal breaking for the runner in any way, but if there is any sort of punishment for floating even a single tag in the corpse deck, that Raven suddenly becomes prime real estate, so to speak, MVP and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, let's see. I'm really curious. Those 6 tags, I don't know, like HPT, high profile target, is a card. It does cost a bit, but it's a card. And Boom is a card, and Boom has less influence than HPT. So, and a single copy of Boom here is totally possible. Or you never know. I mean, of course, we're not even half through the corpse deck just yet. So the runner playing this is a gamble basically on the not on the table state, not on the board state, excuse me, but like on the build and the general probability of the corp having some things and not having some other things, either in the deck in general or actually in, you know, in their hands, or close to drawing into them. 3 gold farmers online, that's a lot of money to break if you have a breaker. If you don't have a breaker, well, you're not getting through. Oh no, I'm kidding. You could actually, and this is the thing that people don't see on Gold Farmer, because you could just not break the subroutines and pay 6, or break the subroutines and then pay as much as you have to break, like let's say 4 minimum because of the tax. Well, 3 if you go down to 0 credits with the first subroutine. Sorry, with the breaking of the second subroutine. But still, you could just pay 6 and get through it without paying anything extra. Just saying. It's not that expensive. It is. But yeah. Yeah, this is very controversial here. But I also think this is just the runner basically challenging the corp to keep wasting money and time on destroying their board state. So the runner's like, yeah, I'm going to put a daily cast. I have 6 tags. I don't care. It's a resource. I also have a turning wheel and a mystic Mamie. I don't care. If you want to trash anything and you don't have an all-seeing eye, for example, you will have to pay. You will have to spend time on this and so on. And I'm going to keep harassing you and running things. And would you even res this? I wouldn't, I guess. I mean, the gold farmer is annoying enough. Okay, I think this is just a run to farm some counters on the turning wheel and just seeing if the corp is gonna, you know, it's the runner baiting the corp into rezzing eyes. That didn't happen because the corp probably has a psychographic somewhere. I would assume, I mean, a psychobeel right now would be sweet. I kid you not. Oof, okay. Slot machine firing here. Gambling is bad, don't gamble. You should totally play only for pleasure. And well, I mean, if money is pleasure for you, then maybe you should go into accounting or banking, I don't know. But don't gamble, it's addictive, I think. And of course, I'm kidding, I'm not nobody's counselor or parent or anything, but yeah. This be the last of my cereal, by the way. I hope you had great breakfast. We're having muesli in Switzerland with a bunch of cyberpunks from Switzerland. Yay. Cyberpunks from Switzerland, cyberpunking. The turning wheel accesses a whiff. Nothing happening there. Indeed, it is a bit early to go tag me, but then again, we are running really low on time here. I think we're like 2 minutes away from finishing the round. So the runner here just not not caring about the stacks because, well, EOI, but that EOI is actually not happening. Because yeah, you don't want to EOI your Bologna for a Beal, like what? Okay, there's a Rashida and it gets rezzed immediately just to make sure that, you know, 419 doesn't get any extra money. Server 2. Honestly, I would just run and pay through it and I don't care what, it could be an NGO, I don't mind. Not a single breaker installed by 419 for the whole duration of this game. Let me tell you that. And they've been at it for a while. Maybe it's a breakerless 419. This is like the better stuff for 419. You just don't need breakers. Like, why would you even have breakers? Just have bankrolls. That's it. Okay, here we go. That gold farmer is gonna get paid a heavy toll, like 6 credits, which the runner does have, and this is the downside of, and this is time as well. Okay, we've reached time in this game, so this could be game. The runner will finish their turn. Scoring a Bologna! Ooh, this is mighty, but, and hear me out on this, the Corp still has a turn. So what can happen now is the Corp can actually Psycho Beal. Or they can 15 minutes and they can, oh, they cannot EOI! Oh, well, that's, oof. That was so close, because imagine if the Corp could 15 minutes into EOI and then just swap the 15 minutes for the Bologna. That would be quite something, but there's only so much time you have, and yeah, I'm just wondering, I mean, was there a way for the Corp to pull it off? And I'm just wondering, why didn't they Rashida into something, like, if you have a Psycho Beal, well, anyway, that's time, that's game, I think this is over. We're gonna hop out of this game because the runner doesn't get a turn now. We're gonna leave this game behind. We're gonna drop the intermission screen on you like a warm blanket. And we're gonna remind you that this is the Dragon's Nest Tour Championship in Bern. Lovely place, lovely people, lovely everything. Just go there when you can, if you can, once you can. Enjoy the place, enjoy the city. It's very much one of my coziest Netrunner trips. The other one being Nuremberg, which was just so much fun with so many cool people as well. Yeah. Really missing my Netrunner travels in a way, but on the other hand, it's good to be home and it's great to have everybody online and happy. Okay, we have some extra time added on table 2. Was this the table we just jumped out of? Indeed. Well, okay, we're going back in there. I didn't know, I thought they would finish, but they got 2 extra minutes? Wait a second, I'm a bit confused. I haven't really checked Discord, apologies for this. I already played the music. Yeah, they're still playing. Okay, this is still going on. Never mind, then this is gonna be the EOI play I was talking about earlier. Okay. Back in time. Okay, I just checked Discord. I was like, oh, they actually got extra time. And yeah, okay, this is it. Okay, fair enough. We just got the finale here that we wanted to see. We didn't know that there was extra time added to this table. That's why the confusion. That was a, you know, that was a good NBN versus 419 game. And how to put it? Bologna, yeah, okay, but see, without Asmari, okay, I'm not gonna mention the name that should not be mentioned. Asmari, be gone. Okay, getting back to the deal of me blabbing at you. There were some judge calls, indeed, yeah, there were some judge calls. Apologies for everybody on the stream being confused, like, why are we jumping around? I'm gonna shut up for a second. There will be probably a short break to take things easy. I need to hydrate and whatnot. Huge greetings to everybody playing this tournament today and watching as well stream. I hope you're doing fine on this lovely Sunday morning. Talk to you in a few. Welcome back, everybody. I'm back on the stream, and we are in Switzerland today. Yesterday it was Belgium. Hi there, Pulse Flare Gaming. Hello, everybody on the stream. We are in Switzerland today, indeed in Bern. And look at the first place here, Sports Metal Hashiko. Congratulations to Simone for sweeping round 1. I am pretty sure you have not used your TO powers to sweep at all. No, I'm kidding, of course. Metaphor is a great person, and yeah, as a tournament organizer, would never use any powers to manipulate anybody to do anything untoward during gaming. I mean, come on, Sports Metal. Sports Metal! We're gonna watch that Sports Metal for sure. This is round 1 of, if I am correct, 4 and no top cut. The only power that Metaphor has is guessing NGOs. Indeed, Luke Nukem on Asmari and Haley. And as much as we love Luke, he's an awesome person. Asmari, like seriously. And then Burr, also known as Bjorn, on Asmari. Yes, well. And Leela Patel. Johnny B running on the outfit and Leela Patel. The outfit. Nembras, that we've just seen play on NBN, and Leela splitting with Chris right next after Nembras. With, of course, the same SOS and SSO and all the other OSSs and all the other letters that you can put together in a combination of a 3-letter acronym. Chipet 404 on Sports Metal and Freedom Kumalo. Vu on Titan and Leela Patel. Mr. Tea Time on NBM controlling the massage and Sunny LeBeau. We're gonna watch Mr. Tea Time as well. Craig, one of the awesome people in the Cologne meta, in the German meta, in the north. But not only. And Lost Geek on Mirror Morph and Max. Wow, okay, I think I see some clear, interesting candidates for the next round. Speaking of which, I believe the pairings might be up. Indeed, we have the pairings up, so let's head over to the tables and let's see what's gonna happen there. I mean, I have no idea which table we should watch, but I've seen some very interesting. Well, should we watch Simone right now on table 3, or should we actually watch? I think we're gonna watch table 5. This matchup. This matchup is gonna be fun. Lost Geek and Mr. Tea Time. Two players that have been around, so to speak. They played different places for different reasons, and they've been known to play different decks for sure. It doesn't matter if the table is bottom, my friends. It's the fun that counts. I also could quote a famous 20th century poet by saying, I like bottom tables and I cannot lie, but I'm not gonna keep this, meme going on, so yeah, never mind. Yeah, we're just gonna be streaming non-Asmari decks the whole day, woohoo, right? No, I'm kidding, of course, but yeah, I mean, let's avoid Asmari, nothing personal. It's just, yesterday we had so much Asmari, it was, we're not gonna just... We cannot stand it anymore, that's it, we're just taking it easy. And we know how that Asmari deck plays as well, so, let's look at something different. Sunny LeBeau versus Mirror Morph. Now that's a matchup that I would love to see, and here we go. Prime time Netrunner television, in effect, full effect, in 3D purple matchup as well, because Sunny LeBeau's ID has a bit of a purple tint, for sure. And Mirror Morph, Endless Iteration, such a nice card, and such an interesting ability. If the first, second, and third actions you take on your turn are different, when the third completes, you may gain 1 or take another different action, paying 1 less. 1 click, of course, less. It's a bit wordy, and it takes a while to get used to, but I've seen people enjoying this quite a lot for what it is. It's an interesting... I don't even know if we should call it click compression. It's a click transmutation, maybe? Anyway, so Lost Geek on Mirror Morph keeping, and Sunny LeBeau, such a great ability to link. So straightforward, you don't have to read any extra rules. It's my special ability is to link. Bam! And yeah. I'm really curious about what's in that Sunny LeBeau deck. We're gonna see both in action any minute now. Checking with the Discord. Yeah, mulligans and whatnot. The timer's gonna be Timer's gonna be starting soon. 10 players on this today, 5 tables, also known as Tisch in German, or Swiss German, or any other German that you prefer. Tisch being the word for a table. So we have, Tisch 1, Tisch 2, Tisch 3, Tisch 4, and Tisch 5. And we are on Tisch 5 right now with Mr. Tea Time and with Lost Geek. And let's take a look at what they're gonna do. Mr. Tea Time 66, which is totally connected to Star Wars Order 66. Absolutely. Execute Tea Time 66. See, I'm such a geek. I know everything. So both of these players, like I already mentioned, they know their game. Go fast or go home. Okay, people on Discord being chatty and happy and whatnot, and we are gonna kick this off. So both sides keeping their hands. Good luck to both of the players. Curious to see what non-Asmari cards they're gonna play. Not being Asmari, you know, and not having 6 agendas. So good. This actually looks like normal Netrunner. Normal as in, you know, I don't want to say normative, but like kind of fair Netrunner. Like Netrunner where you actually do things. Nano-etching Matrix. Such a card. Such a good card. And a little card with the duckies. Oh, I didn't even get to show it on the screen. But yeah, Lateral Growth. Look at all the duckies fly. That should be actually the flavor text on it. Not some quote from Parvati Kapoor. So yeah, the Corp doing corpy things, the Runner doing runny things, like runny eggs for breakfast, for example. Career Fair, this is a criminal flavored Sunny. Although a Career Fair is not, you know, why is this a criminal card again? Because careers are criminal? We're gonna go deep into, you know, the lore tank today. We're gonna be discussing all the different cards. DreamNet with this fairly, I don't even know how to describe it. I know that Janet Brusselbach, the artist here, did an amazing job. It's just, it's kind of the daytime and the nighttime and the dream and the awakeness and the hair. The hair is awesome, by the way, in this. I have no idea what to expect from Lost Geek's deck, because yesterday Lost Geek was not on Asmari, if I remember correctly, was on Combo Asa. So HB definitely a theme, but this is a different deck. It does different things differently. And I haven't seen that many mirror morphs around. Last time I played against the mirror morph in person, because online doesn't really count because you can, you know, you can play almost against anybody on anything, but on offline was at, I kid you not, must have been BCom, yeah. Probably at BCom. Or probably a friendly somewhere here and there, but offline. Bas Chirboga. Or, yeah, don't make me pronounce it with the numbers instead of letters that are representing geek speak. One of the best cards in the game, simply because it has less than a full line of text for the rules and a whopping 6 lines of flavor text. That's how you make cool cards, you know? Simple rules, a lot of flavor. Well, unfortunately it gets trashed because the Runner is a meanie. I mean, Sunny LeBeau might be the best mom in the world, but that was mean, you know? Like, what has the Bioroid ever done to you? Nothing, probably. Well, anyway. More duckies! This is just the duckiest deck alive, you know? It's full of ducks. And the rubber ducks is just popping up and just... This was the third. I think this was the third... Yeah, like lateral growth. This deck is growing laterally and incrementally every single turn. 17 credits in the bank for the Corp. Jeeves in server 2. Server 4 with the protecting eyes and something in there. And with that Jeeves on the table, I believe this is going to be falsified credentials guessing agenda in server... Oh, okay. Server 4 not being guessed. Server 2 guessed. Of course guessed. What kind of a guess was that? Just for the economy, and then Jack Sinclair, or Jack Sinclair, I think it's Jack. It's just the futuristic Jack. You know, in the future, languages and alphabets lose letters that don't make any sense. So while the C and Jack doesn't make any sense, Sinclair totally needs a C because, you know, it couldn't just be something else. It wouldn't look so cool. Well, anyway, the flavor text on Jack Sinclair is hitting so close to home that you wouldn't believe it, and I feel personally, you know, pointed at here. Maybe I forgot to go home. Well, no, not home, but like maybe I forgot to go to sleep last night, which I didn't. I did sleep, just not super long because, yeah, other things to do. Jeeves model bioroids. So click compressing, doing things. That's a Vitruvius with a counter on it. So it's a combo deck. Guess what? Lost Geek on a combo deck. Oh well. Having finished my coffee, I moved on to hydration liquids. Oh well, that's a Vacheron. Surprise. I'm really wondering if this has a game changer, this Corp deck. I would assume it could have one, it could sport one. And I mean, Biotic Labors are already quite fancy, but imagine Biotic Labors with extra money and the game changer. The mind boggles. Hey there, Raver, welcome. And yeah, of course I met him at, I met Lost Geek at the previous Become as well. Just saying. I think he was here for the previous Become. Yes, he was. Of course, he was here for the historically speaking second Become. So yeah, that was years ago. Actually, in 2019, 2020 happened as well. 2021 will happen as well. Absolutely. Server 4 with a single advancement. What could it be? Probably a June bug, obviously. The runner on a turtle, and with the servers open and with Jack Sinclair online as well, they're definitely gonna farm those counters to make sure that they can get accesses later on. And again, it's not a bad thing to forget about Store Championship because A, it's gonna be streamed, and B, it's gonna be then saved later on for posterity. That's a Vacheron server. That's a cheeky Vacheron. Yeah, this is just the Corp definitely putting itself on a timer here in a way. Then again, that Security Nexus. What a card. What a card. It's the best card to quote unquote from Sunny's Lebeau ID card. Ass kicking. Like they actually, you know, this is Netrunner. You can have Mommy will be home soon, sweetie, in one sentence. And right after that, she has to kick some ass first. It's like badass. But yeah. So this is a very good card for doing said ass kicking. If you are facing a single layered set of servers, which the runner definitely here is. Calvin Bailey, also known as, hey, I wish Jackson Howard was back, but I cannot really have him back because he was a bit too much. Therefore, I present you here with this Bioroid that kind of does similar things, but not really. Again, Jack Sinclair farming those turtle counters around D unless there's agendas, which is also the case. And if there's an agenda somewhere in there, which is very likely, or well, there has to be somewhere, and this is one of those places where you could find agendas, I think. There should be a little arrow pointing. Agendas potentially here. Then the Corp is going to be on a very particular kind of timer, as in losing in 3 turns. Let's see. Well, not just yet. I'm curious about the counter on Vitruvius. Let's see the potential targets. Well, yeah, we have a Biotic in there. We have a Jeeves as well. Pat taps on the table just because Nanoetching Matrix is there and you want to capitalize on this as well and make sure that whatever the Corp does to make money, you're in on that and you're sharing, because sharing is caring, unless it's deadly viruses, in which case, please don't. The Corp, I don't know, what's your line on the Corp plays here? Server 4, not really safe. I have no idea if this Mirror Morph is running ice. I mean, Lost Geek has been drawing into quite a few cards already, and we only see 2 pieces of ice on the table. So either there's just bad draw and it's just all agendas. Because what else? I mean, you do have the money, you have 15 credits, you can play a lot of different stuff, and now you will have to trash down to size after playing stuff. Well, you cannot even play a lateral growth anyway, because you already played 3 of them. So the corp here, not in a good position, I would say. And then again, that's just me saying, and like I said earlier on, I haven't played too many mirror morphs. So maybe I'm completely wrong, but now you have to discard down to size, and yeah, losing 3 cards out of your own volition, unless they're really cards you don't need, which is probably not the case here. Maybe there's a sneaky agenda in there. I don't know. If I was Mr. Tea Time here, I would check. Exactly, Jackson Clare farming the counters anyway. Obviously a very good play. Escape Net. Ooh. And there is eyes. There's Hagen and Fairchild 3.0. Okay. So what exactly is the corp holding here? This is tantalizing. It's also very tantalizing because the corp has less and less time to go for it and score out. Meanwhile, we have the turning wheel hitting the table, and now this is going to be tricky because R&D runs are going to become a huge liability unless the corp can somehow, you know, just tame the runner into not running everything and everywhere. Red level clearance being played for 2 cards. And installing a non-agenda card in server 4, so we know for a fact it's not an agenda. What could it be? Could it be a Jeeves? Chances are. Okay, the core protecting here, R&D a bit more. It's still not, you know, it's still not 100% runner proof because the turtle is on 3 counters, and you know that's not too bad. We have a Hagen. Oh, that will have to be security nexus or nexide. Nexons. Basically, you have to use security nexus because you don't want to lose that turtle. Mega P qualifier. I believe this is gonna be game in 1 turn. Oh wow, such timely steal. I mean, Mr. Tea Time here, clear skill, like loads of. No, I'm kidding. Of course, this was a very good play. Just those 2 Vacherons in the very beginning. That's kind of rough. And Vacherons are definitely agendas you are okay with losing later on in the game, but when you're on 2 points, that doesn't really give you too much hope. Then again, and I'm gonna say it one more time, we have Losgeek here on the table, at the table, and then this means that, you know, there could be many interesting things happening in the space of a single turn. Cyberdex Virus Suite, purging the virus counters. I wonder why Craig actually ran it. Well, probably to make sure there's no multi-combo scoring shenanigans. But I don't know. I mean, that Cyberdex was painful. Ooh, Rumor Mill with Princess Space Kitten. You can have a lot of fun in 23 seconds. Yeah. So basically, this switches off each unique non-region asset. So unique assets, well, Nano-Check Matrix not, but Calvin Bailey is not there anymore. Well, anyway, Losgeek has a draw, a mandatory draw, and of course, I mean, the Rumor Mill switches off also Jeeves Model Bioroids because again, it's a non-region card, so Jeeves is not on the table, even if it was. And Bastria Boga, same thing. So very good card against those Bioroid helpers here in that deck. That Rumor Mill, such a cool card. Such a cool art. Probably the cattiest art in the history of Netrunner. Is there a cattier card than Rumor Mill? Chat, tell me. If you know of a cattier card. I know that Black Cat is a cat card, but seriously. Okay, Losgeek here. Probably going for some... I don't even know. With a single click, what can you do? Not much. Biotic Labors, yes, you're down... Whoa, that's... Okay, well that's basically game. It's kind of anticlimactic, but yeah, that's it. The Vacherons in the very beginning, that was tough and rough on the corp. Then the runner just had to, you know, wait, and basically the game kept going on. And that was it. While they set up, I'm just gonna remind you that I have a competition running. Please help me come up with a new name for the previously known as Iberian Lockdown series of events. I'm looking for a new name. Send me your proposals to the email on the screen, vesper@cyberpunk.me. Wait a bit, and maybe you're going to win something fun. Maybe I'm going to raffle. I'm going to be raffling things. I'm not going to be taking votes on this. I'm not going to be going for the best option. As in, people might be voting, but the winner of the competition will be just basically randomly determined, or the winner. The raffle is going to be random. I'm not going to be awarding the best idea. Speaking of which, of good ideas, CDM. Mr. DDM on CDM versus Max, and this is what we're here for. Max. Haven't seen Max in a while. Let's take a look at what this Max can do. Hopefully a lot, because of all that sweet extra draw. So, for those of you who have never played Max, which could be a case, whenever the runner turn begins, top 2 cards of the stack are trashed, like just what exactly happened. Counter Surveillance and Street Peddler, and then you draw 1 card. So basically you get mandatory trash draw, which kind of sounds like you're playing, in a way, Geist, but you're not. Counter Surveillance, this is going to be a Tag Me deck. We can see that clearly already, but it also has resources, so curious. This probably is setting up for a combo play where you, of course, money up, resource up, and then you just use Counter Surveillance to do a massive run, and then you will be just accessing tons of cards. That's probably the play here. On the corp side, Commercial Bankers Group with something protecting it. Sweet. Oh no, undoing the click. Okay, and a daily business show. So 2 cards that are definitely worth trashing if you're the runner, and are definitely worth playing if you're CTM. Yeah, there will be something protecting server 1. What could it be? Could it be a Pricek? Is this a very brutal kill CTM, or what is this? Like, we haven't seen daily business shows in the previous game, where we had controlling the message. It was a slightly different build, I guess. Buffer Drive. The card that makes PE cry. Muppet Virtual Tour. Awesome. I was just saying, yeah, you're gonna come here and then you will have to pay a ton of money. And Rogue Trading, the card that makes nobody cry, but it's actually quite good in certain setups, and it gives you tags. And remember that little card we mentioned earlier on that got trashed, Counter Surveillance. Yes, indeed, you are going to need tags for this. Also, 2 bin breakers already in there, Paperclip and MK Ultra. So slowly Max gearing up here while trashing cards. Very punk, you know, we're just gonna use bin cards because why not? Very thematic. Max is one of the nicest IDs in the games when it comes to, I mean, they're all super thematic, don't get me wrong, but Max is kind of like, oof, like, yeah. Basically, this card needs a little sound box where you can just press a button and it has a riff, you know, like a guitar riff or some sort of an angry shouting person going, absolutely. But Max also has a softer side, as you can see here on Trickster Taka, the meanest fox in all the lands, I'm pretty sure. I mean, look at that fox. Like the face here, it's like, I'm gonna mess you up with my foxy powers, for sure. Wireless Net Pavilion, haha. The trashing and counter-trashing and tagging and counter-tagging game is afoot. Or a different body part, but afoot is usually, linguistically correct. Okay, so those commercial bankers making bank for the corp. The corp definitely had on the money here, at least for now, because there is a Liberated account on the table, there's a Rogue Trading on the table. And I'm just wondering, the runner doesn't have any tags just yet. Playing it safe. MCA authority. Oh, sorry, austerity policy. I keep thinking authority, but it's austerity. So yeah. Well, what can I say? CTM with MCA. What is going on here? Craig, what have you put together? What is this deck? Whoa. Panic hands. By the way, the rounds here are 70 minutes. I'm not running the timer again because it's Sunday. Like, you know, let's chill. Let's chill like the dummy box. It looks like a cute ice cube and it's totally chill. And it has a switch and a button. Like, the best thing ever. And it's aptly named. It's for dummies. Like myself. I should get a dummy box. Paparazzi. Obviously named after that Lady Gaga song. Because, you know, Born This Way will be a card coming in, I think, Borealis. So the next cycle of cards, I assume. But yeah. We're gonna name a lot of new cards with Lady Gaga song titles. I don't think there's gonna be a card called Alejandro though, just saying. I don't even know if Alejandro is a song. I think it is. Whatever. Don't ask me about Lady Gaga because my username is not, or my nickname is not based on a pop artist like some people have. Swifty, just saying. And Swifty's not playing today. Well, you know. But Swifty is organizing a cool event in a week's time. I'm gonna mention it to you later on if you haven't heard about it already yesterday. DDoS on the DDoS. What is this build? Project Beal, what is going on? What? This is bonkers. Commercial bonkers. Of course. The runner gets a tag. Is it time to do stuff? Well, they have a tag. The corp has 15 credits. Ooh. My, oh my. You are CTM now. What do you do? What do you trash? How do you do it? I don't know. Wireless Net Pavilion. Making things a bit more expensive, but there's so much value on the table to trash. This is like a smorgasbord of stuff I can trash. On the other hand, the dummy box. Such a spicy include here. You can prevent an installed card of the same type from being trashed by the corp. How many resources is this playing? Can you imagine this deck against this Mari? Like, Scarcity turn 1. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm just gonna, I don't know. Look at the stars and think about beautiful things and, you know, inhale the fresh spring smell of the air and something. But I'm not going to play Netrunner because it just plays Scarcity turn 1 and I'm running, I don't know how many resources even. Let's take a look at the heap. Yeah, it's some events, but ooh, God of War. And resources, basically resources. The DDoS is not getting trashed at the cost of Liberated account, and this is such a cool synergy. Because Dummy Box with Buffer Drive, even when you're tagged, and with Wireless Net Pavilion, that's so good. And Craig really hating on that, really hating on that DDoS. It's like, the DDoS has to go, but it's not going away. It's gonna stay at the cost of some additional resources from Lost Geek's hand. But yeah. Dummy Box is so awesome here, like for realsies. God of War hitting the table as well. And you can take tags for God of War. This is gonna be fun. I think the tag machine is on. Lost Geek running this is a bit controversial, but no, actually it makes perfect sense. Because you don't have enough money to trash it, but you do have enough money to trash the Commercial Bankers Group. What? What a hack. So everybody, 100 style points play, 500 IQ play, Galaxy Brain play. Run a remote with an MVT on it, with a Mumbo the Virtual Tour, but with fewer than 5 credits, and then choosing, of course, to trash the other thing. Which, by all means, does not mean that this was not a good thing to install this Mumbo with the bankers. But, yeah, it's only against rich runners. If you're a pro runner, what do you care? Not much. Then again, if the corp is running any sort of punishment for the tags, which it might, but maybe it is not. I mean, imagine an all-seeing eye here. That would be just so powerful. Oh well, one can dream, right? But yeah, I absolutely agree. The dummy box here, such a great synergy between dummy box and Wireless Net Pavilion, and well, God of War giving you tags as well, powering your counter surveillance. Speaking of counter surveillances, we've had one trash so far, so I assume Lost Geek may have drawn into some already. and is holding onto them, and that DDoS with a ton of tags. For now, only 3, so that's not really worth it just yet. You probably want to access all the cards, which also means that the corp is not gonna wait for you, and they're just gonna keep advancing cards in servers, and they're gonna keep going very low on money. But the Mumbet Temple and the Team Spo, and we have an Ares, an AR enhanced security. Scored, yeah, so this is the Ares agenda. The first time the runner trashes a corp card each turn, give him or her 1 tag. And I don't know, like this is, wow. This is a very interesting thing now. Because do you care about this agenda at all as the runner here? I mean, your plan is tags. And I assume the corp here was just like, well, okay, I have to start scoring agendas sooner or later because there's gonna be that dig with counter surveillance at some point, and I don't have too much money and whatnot. Devil's Charm! Whoa, what's going on here? Again, another run, and this time the MVT will have to be trashed. Unless, oh no, they first trash the bankers and then they have only 4 credits. And again, value play here. And the runner getting a tag, which is not a bad thing for the runner because that counter surveillance play is slowly brewing up here. And this is brilliant. Trickster Taka, the last part of the text. When your turn ends, if there are 3 or more hosted credits, which there are, you must take 1 tag or trash the resource. Guess what? You want to go tag me with this deck. This is brilliant. Trickster Taka is just fueling your game plan here. I'm super happy with watching this game because this is clearly not a high tier competitive superpower, deck, but it's just so much fun. You just go clearly tag me and you want the corp to be angry at your board state and try and disassemble it because that slows them down. And if they're not, I mean, I can think of course, many different archetypes of corps that would just say, whatever, you do your tag me thing, I'm just going to try and rush out. I mean, any rush deck against this would probably have a lot of fun and finish it quickly. But this is not a rush deck. This is running team sponsorships and daily business shows. You don't usually run daily business shows in rushy decks because, yeah, you don't want to filter. I mean, you do want to filter your cards, but also you don't want to, like save your agendas for later. You want to get them on the table, get going, get out. And here Max is probably going to keep you entertained for a while. Trickster Taka with 7 credits on it. So this Trickster Taka is becoming value very quickly. Now 12 tags on Max, and remember, counter surveillance is a thing. There's a rebirth coming up. Okay, so time to stem the bleeding of cards. 14 cards left in the stack. All the breakers in the bin. Some other interesting cards, but only 1 counter surveillance in there. The DDoS staying on the table, not leaving it. Gold Farmer being res on server 5. Do we remember what was in server 5? I don't even remember if we remember. And now Quetzal becoming the ID to go. So you can break one of those subs for free. So basically you can get in for 4 without installing a breaker. Which, for 4 plus 1 tax, excuse me, yes. So for 5 credits, which is a bit of a tax, but hey, Actually, no, sorry, for 4, because you pay 3 for 1 subroutine, and then you use Quetzal, and you have to pay 1 for that subroutine. For 4 credits, indeed. Yeah. But the runner chose to not get in. Instead, they go for the team spell, just to make sure that no bad things are going to come back onto the table here. Back on the board, and more tags for the runner. Skulls for the Skull Throne, blood for the Blood God, and tags for the Tag Me decks. That's basically the line here. And the grim future of the 41st millennium, there's only tags. There's only tags everywhere, tags. But this is fun to watch. This is definitely fun to watch. Definitely a refreshing breath of punk rock powered, green haired anarch menacing. Tag me, DDoS enabled, God of War, Trickster Taka with 7 credits, Wireless Net Pavilion, combo power with a dummy box. I wonder what the name of this deck is. I haven't scoured the depths of Netrunner DB to see whether this has already been shared in places. But I assume this is gonna be could be a deck of the week already somewhere maybe. But you know, I don't have to know everything about this game. I just have to be entertaining, right? Oh, anyway, back into the game. I'm just clicking around on Discord just to make sure that I'm not missing something. So if I am missing a big play, and I'm gonna go wow in a second. Checking the time and around 40 minutes to go. Additional installs. Yeah, not much has changed. Trickster Taka on 8 credits. How much money can go into Trickster Taka in this game? This is probably worth an achievement in itself. Street Peddler. I mean, you know, who would in their right mind install a Street Peddler with 15 tags on them? Well, a tag me deck where you just don't care. And you just want to mock the corp into spending the money on you and losing time and energy and credits on trashing your cards that you probably have more of anyway. Now with the draw gone, yeah, Quetzal a bit more stable than Max on the card side. But I'm wondering, will there be labor rights in this? I think labor rights are actually restricted, right? I believe they are, although I could be wrong. And again, don't blame me, I just don't remember all the MWL listings and so on. Because Paperclip is definitely a restricted card, so that probably takes labor rights, if they are restricted, off the table. And speaking of table cards, Rashida Jahim firing on server 5. The Corp, not in a bad spot here, not at all. I mean, they have a solid board stay here. They have 2 daily business shows, they have 2 Mumbas. They have that Mamba Virtual Tour, which is basically useless, could be over installed, or maybe it's going to be protecting something else. I mean, of course. Then again, the runner has been playing very carefully around that Mamba Virtual Tour. Server 9 with the mystery card of the day, and no runs whatsoever against R&D just yet, because again, the runner prepping for that counter surveillance big play. Psychographics. Is this an oh gods! How many points is that Beal? It's a 6-point Beal. Whoa! Well, yeah, I mean, of course, the corp only had so much money. Whoa! This is the risk, and the psychographics CTM psychographics here. That's a shame. I would have loved to see that big play from Losgig here, like with the Quetzal, previously known as Max, digging deep with that counter surveillance on 16 tags. But what a counterplay! And you know, you cannot say, "Oh yeah, this was totally prepared." Like, no. This is a corp just having its own game plan and just saying, "Hey, wait a minute! You actually tagged yourself to hell already. Might as well." And indeed, wow, what a game! What a game! We're jumping out of this. I'm just gonna take a very quick breather to remind you that we are in Switzerland today. This was absolutely epic, and thank you so much for reminding me that labor rights is restricted. Indeed, it is. So yeah, we are in Switzerland, and we're gonna be going onto another table. I believe I can fly. No, not at all. Let's take a quick look. Do we want to? Yeah, we're gonna watch table 1 right now for a quick second, because there's actually no, you know, Asmari on the table. Just saying. We have decent corps. We have an outfit. JBR here on an outfit. That's legit. We have a Haley. Haley's fine. Haley's not Asmari. Let's take a quick look at this. That psychographics against that tag me Max. I really wish Losgig could have pulled off that counter surveillance. That would have been epic both ways. Both players really playing an interesting game there. And yeah, Mr. Tea Time just going into, you know, like those sneaky plays. Like, yeah, okay, well, you have tags, you're gonna dig a lot, but let me just find that psychographics. Bam! 6-point Beal. Serious business. Wow. Although a 7-point Beal would have been extra style points, just saying. But no, this was still good. Haley here setting up and stim hacking into server 2, I guess. Indeed. No mercy. You cannot really let the corp do stuff. But you're the outfit. What do you have on server 2 as a protection? You could have a barrier, right? I mean, you're Wayland. What are the odds? Luke Nukem here, aggressively poking that server too. The corp thinking probably now JBR on the outfit, wondering whether to res anything or not. Let's be honest, with that stim hack, there's very little the runner cannot do here. They don't have any SMC on the table, so... Oh well. Might as well res a bulwark. Why not? Well, what can I say? Bulwark just basically trashes the program. What would you trash here? The Ika or the Euler or Euler? See, this is cool. Like you can pronounce it in so many different ways. The Euler or Euler going down. I think Euler is the closer original pronunciation. So we're gonna stick to Euler. Although it makes me think of people, you know, pumping oil. Anyway, Bulwark, such a value res here, like stopping the runner in their tracks. Ooh, contract killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Far better. 2 meat damage, or we can trash a connection, and I think Beth is gonna get the bullet. Oh no, professional contacts. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that Procon, that's a very good play because you're stopping. It's the most expensive card on the tables, on the runner's table. Sorry, on the runner's tableau, or on that position. And we have another Procon. So basically, Haley was going around and chatting with the professor about different things, and then he got a bullet in the head, but he got better. Or he has a cloned twin, or he has a sacrificial clone, which is also a card. Spinning the tail onwards, server 2. Well, that bulwark is gonna stop you unless I'm waiting here. Unless I'm kind of hoping that Haley can contest the server this turn, because that would be cool. That's probably not gonna happen. Misdirection. Okay, yeah, I mean 2 installs here, that makes sense, but server 2 is probably gonna get scored sooner or later, unless it was just a rusy NGO. No, this is definitely an agenda. Clicking onward, and that's ooh, broad daylight. Sheesh, this is clearly a mafia deck. It's like, yeah, we're the outfit, we have contract killers, we have agendas like broad daylight. Wow. And it makes absolutely perfect sense to play broad daylight and the outfit. It's a good synergy. But now, this is something I have mentioned all the way earlier on the stream today. Batpub. Batpub is a thing that might actually destroy your plans. Then again, if you're the outfit, Batpub is good for you. Guess what? And the runner's on 20 plus credits anyway. So you should be using Batpub as your own resource in a way. It's kind of like Link for you at this stage, you know? It's like certain plays being enabled or being made better by additional Batpub. And of course the runner will be running at some point, but you're playing against Shaper, so sooner or later you're gonna get anywhere they want anyway. And you might as well be on 3 points at that stage and play a CityWorks project and a dedication ceremony and just go like, yeah, well, come at me, unless you have a film critic, which you might. Who knows? There's a clot in there. Okay. And yeah, well, let's see. Oh no, actually you cannot have a film critic because you have Aesops. So yeah, that CityWorks project, definitely a play on the safe side of things. And now the runner is in a world of not pain, not hurt, but many interesting questions. Like, what do you do here? You have a lot of money, but you are missing some crucial pieces to get in, probably into R&D. I mean, you lost Euler. You lost your code gate breaker. You don't have a barrier breaker on the table, and you're digging for that for sure. Probably a Penrose, but then again, a Penrose here, this is not a stealth thing, so maybe you're digging for that corroder. If you import a corroder. CityWorks getting scored 6 points. This is very tight now on the runner's side because, yeah, this is very, very tricky. A single hostile takeover and it's game, basically. Oh, this is a spicy Haley bit with imps. Ooh, so mean. Imps and a clot. This is the most Anarch Haley I've seen in a while. Okay, here we go. The runner recovering here the situation, clearing up a bit, self-modifying code on the table. That's a huge thing with 29 credits. And now I believe is the time to dig. I mean, you have to get places. You're still prepping, okay, fair enough. But this may have been actually too little too late. Because the corp just, if they draw into a hostile with a mandatory, that's it. And they can just, until then they can try and delay the runner. That's on 0 points. And I don't like to be in the runner's shoes here, especially since they're probably a bit, used up from all the jogging when you're a runner. Okay, lame jokes. But anyway, you need to score a ton of points. You need to check all the servers. You need to keep pressuring the corp, which is low on points. Low on credits, excuse me. The corp is definitely low on credits here. But they don't care. They just need a single hostile. So the situation, even though Haley's really well set up and rich and influential and has an ace-ups and so on and, and has a ton of credits, the corp is heavily favored right now. They just need a single card to pull it off. They have the money. They don't really need to res anything. They can lose. They can bleed a few agenda points here and there. So if the runner doesn't set up any multi-axis, there might be in for a world of pain. Checking that server too. You have to keep the corp honest, obviously. Paying 9 credits, of which 3 are sponsored by the corp's bad PR. Ronin. Oof. Ho ho ho! Spicy as hell, this deck. Like, seriously, this outfit is just a mean machine. Like, contract killers, Ronins. Yeah, I'm loving this outfit. This is a very thematic outfit. I think I played a deck like this. I tested it. I had fun with it. It was posted on Netrunner DB or something very similar to this build, or maybe actually this build. I mean, look at this. Wake up call. Ta-da! It's so good. It just eats your hand and eats your deck and eats your board state, this deck. Ace-ups. GG Ace-ups. I don't know if Ace-ups was the correct call here, though. I mean, okay, let's be honest. The corp knows what they're doing again and so on. I don't know if I would have trashed Ace-ups, that's it. I would have probably gone for the Procon. Then again, Ace-ups is a bit longer than Procon. Maybe the Beth, actually, although I'm poor. So yeah, okay, I mean, among all the different things here, Ace-ups is probably not a bad choice. I'm trying to learn basically from other people's decisions, and I'm trying to analyze what would my play be and why. Which does not invalidate, oh, excuse me for jumping with the screen a bit, it does not invalidate any plays whatsoever made on stream by people playing. It's just an interesting exercise. Running archives. Okay. Why would you be running archives? To install a Stargate. But are you running the correct server here to like... Okay, I'm just wondering, why was there an archives run? Might have been a misclick. Because seriously, why would you run archives and install Stargate? I am a bit confuzzled. Maybe they're going to be remaking something. Corbek, hello there. Thank you for watching. Yeah, it's my pleasure to stream. I'm always... the Batman SMC. See, there you go. See, so many brains on stream. Thank you so much, Harold. This is definitely the right call here. But then again, you have tons of credits, so why wouldn't you Stargate during a run on R&D to poke it maybe for something? And again, like I'm again not questioning. I'm just learning with you telling me what and why. And indeed, the 3 bad publicity credits are only awarded at the start of a run, and then you can use them, for example, for Stargate. Contract Killer again. Wow. Okay. This corp is not mincing words or cards. It's just mincing. Well, it's mincing your cards when you're the runner, basically. Haley down to 11 cards in their stack and hand altogether, and now Stargating. And I think this is the time. I mean, Haley has to apply pressure here. The corp maybe holding an agenda in hand, but not going with it just yet. And I can understand that. I can respect that. But now they're going to be wondering with those 10 credits, what are the defenses you can put up here against this runner that has almost a full rig, missing actually a code gate breaker, and that's an interesting thing. The Hortum here would be quite interesting. Bulwark getting rest at a discount, obviously, because why not? So those bulwarks, such good cards in the outfit, and it's a brilliant piece of design as well. I really like it. Very thematic, very cool. And two too big to fails. Oof. And an archer. Of course, you want to trash that archer because Ica with archer, I mean, let's be honest, it's not terribly bad. It's actually 4 credits and then you break it for, so it's 6 credits. It's not that bad, but you have to host it and so on. Not an easy thing. The corp going up here on credits and drawing into one of the too big to fails, which is again more bad pop, more money for the corp. I don't think they need a lot of money here though. What they need here is just this one agenda to score. And oh, here we go. That's gonna be a compile. Cool. Running with a compile, and that's probably gonna be compiling an SMC to get into an Euler, or maybe I think that's what the play here is, right? So compiling into HQ, trashing misdirection, getting, oh, nice. And all this happening basically at huge discounts, and oh, the Argus Crackdown probably going out. I cannot imagine the corp not, the runner not trashing this. So mean. This deck is just meat hate. Is this a vegetarian? Oh, it's Pablo. Okay, well, okay, yeah. Thank you for demystifying the username. Awesome. My Mallorcan people. I mean, Jaume and Pablo, that I haven't seen in a while because, you know, evil things happening and whatnot. But oh, I miss you people from Mallorca. You're awesome. We need to play sometime soon. Anyway, running another Stargate run for too big to fail dedication and border control. Trashing the border control, obviously, because you don't want the corp to do any border controls. So this is the situation here. Ooh, purging the imp counters. Very good play here. Because you do have too big to fails to money up later on. And you don't want that pesky imp to bother you and trash your stuff. The runner, not so rich anymore, and this is a tricky situation for them because they do have to keep running through those bulwarks, or at least one on R&D to Stargate through things. Now you cannot really pressure HQ with imp tokens anymore. No multi-access either, but maybe there's something in there. Poking it is never a bad idea, just to see what the corp is holding on to. Too big to fail. You could trash that, and you will, because you have 4 bad pop counters, or sorry, credits. So that too big to fail should go, but it's not going away. Okay, so the runner here saying, well, maybe I want you to get money, I don't mind, but then you're going to give me another bad pop, which is going to make certain runs even cheaper. 5 bad pop is that kind of, it's in the too much bad pop territory, I would say already. 4 is already quite serious, but 5 is just basically giving a runner a ton of money, giving the runner a ton of money, and of course the bulwarks here with the corroder on the table are still expensive. They are pretty expensive. They're quite powerful. 8 strength, and you want to break all 3 subroutines. So this is perfect against boomerangs and whatnot. But here we go. Here we go. I wonder if the Pelangi install, well, okay, that Pelangi install is to make sure that there's no weird stuff happening on the innermost ice, I guess. The empty imp going out because it just wouldn't fit into the rig anymore, even with the Akamatsu mem chip. Okay, this is gonna be bulwark being turned into a sentry. Because it is cheaper to break, indeed, so that's a decent play here. No further action. Digging for those agendas. The runner definitely digging for those agendas with those Stargate runs. Because they need to. Like, Corp on 6 points. We still have enough time in this game to turn it around. Okay. Now the Corp probably thinking, what do I do here? Do I res here? If this is a Hortum, for example, for 4, that would stop the runner for sure. But it'll also make the Corp poor. But, I mean, this is the thing. If you have multiple hostile takeovers, and you probably do in this outfit deck, if in the next 2 or 3 cards there is a hostile takeover, you can go low on credits, you don't care. And if this is a Hortum, did we freeze? Or is this just... Okay, this is a Mausolus. Same cost, different use, and I wonder... I mean, yeah, I am not wondering why the Corp was thinking about resing this or not resing this. But yeah, Euler or Euler going onto the table. Now you have to trash something because you're over MU. Although, are you? Something is not adding up here. You have +1 memory, and then you're... That was actually okay. I don't... Oh no, of course, I keep forgetting about Ika or Ika. Yes, Ika, of course. Using up memory as well. This is what happens when you have programs on the Corp side. Yes. So the trash was definitely there for a reason. But now you have a full suite of breakers. Hostile takeover. It was there. It was the 3rd card. Oh, geez. I think you just run this and steal that hostile takeover. You don't want the Corp to do anything weird with that. If they have an archive memories, which they could have. We haven't seen that much influence. I mean, Ronins are 4 dots, fair enough. But maybe this is just running 2 Ronins. Who knows? This is a solid Wayland deck with a lot of Wayland cards. I mean, you know, you have good ice in Wayland. So those 2 Ronins or 3 Ronins in this deck, that's 12 influence. And you are running 15, you could have an archive memories in there. You don't want the Corp to get that into their hand. I know they only have 2 credits, but still, this hostile is a win con for the Corp. Well, then again, to steal it right now, you would need to have some clicks. So if you don't have clicks, you're not stealing this one just yet. Okay, the Corp installing a piece of ice on server 2. Interesting. I mean, that bulwark, as cool as it is now, without the Pelangi on the table, although there might be a Pelangi coming up soon, it is terribly expensive for the runner to break. Or not terribly, but like quite expensive. The runner low on money here. The Aesops leaving the table earlier in the game, and there are 2 Aesops in the bin. So there's... Oh no, excuse me, 3. Okay, no more Aesops in the game. I don't know what the runner can do here, honestly, to make more money. You do have Procon, but Procon is slow, and it's still better than nothing. I mean, definitely better than the basic basic action card actions here. But yeah, the Corp in the meantime, just moneying up. Might as well, if you want to protect server 2, could be... Have we seen border controls? Yes, we saw 1 trash, so that could be a border control on the outermost layer of server 2. And the Corp just biding their time here to make sure that they can win this, and not on time, of course, because we're still a decent 20 minutes away from this. Well, 11 minutes ago it was 27, so, well, excuse me, 16 minutes more or less. in this game. And the runner here really up against a very mean outfit that, yeah, that used all the bad pub in the world to do terrible things. And I think that brought daylight, that trashed a few interesting cards, and this bulwark play that stopped the runner in their tracks. Definitely very good uses of both the corpse ID ability and basically very mean cards. Mean cards. I kid you not. We had 2 contract killers, we had a Ronin that got trashed, but yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff there, and there is a face down card in the archives, and I'm curious about that as well, and we're gonna see it probably sooner or later unless something unusual happens. Oh well, might as well do this. Might as well do this and put the runner, excuse me, on on the damage versus points that you definitely need to steal, otherwise the corp wins trivia. So here we are. This is a big play, and the corp is on 4 credits, and they do have a too big to fail, I think, because they had some. We've seen some for Stargates, and we actually don't see a single one trash. So yeah, one of the face down cards might be a too big to fail, but the corp has at least 1 too big to fail in their hand, if not 2. And the runner has to run this. There's no way they don't run it. There is a border control, so that was a very good call by the runner to save a click. It is going to be expensive to get rid of the bulwark, but guess what? The bad publicity provided by your friends at the outfit is going to take care of stuff. That border control might be and will be most likely trashed, just to make sure that the runner has to run twice. And that CityWorks project is going to cost the runner quite a bit of damage. But you know what? They have to go for this. My only worry here for the runner is there might be a punitive somewhere there. Punitive is a card. Punitive Counter-Strike is a card. It's a Wayland card. It gives you damage. It costs you 0 influence. Problem is, you may not have the money right now for it, but then again, I will remind you, too big to fail is a card, and the corp has at least 1 copy of it in their hand. The runner here finishing on 1 card, I would say it's punitive time. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a punitive in there. Or maybe there's none. Okay, apparently there's none. Does the corp play a too big to fail here? I would say it's a tricky proposition, because then you reach 5 bad pubs, and again, the bulwark is not cheap, but you're gonna make it a bit cheaper for the runner to get places. And you don't want that. Wow, look at this situation. The runner on a single card left, so basically a CityWorks project with some counters on it. That's game for the corp, because the runner can steal it, but they're going to take damage and die. Unfortunately, you're going to get flatlined, and that's the winning hostile takeover. Wow, okay. Whew. The corp managed to hold out. Look at the credits gained by the runner. More than twice the amount of the money that the corp had, but still the corp just applying aggression and tempo here. Okay, let's take a look. Is this Asmari? No, this is okay. And we have, let's take a look at table 30. Have they finished already? No, they're playing. Okay, fair enough. We're jumping in here. We have Metaphor as the organizer. We have Chris that we've seen before, but we haven't seen Metaphor's deck just yet. This is rebirthed. I guess it was a Val. Let me see. Does the corp have Bad Pub? Yes, and their Blue Sun, and there doesn't seem to be anything else. Wait, unless... No, okay. I think it was a Val deck. And you know what? I'm not gonna scroll up. I think Metaphor is on Val. No, on Hoshiko's. Excuse me. So there was a Hoshiko, indeed. And yeah, of course, there is a single hostile that was there. So the Bad Pub is from the hostile, and we have an archer again. Like if you remember the round 1 play, by Chris with that archer that definitely was brilliant and was just waiting in the wings and got dressed at the very right moment. And there are snares in this deck. Quelle surprise! We haven't seen any snares last game when we were watching Chris on Blue Sun. So now it's quite an interesting thing to see them right now. Tags aplenty on Omar, and that could be bad. It is an APOC Hoshiko, and we see that there has been an APOC earlier on, but the runner is still on 0 points, and the Corp in a good spot, I would say. I mean, let me just see. 1 DDoS, 2 DDoS. Yeah, 2 DDoS copies in the bin. So that archer in server 3 is by no means impregnable. Like, you can totally pass it with a DDoS. But still, is the Corp going to risk it? I mean, that's the question. They do have hostile takeovers, we know that for sure. And they have 5 points and they have building blocks. And for Blue Sun, that's just, you know, the cherry on top. And indeed, on top of HQ it goes. And it's an Orion, so more money for the Corp. And I think the play here is, yeah, protecting R&D where you may have an agenda, then taking the Orion back. Building blocks, I think, is better than Oversight AI because you res it just for the 5 credits, and the runner can break it, can interact with it, and so on, no problem whatsoever. But it's not like Oversight AI where you would just lose the ice if the runner broke all the subroutines. And we've seen that happen in the previous game, where there was, I think it was an Orion indeed, yeah, that was denied the Blue Sun card ability, the ID ability, because it got broken in one fell swoop, and the runner just denied the Corp 15 credits in one go. Stim hack into HQ, big play, putting the toys on the table, and that's not gonna be cheap. This is the hard part of running a stim hack against single meager Orion on 8 strength. 8 strength is quite prohibitive here. And this is an interesting play because Orion is kind of a multi-axis, multi-subtype ice. So it has all the subtypes. And because the bin breakers can be installed when you encounter anything, a single run allows you to install all 3 bin breakers, for example, if that was the case. And with a stim hack, that's always a good use of your resources. So it's kind of good for you to use. On the other hand, you do get the brain damage and you lose a hacktivist, which is probably not a tragedy against this deck, but you're on 2 brain damage as well. So some serious brain damaging plays happening. This is not an Omar run. This is a general, normal, average, I just want to see your archives run. And yeah, archives look spiky only, you know, from the label side of things in a way. A Chiashi in the bin. Now there's an Omar run. So first just prodding the archives just to see, and now maybe the Corp is gonna res. No, they're not resing. So getting into R&D or HQ, that's a good question. Choices. Both equally valid, I would say. At this stage of the game, chances are there is maybe an agenda or 2 in the Corp's hand. I mean, playing the Orion over there, kind of a technical play, I guess. Unseen card accessed, we have no idea what it is, but definitely not an agenda. 7 tags on Omar, and I think this is an interesting thing. I don't remember even if the Corp has any cool tools for tag punishment. I don't think it does. I'm quiet here for a second, just checking results if there are any updates whatsoever, but for now all the game's still going on. Chiashi on Oversight AI, and yeah, this is a big thing. The runner did 1 credit too short to play an APOC, and that's a bit sad. But yeah, that's what happened basically. That Chiashi is a big thing, and now I'm wondering, now that the corp knew already that this is an APOC deck, but now that they know that this is probably runner's plan, indeed, installing something on R&D is a good thing, even if it's gonna get DDoSed, for example. You still have the innermost layer of ice, but the runner not doing bad at all, doing the best possible thing here with tags on them, which is, yeah, I'm gonna install this with a discount and just click as much as I can to get the money before you trash it. But here goes a flatline. There's an HPT for 14 meat damage. Kablooey. Kablooey, this Blue Sun indeed on HPT. And there we go. Okay, let's jump out and let's take a quick look at the time. I'm gonna let you know in a second how much time is left in the round. Let me see. Not much, basically. I think it's fewer than 5 minutes at this stage. Well, it's more or less 5.5 minutes. So yeah, let's take a quick look at the other tables to see what else is up. We have a CTM versus a Leela, and that's what we're gonna go for. Unless they're already done with the game as well, which is possible. But I think they're still on. Look at the board state. To quote a famous YouTube storyteller, look at the muscularity. Well, actually, no, look at the remote serverality, I guess. Server 7, quite a big deal here. 5 agenda points on the corp side. Bear or Bjorn here as Leela, digging but unsuccessfully, apparently. No points on the runner side just yet. Mamba Temples rising the IP block. No AI on the runner side, so no tags. So that's okay. And then a Data Raven, which is gonna get boomeranged, I would guess. Although we can buck halter as well. Then again, boomerang is there for a reason. You have it installed. Might as well take that tag. It is a bit dangerous though, because you have useful things on the table. And you could have used No One Home, but you're not using it. And then Rashida from server 7, probably getting trashed. I'm just wondering, I mean, that single tag, could this mess the runner's plans up? And could it have been avoided with No One Home? I wonder. The sad part for the corp, very, very sad part for the corp, is you are on 0 credits, now you're on 3 because of, thanks to the Rashida. And the Rashida did not get trashed because the runner was worried about getting another tag? I'm curious. 2 clicks and 6 credits being turned into an install and another install. So the corp not really taking advantage of the tags on the runner. I don't know, like, yeah, again, this is one of those situations when seeing the cards and potentially, for example, listening into the runner talking to themselves or just explaining things would have helped a lot, or the corp in this situation as well. Because, yeah, I have this instinct of, hey, you're tagged, maybe I should trash some stuff, and I know it's going to slow me down and so on. And of course, here the corp is on 5 points, so maybe they just want to close this game out as soon as possible. Could be anything in server 7, to be honest. And the runner is first gonna poke HQ to encounter another IP block. And now the IP block has the end run enabled, so you have to break it for sure. Gold Farmer, not cheap to break, but definitely breakable. And then EOI, a power counter on the turning wheel, running R&D as one should to make a dig probably for 3 cards. My choice here would be to use the counters, 1, because timers are running low, and 2, because what else are you going to do with those turning wheel counters? You could be farming them, of course, but maybe just not yet. Slot machine, firing with only one subroutine. And then another data raven. Whoa, okay, so yeah, going tag me right now is probably not the healthiest thing for the runner. They could still use no one home. But again, time is running low. The corp is on 5 points. There's something in server 7 that you need to check. I don't think there exists a version of, there exists a branch in the multiverse in which the runner is not checking server 7. That's a Bellona for 3 points. Okay, that was decent. That dig worked out. And now we can bounce things. So a card from server 7 being bounced back to HQ. Big. That's a big play. 2 clicks left and 3 credits with 2 tags on that Leela. The corp is gonna money up quite significantly start of next turn unless something happens. Oh yeah, we were still accessing. Excuse me. Okay, that's the second bounce and that's a 15 minutes. Okay. I was a bit confused with the situation on the table, but yeah. Okay, now we're back on track with everything. Amani Senai, which is a cool card. It's also a very happy card, but she's from Cy-Bern-etic. I don't know. Should we be rooting for Amani Senai? I mean, I'm all, all power to educators and everything, but she's Asmari. that meme deck of the week, I would say. EOI, and yeah, just flipping the Bellona over to your side. Those tags definitely winning the game. Those accesses definitely winning the game for the corp. The runner had a chance, but, well, it was kind of tough. We have the TO joining the server, probably to call time, but we're not going to wait for them. We're just going to take a quick break here. And, well, Blue Sun with snares, indeed. That is painful. I'll be with you in a few, taking a break, checking the chats and whatnot. I hope you're having a good time. I definitely am. I just need a bit more energy because I started yawning. This is not boring at all. It's just relaxing. Sunday, huh? Okay, dear people, so we are midway through the tournament, and these are the standings right now. After 2 rounds of 4, there won't be a top cut in this store championship. Johnny B running on the outfit of Nila Patel. So good to see a Wayland on top and a criminal. Well, you know, it's been a while. But at least Asmari is only third, haha. Chris on Blue Sun and 419 on the second spot, tied with, well, actually winning on an extended strength of schedule. But yeah, point-wise, tied with Bear here. So those 3 players still in the running. Johnny B running in a very good position here, having swept twice. Still everything possible, and I think Johnny B running versus Chris is going to be our next game to watch. Bear, Nembras, Metaphor, Lugnukum, Mr. Tea Time, all those players still very strong positions here to assault the top spot during the next 2 rounds. Vu and Chiphead a bit down on their luck, and Lost Geek definitely with super really cool and experimental and spicy decks, and I'm loving this a lot because watching the Mirror Morph and the Max games, that was fun. I really wish Max could have conducted that deep counter surveillance dig with all those tags, but it was just foiled, that plan, by Mr. Tea Time on all those tags going, well, not all, but just enough tags going for a 6-point Beal. That was quite a nice play. You can watch it on the recording of the stream from earlier on. What's gonna happen right now? There's gonna be a 35-minute break. So, or well, let's put it this way: we're gonna be meeting again at 1:30, so in 35 minutes more or less. I'm gonna be putting the intermission screen on the table. Yeah, right, I wish, on my virtual cyber table. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna make sure that you know what we're gonna do with the time. So chat for the next 30 minutes, do whatever you feel like, take it easy. There's gonna be music in the background here, of course. There will be some updates coming right before round 3 of 4, and I'm gonna be mentioning a couple of things. So I'm gonna be back in around 20 something minutes, but yeah, the tournament should be starting at 1:30 Central European time, and I'm gonna let you know, this is actually the Central European summertime. It's CST, right? So that's what we should be putting and the information so that you know what's going on. And for those of you wondering what the hell are we doing today, we had so much Netrunner yesterday. This is the Cy-Bern-etic Swiss, and actually Swiss. That's why they only play Swiss rounds. They don't play Top Cut because they're not in Top Cut country. This is Swiss country. So the online store championship for Dragon's Lair, this year's championship happening online, mostly with folks from the local meta, plus some special guests that were invited to partake because they visited Bern before. It's great to visit Bern. You should do it. You should totally do it. 10 people in the field, like I already said. You can see the scores on Cobra. And we will be back in around half an hour with some announcements and other things. In the meantime, chill, take it easy, listen to some music, do some stuff, have lunch if you're into that kind of thing. Talk to you soon. Hey everybody, and we're back at it. This is the stream for the Swiss rounds of the Swiss tournament happening in Bern today, online, of course, obviously, for obvious reasons. 10 players duking it out for the Store Championship title in Dragon's Nest in Bern. And I will remind you that there's a competition on. Remember, I'm looking for a new name for the Iberian Lockdown series. So far we had 4 tournaments. The tournament is coming back on the 30th of May for sure. I'm getting ready to talk to people who are going to be responsible for things this time as well. And I'm getting ready to prepare it and announce it and so on. I'll always be running where else, obviously. But I want to rename it. I just want to make it a bit more international, a bit less geographical in that particular way. So if you have some cool ideas for names, do send them to me, and there will be a raffle. The raffle will be totally random, and I have some things to raffle away. Non-physical things, you're just gonna get something digital in a way, but hopefully fun. So yeah, looking forward to your suggestions. Send me an email. The email's on the screen. Do send me your ideas. All ideas count, and yeah, maybe I'm gonna make it a random name. Maybe I'm gonna ask an AI to come up. You know, we have an AI designing cards on Twitter. We could have an AI naming tournaments as well. Maybe that's a cool project for somebody writing code over there. And again, reminder, we are today in Bern, and we are coming back right now. Indeed, I should actually fix the intermission. Because I'm going to be using that screen soon. We're going to be starting the rounds at past more or less, maybe 5 extra minutes for people to set up. But this is the situation, this is the field. Right now we have Johnny B running on top here, sweeping so far on the outfit and Lila. A slightly different meta, the Swiss meta here, or the Swiss community playing today on a slightly different setup than the yesterday's tournament in Antwerp, where we had a lot of people on Asmari, and we kind of got OD'd on Asmari, but well, never mind. Chris on Blue Sun and 419, so Criminal in Wayland as well. Then we have an Asmari, surprise, with Leela, and controlling the message with Leela as well, and Sports Metal and Hoshiko. Cool setup, I would say. Another Asmari, boo, by the current French champion, Luke Nukem, playing also with a Haley, and Mr. Tea Time on controlling the message, and Sonny Lebeau. Vu on Titan Transnational and Leela, Chiphead on Sports Metal and Freedom Kumalo, interesting decks, and Last Geek on super duper awesome experimental, fun to look at, but probably not super successful against those other decks. Morph and Max builds, and the games we've seen so far have been quite interesting. But yeah, no points just for Last Geek. This is a fine, like, you know, you're playing a tournament like this for fun and for the giggles and for the interaction with the people who are absolutely lovely. If you have not been in Switzerland, in Bern in particular, I do have that experience, so I can definitely recommend from my experience going there and hanging out with the folks. If you haven't done this just yet, well, what are you waiting for? Oh yeah, you're waiting for the lockdown to go away, and for the pandemic to ease in a way, and for humanity to get back to our wicked ways of being human on this planet in many interesting, shapes and forms. Well, kidding. But yeah, we're all waiting for stuff to get a bit more balanced out on the outside. And let's see. Let's hope this is going to happen quite soon. I'm checking in with the Discord right now just to see how things are going. People are already sitting at tables. Pairings are up. And we're going to be starting in a few minutes. So let's take a quickie looky at the pairings. And let's pick a table, any table. But honestly, let's pick a table. Let's take a look at the top table, perhaps. We have Johnny B running sweeping so far against Bear. There's going to be an Asmari, I'm sorry. But we want to see this. This is going to be quite an interesting thing. We've seen Chris already quite a few times. We've seen Luke Nukem as well. And he's on Asmari, boring. But we haven't seen Johnny B running just yet. So I believe table 1 is going to be the pick of the round. We're going to hop on over there. And indeed, oh yeah, JBR, Johnny B running. We've seen Johnny B running a bitsy bit. Indeed, I made a mistake. But let's take a look. Let's take a look if Asmari can be beaten and what kind of a flavor of Asmari this actually is. Yesterday we've seen two very strong archetypes: the kill Asmari and the, well, not rush Asmari, but basically score out and make you hurt Asmari as the runner, obviously. So basically credit you out Asmari. And this is Mari here, played by Bear. Probably one of these two dominant archetypes for this particular ID, which is a mean runner stopping machine. And I don't know. It's not like I hate the deck. It's just very hard to play against. And we had a long discussion yesterday with the participants of the tournament. And not only with the commentators as well, but if you're interested in that, take a look at the videos on the Twitch channel. There is a 13-hour-long video that I wish somebody could just jump in and highlight the best bits out of. And it's not going to be me anytime soon because I have other things to do. But I'll try to download and upload it to YouTube for posterity. And if you feel like jumping in and you have a Twitch account and you want to put some highlights on it, because you can actually highlight bits and pieces from those videos, which I think is a cool feature of Twitch, please do so. You're by all means invited to, scan through those videos, pick up your favorite moments, and just make a highlight out of them here and there. The highlight can be as little as 5 seconds or whatever, and as long as you want it. Like even the 13-hour would be quite a highlight, although please don't. We already have that video. Okay, waiting for the timers to start here in this round. We're jumping onto the table. I should be switching to the live view so that we can see what's going on. And hello to everybody on the stream. I hope you're having a good time today, Sunday. A good day for a tournament. This organized by Simone, by Metaphor or Meta, whichever you prefer. We will have 2 more rounds of Swiss. So we should be finishing around 4, and then there's going to be a meetup and some games afterwards for people who are super happy to play some extra stuff. Yeah, we will see how this goes. I don't think I will be joining for the games afterwards. I have other things to do, and streaming this is already taking up a bit of my time today, but I'm enjoying this immensely. Tables getting ready. Table 4 ready, table 5 ready, table 1 ready, table 2 not ready, table 2 ready, and table 3 ready. We're ready to roll. I believe all the opponents, all the people are in place. Which is perfect. We're gonna be starting soon. The timer is on, and I think the corpse. The corpse, that sounds very grim. The corp is drawing into their starting hand with 6 cards, having kept. Both players have kept actually. So Leela versus Asmari. Let's take a look at Asmari. We haven't seen Asmari on stream in over 12 hours, right? That's serious. Let's take a look what flavor of Asmari this is, and if Leela can stop that evil corp from doing their things. R&D open, so you could run there and try and score a Bologna and of course lose your 5 credits, but would you? I don't know. I think that the first order of play, if the players, of course, if Johnny B running here is not sure what kind of Asmari this is to figure out whether it's a kill Asmari or a non-kill Asmari. That's a nice trash NGO. You always are happy to. Ooh, Maker Zai Leela. Okay, this is cool. And here you have a Bologna, and now you're in trouble land because, what if they have a hard-hitting news in hand? Could be game round 3, let's say. Well, protection, server 1. Really curious, and one of the tricky things about this meta, the Swiss meta, is that basically they love doing what I love doing, and I think what everybody loves doing, but here they do it on a meta level, is taking a known deck and then just tweaking it a bitsy bit. So you're like, yeah, of course I'm playing against this, so I know exactly what you have, because this is the efficient build, and people have tested and tried against many opponents, and they have a winning strategy or a winning formula. It's good to have, and so on. So you take something that's already tested and already working, and then you just turn it upside down a bit by maybe removing a card, maybe adding a card, maybe, well, not even a single card, maybe just switching some pieces or swapping some pieces out with some unusual or unexpected cards, and then surprising your opponents with, well, an interesting combo. And we've been talking about this as well yesterday. What if currents are out and there's no scarcity of resources? What if, let's say, Echo Chamber was banned, or for this particular deck, of course, or there were some changes in the way corps operate? How would this deck be tweaked? And this is an interesting venue of exploration here, or avenue of exploration. Venue, no, avenue of exploring this particular archetype of Asmari or of NBN. How would you tweak it? And maybe we're going to see a tweak here. So far, Rashidas and NGOs, that's all, you know, bread and butter, or what do you have with potatoes? Bread and potatoes? I don't know. Cheese and potato? Cheese. Switzerland. Oh yeah, you should totally go to Switzerland for the people, for the games, for the coffee, for brilliant food, and for the cheese. And I don't count cheese as a food. It's a separate food group. I mean, basically, it's not a food group. It's a thing. Cheese is just a phenomenon. That's it. Especially Swiss cheese. So the runner here on a Pat Tap and Rizeki, another Pat Tap, definitely trying to money up because we still are not sure what kind of an Asmari it is. Although the runner did access extra cards that we didn't see on the screen with that Maker's Eye, so they probably know a bit more what kind of a build this is. And like I said before, maybe these players played before against each other, or maybe they know each other, which means that, you know, maybe they even tested the decks together. Who knows? We have no background information on this, no inside scoops, so it's hard for us to say what exactly is going to happen here with that Asmari. But I would guess it's a build that's going to make you pay a lot for very little effect, and scoring that Bellona early was a big thing because now you can rebuild your economy. You can set up, you can definitely get more money in, and you are already 3 points ahead, which is great for you because now you only have to steal 2 other 3-pointers, one of which you're for sure aware of is not going to be a Bellona. So you can, you know, that's money already spent and gone, and you have the points. So that's very good. On the other hand, the Corp here trying to set up a solid board state and probably try and score out at some point. I mean, now they're drawing into extra cards. There was also a Rashida before. So what are they going up? What are they up to here? There's an install on HQ, and that's an upgrade. And I'm wondering what kind of an upgrade this could be. Maybe a Chrism. Maybe it's all about preventing Leela from, you know, certain diversion of fun cards being played. Bravado. Bravado, quite a great card. And Bravado doesn't care. Bravado is like Honey Badger. You just run, and regardless of the result of the run, you get the money. That's it. You're just showing off in a way, and you're showing your bravado. And yeah, hold my wine. I'm going in. Flavor text, pretty much inspired by certain previous cards from the history of Netrunner, because wine and because au revoir and whatnot. Here's a res. Here's a border control. And why would you res at border control? It's not going to stop anybody from anything? Okay, you're gonna make some money. Fair enough. So that's an interesting res. I'm wondering if I would be resing here. I mean, okay, you do get some money from the run, but does the money actually make sense for you as the corp here? Because you spend 4 credits and you do get what, 2 back. Not sure. You didn't stop the bravado run either, or you did stop it, but it didn't really matter much. Well, never mind. I'm not the corp here. This was just a question about the play, and probably people in the chat are going to tell me, well, you know, this happened because that and the other thing, and I'm going to be like, of course. So by all means, feel free to co-commentate in the chat. You're more than welcome to, you know, to correct me if I say something, or to add information to what I said. Absolutely helps with the stream. In many ways, and I do appreciate that. And we're a friendly stream with loads of friendly people, usually hanging out and just sharing the passion for the game and the knowledge that a lot of people have more of than I do, and that's great. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants here, basically, whenever I'm streaming. Amina on the table and Corroder on the table, so the corp has to start caring in a way, because the runner's getting set up. It's time to keep the pressure up on the runner by installing things in server 1, and this is exactly what's happening here. Asmari not scoring any points just yet, but definitely moneying up. That could be several different things. Maybe a Rashida, might be a daily quest, which is a broken card, but no, it's not broken. It's just a very powerful card. Might be also an agenda. The runner moneying up and actually contesting the server. They want to see what's there. Okay, well, there's a toll booth, which is not dramatic. I mean, toll booth is one of those great cards from the beginning, basically, of modern Netrunner. Core card, a staple of many decks, very thematic NBN card. Okay, that was an Echo Chamber being trashed. But yeah, I love me some Tobulf. I totally assume this is I think that this ice is absolutely fair. And it's a great little taxing piece of ice. It's not cheap, but then it's definitely not cheap for the runner as well. So the Echo Chamber getting trashed for good reasons. The daily quest going up for good reasons. The money war is on and Asmari is definitely ahead. The runner now, well, they have a current that is going to chip away at those credits and might make things a bit harder for the Corp at a crucial moment if it stays on long enough. But for now, yeah, the runner definitely in need of more economy here. You do want to have money, especially if you want to pass that Tobulf, especially if you have to pass that Tobulf twice. And this is the power of Asmari in this particular meta nowadays and in this build. Make the runner run multiple times and pay, and just make sure that they don't have the money to do so. And that's Bellona, that's Tolbooth, that's Gold Farmer, there are a lot of different taxing cards for the money side of things, and that doesn't help the runner at all. Stim hacks are a good cure against this, but then you lose some cards to brain damage, and then you use some hand size to brain damage. Server 1 growing in strength, and yeah, well, this is going to be tough. However, the runner seems to have a plan of applying pressure to R&D with that turning wheel on the table. So I wish them all the best. Maybe we're going to see an Asmari actually beaten here. That'll be quite something. Otherwise, somebody should be running a tally somewhere with all the Asmari games in the world and just like, how many games did Asmari win again? Like 160% of the games? Okay, fair enough. Turntable on the table. Not so sure about this. I mean, it gives you memory, and that's definitely useful if you want to have more Rozeki. So I'm not complaining about the choice of the console. It definitely, for 2 credits, 1 MU, and its effect, not a bad deal at all. I'm just wondering if in this particular matchup, this console is going to do anything good for you. I mean, you can always switch an SSL into a Bellona. You can steal a SSL for free in a way, and then you can take a Bellona away. But it doesn't really matter for the game itself. So, you will not be swapping into Echo Chambers for sure. That's not a part of a game plan. Ooh. Okay, yeah, that was a bit, I was a bit like, is this an advanceable upgrade? What's going on here? But it was just an install, double advance, daily quest going away. The Corp comfortably, 16 credits in the bank, totally confidently here. Control of the board, ice all over the place, minus the archives, but the archives are not really a big bother. Hernando Cortez, a very good, annoying criminal card, if in the right meta, if in the right setup. And this is definitely worth it. It, again, chips away on the Corp side on some credits because of that corporate grant that is now getting trashed because Bellona is scored on the Corp side. So not only is the Corp getting back their 5 credits, which is so powerful. I mean, maybe that number should have been a bit lower. I don't know. If it was like a 3, maybe? And as an additional cost to steal it in, the runner must pay 5 is just so much. 4 maybe? But we remember NAPD, right? NAPD contract, that was a good card. It was a 4-2. You had to pay 4 extra to steal it, if I remember correctly. If not 2, no, 4, right, yeah. Ikawa Project is a very good 5-3 as well. That requires you to pay a bit of extra money. So yeah, maybe 5 is the right number. And I'm pretty sure the designers behind this card knew what they were doing. I'm not saying this card is unbalanced, but in this particular build, it's just so oppressive. Because you will never have enough money to do everything you want, and you have to be very careful. So playing the right econ game in this case is a skill. And speaking of skill, here's a diversion of funds going into HQ for that sweet money non-access. The Corp now wondering, boomerang on the outermost ice, no need to rest. This is an IP block, and that's going to cost the runner a bit. But it's not bad. It could have been much worse. This is a bit taxing. I would just break, indeed. One subroutine getting through, so that's 3 credits, and then you bring the corp down a notch on the credit side, you get some money out of it yourself. The boomerang does not get shuffled back because it didn't break anything, so that's an important point to make. The corp can easily alleviate the pain of the boomerang by just over installing that ice that they have not rezzed. Another upgrade hitting HQ and a card in server 1, more money for the corp. Clearly in a comfortable economy here. The corp side, probably. I mean, it could be a Rashida on server 1 now, because we only seen so far one Rashida for sure. It could be an echo chamber because the corp is on their way to, you know, get 7 points. The runner slightly worse off here, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, for example, pushing with Hernando Cortez, going for R&D with the turning wheel on the table, you might wreak some havoc there. Corp might not be willing to res everything. Then again, who knows? Let's see what's in server 1. Probably an echo chamber, although I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Rashida. No, a Rashida should have been actually fired already. So because I think we had a mandatory. Let's see. How is everybody on the chat doing, by the way? I hope you're having a nice Sunday and you're enjoying this game as much as I am. Even though it's Asmari, but it's okay. We have to dose the Asmari, you know, a bit here and there. We have to face the facts. Asmari is here to stay. Nobody's banning it. But again, Scoopstime, there will be some MWA updates coming at some point soon. And again, I'm not involved with this, but I've heard things and I've seen things. And as a player, I can just tell you, yeah, whatever you're getting used to playing right now, that's great. And it's great to have the skills and the fundamentals and everything. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of discussion about a lot of things in the near future regarding changes for the MWA and the standard format. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be different. Trust me. Difference is the key word, or variety or diversity, or basically a fundamental shift maybe in the way standard is clicking away or ticking away in everybody's heads. Looking forward to that. I have no idea about the particulars. I've seen some suggestions, some propositions, some ideas, some strong contenders, and some, well, yeah, some model changes in a way to the way MWL works as well. So yeah, stay tuned. There will be more news. And in the meantime, dirty laundry, which is something you can totally do on a Sunday because, you know, maybe you have laundry to launder for money. I wish I got paid when I did dirty laundry, you know? Maybe I should change my jobs. Anyway, here we go with more money for the runner. And that money is necessary because server 1 is a thing. Could be an NGO, absolutely. Lila probably wishing that falsified credentials, which is a card, was in their hand, but yeah. First of all, you have to put it in the deck. Second of all, you have to draw it. And third of all, you have to have it in your hand at the right time in general. So, drawing into another card. Probably not contesting server 1. No, Buckhalter going down on the table. Okay, I think the plan here for the runner is pressure R&D. Server 1 probably gonna get scored out. Could be a Bologna. Could be an NGO. We'll see in a sec. Okay, a card install. Ooh, oh wow. Okay, see, this is what I meant when I said the Swiss meta is different. And indeed, it is different. Could that be a Biovolt in there? Why not? Might as well. Okay, I would say go for R&D. I would say pressure R&D as the runner. But of course, again, playstyle things and whatnot. Bravado on HQ because you can. Gold Farmer. Well, that's gonna make a dent in the runner's credit total. It's totally breakable, but it's a hefty 4 credits. Oof, nasty piece of ice. Very innocent in a way because, you know, you can just break through it, or you can let the subroutines fire and then pay 6 in the meantime, which is not really breaking the subroutine, so you don't lose any money, but otherwise you have to break it for 2, and then you lose 2 extra. So 4 credits tax on a 3 res piece of ice is rough. It's kind of Eli levels of terribleness. And what's worse, for example, Paperclip also breaks it for 4. With Eli, it's a bit different, but yeah. This is going to be a bounce. This is going to be farming counters then. And fair enough. No harm done. Turning wheel on 2 counters. And I would say go for R&D. Okay, nothing happening. Just I don't know if this corporate grant was a good call here, because if server 1 is an agenda, that's kind of calling the corp out and just saying, hey, listen, I played another corporate grant, my second one by the looks of it, so you have to score an agenda and go lower on credits, unless it's a Bologna, in which case you're actually going to get money back, or an SSL, in which case you're actually going to get money over the game. But yeah, 8 credits. Okay, so the corp quite fine. The corporate grant not staying too long on the table. And yeah, Lila bouncing that card in server 1 for a good reason, and I think it's a good choice. Could have been a buy a vault. Server 1 otherwise fairly protected, not really a good place to run. So maybe actually bouncing an R&D eyes would have been better. I don't know. Like this is hindsight after thoughts and whatnot, and just trying to see if there was a more interesting line. Runner drawing into, I don't know what, like economy, probably. They have 2 Rozakis on the table. They have an Leonardo Cortez, which is anti-economy in a way. I would just keep going for R&D. Drug dealer. Okay, so more draw. You have 15 cards left in the stack. What else do you need? You probably need more money. You're looking for some solutions here. Maybe they have a Cusick. There are quite a few cards with 2 cost. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards, 8 cards. Well, I mean, maximum of 6 with a Cusick, of course. But maybe there's a Cusick in there, and that could be big, because if you Cusick into an SSL, of course the corp is going to get money and so on. But we were talking about this as well yesterday. A Cusick is potentially a good card against this deck, because you get to filter R&D cards and hit those rare agendas in there when you need them. On the downside, border control is an absolute monster of a card when it comes to stopping runs from firing. And yeah, there's probably Crisium grids in this deck as well. We see 1 upgrade on HQ that could be a Crisium grid. Checking in with the time. We still have 49 minutes in the round. I think the corp is kind of favored right now here heavily, because they do have the money to pull off another echo chamber if needed. They have a very well protected server. They only lost 1 echo chamber so far, and that remote is looking mean. 4 cards in there, 12 credits in the bank, a border control resed, probably a second one somewhere there. So the runner is in a rough spot here. And even though they have 12 credits, which against a typical corp would be like, yeah, I can totally deal with things. Here it's a different story. Here you really have to pay through the nose to get anywhere most of the time. Such taxing ice, much wow, and so Asmari. Who would have thought that education is so expensive? Oh wait, Netrunner was actually an American game. Well, never mind. Yeah, that explains things. Okay. The corp here, server 1, advancing a card. Could be an agenda, could be an NGO, who knows. Now, what do you do as the runner with 4 clicks and 13 credits? And let's be honest, Johnny B. Running has swept both games so far in the 2 rounds we had before. So, Johnny B. Running definitely as a runner knows what to do with that particular deck that we see here in play. Question is it good enough for Asmari? Running that HQ against that gold farmer, this is going to be expensive. Even with the boomerang, that's still 2 credits. But at least the boomerang goes back into the stack, which is not a bad thing. The IP block, yeah. Then getting into the HQ for a single access, unless something unusual happens. Oh, there we go. That's a biodome, but that's a single counter biodome. So what is happening right now is the corp is rezzing that biodome because, oh sorry, biovolt. It looks like a dome anyway, but well, a biovolt, because they don't want it to be bounced in case Lila hits an agenda, which tells us that there are probably agendas in HQ, which means that Lila is totally going to multi-access with the turning wheel. And maybe that is a ruse, because there's a Jua in, which is a piece of ice, and there's an SSL, and that's big. And now the biovolt cannot be bounced. And is there another agenda in there? A card bounced, indeed. So the root of HQ going back into HQ, and then a Crisium. That was the Crisium probably that was bounced, or another copy. But basically that SSL steal is big, is really big, and that's great. And I don't know, great for the runner, of course, not for the corp. I don't know what the runner has for multi-access other than the turning wheel. I'm really hoping for a surprise Kusuk somewhere. 16 cards left in R&D. The runner accessed, I think, all the cards in HQ. Maybe missed one, so I don't know if there's another agenda in there. That SSL was a liability. The corp was aware of the turning wheel tokens, absolutely. So that was a good, clever move by the corp to res that biovolt before Lila can bounce it back after hitting that agenda. But let's see what happens now with R&D. Definitely not enough money on the runner side to risk a run on R&D in this situation. There's probably taxing ice, there's probably evil things and so on. On the other hand, do you want to leave corp on 11 credits? Well, probably you don't, or clearly you wouldn't. And the runner economy, not in a bad place with those 2 Rezekis on the table, but yeah, you could definitely use, let's take a quick look at the heap. Well, okay, Sure Gamble's gone, 2 Bravado's gone. It's probably 1 extra Dirty Laundry somewhere in a Bravado. You definitely could use some extra econ. The Pat Taps, 2 Pat Taps gone. Isolation. This is a brilliant include in this deck. That's great econ. Like that's an amazing boost. And yeah, like trashing a Citadel Sanctuary against this matchup, no problem. We haven't seen actually any death cards, so to speak. It looks like an Asmari that's just bent on stopping it from getting in and scoring out its agendas, and occasional echo chamber in time, and that could be either biovolt. I keep saying biodome, but yeah, biovolt or an agenda. And I'm pretty sure the corp is just going for an agenda here, or gunning for an NGO and just dragging the runner through that server, which is going to be painful because they still have 1 NGO in the game, probably, if they're running 3. Now it's actually all in the hands of the runner when it comes to figuring out what to do with this situation. And yeah, 15 cards left in R&D, so there are still 2 agendas in the game. We know that for sure. There are 18 points on the corp side, and we have already 12 of them on the table. So the good news for the runner is that all 3 Bellonas are already visible. They're already scored or stolen, so there's no need to save up 5 credits to steal that Bellona, which is great news. There's only SSLs to be stolen. The bad news is that there's only 2 of them, and there's, well, let's count. Basically, it's 19 different cards where you can have that agenda. So 3 in hand, 1 in server 1, and several in R&D, 15 cards in R&D, and of course R&D protects itself by the nature of it being the draw deck and you accessing only so many cards. Diversion of funds here, not to really decrease the corp's credit total by much, but to get some more econ going on the runner side. But yeah, this is expensive. Getting through that gold farmer is basically the equivalent of most of your diversion of funds. So this is more like, actually I don't know if this diversion of funds was a good run. What does it trigger here? Doesn't trigger anything. Was this a good choice? And it was 2 clicks as well. I'm not so sure. I just don't know. I mean, that diversion of funds was there probably for a reason. Well, there is there is a play here that would be quite spicy. But the problem is you only have one click, and this is probably game for the Corp. The Corp probably just found that scoring window at the right time, and this is another thing with this Asmari. With Asmari as a archetype with certain types of and copies of eyes and so on, and certain cards in the deck, it's very good at creating large enough scoring windows that you can comfortably just, install an agenda a bit too early or a bit too late in a way and still get through it because you have the right eyes, or, so kind of you have a much larger scoring window in this deck than in many other decks, so it's comfortable to pilot, and it's really, really, really mean for the runner to just squeeze into those tiny opportunity windows to access the right card and so on. And now the runner deeply in the tank here indeed. What are they gonna do? I mean, 2 clicks, 9 credits. Very few options here to get anywhere in time to contest that server 1 situation with a Biovolt with only a single counter, so it cannot really stop a run. And remember, ending the run with the Biovolt is amazing because you can do it anywhere. It's like an Nisei counter, an Nisei Mark II counter. So you can just stop a run on any server whatsoever with these counters. And I think this is a really cool card. It's a little nifty card from Jinteki with a really cool, really, really nice and thematic and fitting illustration by Pavel Kolomeets. That's how you pronounce it, I assume. And yeah, it's like a remote server facility or installation. It's an offsite upgrade indeed that does terrible things to you from afar. Or not terrible, it just stops you. Like, basically you run in there and you just make sure that the runner ends up in the Biovolt instead of anywhere else. Many things go in, nothing comes out. That's a bit creepy, isn't it? Basically sounds like my head. No, I'm kidding. There's too many things coming out of my head as well. But a lot of input. Wondering what's going on here now. The runner deep in the think tank. And of course, they're all on Discord chatting. I'm not going to be jumping into their rooms for common courtesy, of course. But they're communicating for sure about this game and thinking, and pretty sure there's a lot of friendly banter happening in the background that you're not getting here. You're just getting my voice. Maybe this is a thing to experiment with in the future, where we just tune in to a stream. We tune into a game, including the Discord channel, and then we just have the players talk about stuff. That could be a cool thing. We'll see. Maybe we're gonna do some sort of a experiment like this in the future. For now, the runner deep in the tank here, going for that single R&D dig, single as in a last click thing, with 2 turning wheel counters. So they're gonna see 2 cards. Hernando Cortes definitely making it more expensive for the Corp to res anything, but on the other hand, the Corp really doesn't need more than 3 credits to win if server 1 is an agenda. So Hernando Cortes here making a difference because the Corp is at 11 and credits equal to the number of subroutines on that ice. That's the extra cost. Okay, here we see, so Bear is basically trusting their deck, saying, yeah, okay, you do this. If it's an SSL, fair game, but I know where maybe one of those SSLs is. So let's see if it's an SSL. Nope, that's an echo chamber. So I'm assuming server 1 is an agenda and that's game. Looks like it. So Asmari still unbeaten for a change. Well, good game indeed. I mean, very well played by both players. And again, that deck is just such a beast. How do you stop Asmari? We should have an Asmari, anti-Asmari tournament, like runners of all factions and whatnot, getting together. Maybe we should have like 2 versus 1. No, I'm kidding. Of course, that wouldn't be balanced. But getting people to just try and beat Asmari. I'm thinking of running a custom one-off tournament, like beat Asmari the game. Okay, we're waiting for table 1 to be remade. Here we are. We're going to be joining the 2 players here. Oh, whoops. Did I just... No, I spectated. Oof. Okay, fair enough. That was good manners. I jumped in as the flying camera for your pleasure. Hello, Luke. Hello. Thank you for watching. You should be playing, shouldn't you? Have you finished the games already, young man? That's a very good question. Well, I should be giving you reports and updates about this course as well. It seems that there are still games going on, all games happening, and here I have the outfit versus Leela Patel. So a different setup, no Asmari on the table, so, well, we've seen this outfit before. It is a mean outfit of painful death and bad publicity, and I'm loving it. Just stabbing through a bunch of different things. Oh, you're already finished. Woohoo! Okay, so why aren't the scores updated? Well, I'm kidding. I mean, of course, our tournament organizer is busy playing as well on her table, and people should totally be allowed to, even tournament organizers should be allowed to, you know, enjoy their tournament when they're playing. So, okay, first turn, credit install draw. The outfit Protecting HQ. For some reasons, I assume Diversion of Funds is a card. So we had a corpse split, excusez-moi, on table 2. That's cool. Do we have anyone else watching on the stream? I assume we have some people watching on the stream. Say hi to Luke. He seems to be in need of somebody to... No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I miss my people that I met online. And then we played offline. And then now we're online again. I miss you folks all dearly. It would be great to see you all at Worlds, but yeah, well, we'll see what happens. And it will be great to see you at any event that's going to happen soon, I hope. For the time being, please stay safe. Follow the instructions because, you know, it's not about being obedient, it's just about being smart. And I'm pretty sure that listening to people who tell us things for reasons now, and if those things sound like they make sense to you, and a lot of the stuff I hear does make sense to me. Of course, your mileage may vary with different people saying different things as well. But yeah, I choose to try and keep it easy and safe, and so far so good. Turning wheel on the table, so R&D will be getting extra pressure. Probably. This is of course putting extra pressure on the corp to protect R&D, but this is not what's happening. This is the corp saying, I don't care about my R&D, there's probably some snares in there anyway, have a server 1 card to explore, if you so desire, Leela. Did I say foil the instructions? I said follow the instructions. Obey! No, I'm kidding. Well, disobey, but like be smart about your own safety and the safety of others, and definitely be respectful. That's your public safety announcement or public service announcement for the day. And the Rashida in server 1 firing for extra cards, extra credits, extra value, 9 cards in the corpse hand. So there will be some trashes unless they have some tricks up their sleeves. The runner choosing not to contest this situation just yet and ping R&D for anything. They're just building their board state up slightly, drawing into more cards. Corp doing absolutely the same, deciding now between the 7 cards in their hand because one of them will have to be trashed at the end of the turn, most likely to get to the required hand size limit. And here we go. We have a server 2 card protected in there. We have a server 3 card unprotected. Inside jobs do exist. So Leela can potentially just say, hey, guess what? I'm going to inside job server 2. But what could be there? We don't know just yet. It is a contract killer in server 3. So that's more money for the runner. I would probably run server 3 and trash. Or inside job server 2 and just peek a poke and poke a peek. that contract killer actually probably used mostly for the damage here, so yeah, dirty laundering the contract killer, that's a value play because you get to trash the contract killer just in order to save your hands from your card. And then would you push your server 2? I think I would, although it might be a bit risky, but who knows what's in server 2. Probably it's protected by a border control, or a Mausolus, or a Hortum, or something moderately evil. But rather choosing to draw up to 4 and ending their turn. Meanwhile, the corp just slow rolling something there. Probably another contract killer, or maybe a Ronin. We know that this deck is on Ronins as well. And it hasn't lost the game yet, so we'll see if the outfit can pull it off right now as well. Procon and Corroder, two crucial pieces of the runner puzzle on their side. That is a contract killer, and guess who's gonna get shot in the head? The Professor. No! That was a very good contract killer. Indeed, I mean, the no should be like one of those Darth Vader, like, no! Johnny B. Running, of course, having a lot of fun with this because, hey, you just hired a person to shoot somebody else in the head, and fortunately it's all on cards. But it's so rude. That was just rude. That it should be called rude contract killer or something, or rudeness contract or whatever, you know, like, how dare you? There's a score of a hostile takeover which adds additional value to it because the outfit adds additional value to it for Leela because you can bounce cards. So this was all calculated, and the corp cleverly playing around this, installing an HQ ice in place of the bounced one might as well be the same ice, of course. They haven't been installing ice anywhere else so far, so chances are they are actually slim on ice. A new sibling, a new version of the Professor coming out, his sacrificial clone gone. The Professor is back online, drawing cards, talking to people, gaining credits, being the soul of the party, and Academia as well. Oh yeah, I should probably speak from a slightly bigger distance. Okay, very good point. And thank you for joining Soul Survivor, by the way. Yeah, maybe I was a bit too loud. Ooh. Chances are, because since yesterday, again, I've been tweaking the audio setup just to make sure that things are working properly. But yeah, maybe a bit of distance, social distancing from my microphone probably, or physical distancing from my microphone probably is going to help. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Soul Survivor. Hope you're enjoying this Swiss tournament in Bern online, Cy-Bern. This Cy-Bern-etic tournament, store championship with 10 players competing for the title and for a bye for the regionals. Indeed, and I know for a fact that there will be regionals, and I know for a fact that Johnny Rerunning is getting closer to securing that by playing the CityWorks project and the dedication ceremony, and then argusing it with a crackdown. So the Argus crackdown definitely making things quite difficult, because that's right now, to be honest, it's a solid 7 meat damage. Just to steal that CityWorks project. Of course, any other run on a server protected by ice is just 2 meat damage. That's a really cool little operation. And also, between current and lockdown, which sounds more cyberpunk to you? I think lockdown, right? It's like chung chung. Whereas current is like, I mean, it sounds a bit more buzzing, like bzzz. You know, like current. It's not a bad thing. It also sounds like fruit in a way. So lockdown sounds really like legit cyber corpsey, evil dystopian, whatever. And the CityWorks project is gonna get scored. Which means, after this very clever play here as well, CityWorks is gonna get into the corp scoring area to bring the corp up to 4 points. Leela will trigger a bounce of one of the 3 installed ice pieces, because these are the only installed cards. And then the corp still has a click to do something, so they can totally react to the Leela bounce. And this is one of the key skills to learn when playing against Leela, is basically having this waltz, this endless waltz with Leela's ability, and timing your actions and your game plans on the corp side to that ability. So here we go. This is a score. Things are bounced from server 2. And yeah, maybe you want to install it straight back, or maybe you want to protect R&D, or maybe you want to protect HQ. Who knows? Leela definitely super low on money, so even putting something on R&D right now is going to stop Leela from running there. On the other hand, Leela doesn't really have any incentives to run R&D other than those single accesses, and I think it's all about finding some extra cards for Leela and doing something else. Oh, there was a weird distortion. That's probably my voice after like 17 coffees. No, I only had 2 today. Fair enough. Dirty laundering the R&D, and that could be very good for the runner for several different reasons. Of course, money, and then seeing a card. So nothing wrong with that. Dirty laundering archives would have been also good. You would see 3 cards that are face down. Probably nothing important, but then again, who knows? A counter going onto the turning wheel. And here's the diversion of funds. So that money was basically means to an end to get into HQ now and make the corp pay like they should for resing a bulwark, and bulwark is just so good in the outfit again and again and again. This should be, you know, if you sleeve the outfit, you should take bulwarks out of your collection and sleeve them as well and just put them on the side, because you will end up using at least 1 or 2, maybe not 3, but just look at this beauty. It's just so good. So now the runner in a bit of a pickle, because that bulwark basically costs 9 credits and they only have 8. That corroder is not going to break through all of it. You have to pump it by 6, and then you would have to break 3 subroutines unless you choose to trash a program. And this is the thing about bulwark. The runner chooses to trash a program. It's not the corp. So you could theoretically say, I really want the doof money. I don't want it to fizzle, so I'm going to maybe trash the Rezeki, but do I really want to? And then there's the question, maybe you have additional copies of Bookhalter, maybe you choose to lose that Rezeki. You definitely don't have an additional copy of Corroder, or maybe you do, but that would be kind of weird, and you already have 1 in the heap. Okay. Choosing to not trash the program and stay on a credit instead. Okay, so actually the doof fizzles. And let's be honest, that res did take a chunk of the corpse money. Even with the discount, it's a hefty 7 credits to res with the outfit's ability. So yeah, it's not like the corpse, the corp is very, very happy here on the money side, but apparently that was the right thing to do here, and probably there are some agendas in some places. 11 credits for the corp, 6 credits for the runner. Do we contest server 2? I guess we do. How do we do it? Well, this is a tricky question, because with 11 credits, the corp can probably afford to res 2 pieces of ice in there. On the other hand, maybe one of them is a bulwark, and then, you know, discounts are discounts, but maybe it's going to prove a bit too expensive for the corp to protect server 2 meaningfully. Let's see what the round goes into. There's a boomerang, and now this is the thing. Yeah, there's going to be a run, and this is a bet that there's no border control here. Let's see if there is a border control, because if server 2 is an agenda, I would assume there's going to be a border control res if it exists somewhere on this side of the remote server stack. Let's see. I'm kind of feeling like what Luke is also saying in the chat, that breaking that bulwark earlier and paying with that Rizeki would have been a slightly more aggressive play. Here we go, there was a bit of thought, and then the boomerang is basically void and null. But the runner doesn't have any clicks anymore, and now the corp can probably score this out. And this is a brilliant agenda for them. This is broad daylight. Not only is it putting them up to 6 points, but they can also actively click it to, well, destroy the runner's hand slightly bit. I mean, well, just a slightly bit, or let's just say like the 2 meat damage is going to be a nice ping once per turn. 3 pings on the table, 3 bad pubs, but the corp really not worrying about bad pubs right now. When you're playing the outfit, you might be into some bad pub management, like going up with it, going down with it, but usually you know that you're evil. You're already going for the win that involves, you know, through ways that involve physical harm to people and so on, like according to the card descriptions and the imagery used on them. So you don't really care. You're just collecting a bad pub as you go. It's basically like playing Monopoly and passing start and collect bad pub as you go. And it is a rude outfit indeed. But hey, what can you do? At least it's fair because it's giving you something in exchange for being so rude. Not like Asmari just saying. Asmari gives you nothing, takes everything away from you, and laughs into your face, and then, you know, just kicks a little puppy and walks away. That's what Asmari does. Whereas the outfit's like, okay, yeah, we're gonna be evil, but hey, you know, have some butt pubs. Will the broad daylight be clicked here for some damage? Again, this could be a more tactical play, but usually, personally, if I have counters on an agenda that do something bad for the runner, unless I have a very clear game plan that is all about using those cards in the right moments, I would just keep clicking, so to speak, or keep ticking here. Indeed, this is what happens here. Johnny B running had an option with the no one home to avoid the damage, but chose not to. 2 cards off the table. Let's take a look at the runner's heap, because that might give us an idea of what's going on here. We have 1 diversion of funds gone. We have 1 falsified credentials gone. The professor that was shot by a contract killer, and yeah, seems to be doing okay so far. There's still enough fuel in the tank. Server 4 approach. That's a snare. The corp on 3 credits. That's unfortunate. Oh no, they actually paid. Sorry. Okay. This was paid for. Excuse me. I looked a bit too low. Yeah, they did pay 4, so they were on 7 credits and now they're on 3 credits. So no more double snares here at this moment, which is quite okay, I guess, for the runner. Now they have the option to use no one home, and that they do. And that's a very good use of the no one home. They do get attacked though, and this is the tricky bit. The runner ending up with attack, but you can always lose it. And then do you run R&D again? I mean, 3 credits on the corp side. What's preventing you from running and accessing 2 cards? Nothing. Might as well, but they choose to procon and get more cards in their hand. Fair enough. Server 4 install, advance. This is a very strong play, but that's of course a hostile takeover, and that's the 7th point that the corp really needed. I wonder if they had it in their hand or they just drew into it. Top deck. Oh gods, yeah, this is... Some things are better left unsaid, but well, yeah, I mean, this was I call it skill. So the outfit unbeaten so far as well. Let's take a look at table 3, because that's the only table left, unless there's some sort of a technical break somewhere. Look at this board state. This board state is just disgustingly... No, I'm kidding, of course. But what am I supposed to do with this? Scroll? What is this? Who allowed this person to play this scene? I'll be back with you in a sec. I'm just checking the results. Yeah, we have splits on all the tables. Splits on all the tables. Wow. So this is the last game running. Splits elsewhere. This is going to be quite interesting because split on the top table gives Johnny B running probably the win. Although this is still not secure. Yeah, there's still one more round, and people behind Johnny B running are on 9 points. So we'll see how this shakes out. But yeah, for now, let's focus on this very horizontal, very extensive game of games. CDM versus Leela. Paragon, diversion of funds, and corroder uncovered by that slot machine. The corp very low on money, and this could be an issue here. The Rashida will help a bit with that, but also Rashida is going to flood you with some extra cards. So you have to be very selective. You might be losing some ice. If that Rashida actually gets to live, that's the question. Because maybe the runner is going to be like, no, that Rashida off the table. I'm curious what happened with the board state on the runner side. This is the first program they installed. They haven't lost any. Okay, must have been basically quite a few turns of the NBN of CTM setting up and just taking all the runs at face value. And that's probably why Bologna and Biel are on the runner side, not on the corp side here. So the runner sitting comfortably on 5 points. I'm going to check the time left in the round just to make sure that we are not missing anything. We still have more than 15 minutes or around 15 minutes in the round. So comfortable game time still for both players, I would say. No need to rush. No need to go for any Hail Mary runs or desperate ruses. But yeah, they will have to start thinking about either closing the game out on the runner side or turning it around and then closing it out on the corp side. The runner poking server 11 here just to take a quick look. Oof. MVT, not a card you want to see. Because not only costs you money, but you also have to take a tag because of AR enhanced security. The runner clearing their tags, the corp low on credits, but definitely okay on the resources side here, like their assets in position, the calibration testing in position, and res as well. The two secret remotes, who knows what they are? We will never know, I'm pretty sure, unless okay, a bit of tension. Well, tension as in anticipation for the next move on the corp side. And the corp here has a quite developed board state, so you have to figure out how to approach it, what to use. There's an Amani Semnai. It is a score. It is a QPM. It's a quantum predictive model. Amani Senai running a trace. So that's basically trying to make the runner poor. The class act going back to the runner's grip. Because all the other cards can be easily installed by the corp, whereas Amani Senai returning the class act means that the runner would have to reinvest 4 credits into it. Drawing into extra cards for sure, but it's a slightly bigger investment and maybe the runner doesn't want to get involved with that. Okay, so it's over to the runner side. After all those triggers, after QPM bouncing things back because of Lila's ability, after all the Amani Sinai interactions, it's the runner's side finally poking archives to find nothing, but interesting information, and this is cool. There is a closed account in this deck. Ooh, an NBN card that makes sense and an NBN deck that makes sense. Weird. Another DBS or daily business show rezzing here for free because of Mamba Temple credits. Interestingly enough, both players fairly low on resources. CDM slightly better setup here, I would say, but on the other hand, the runner just drawing into a ton of cards. They do have a Rozeki dripping, and that gives them an edge over the corp that does not have any economy on the table. They just have tools. Well, okay, Mamba Temples count. Yes, fair enough. Sorry. But other than that, the corp has only resources on the table, assets on the table that don't really advance their plan to score out. They're running fairly low on credits. That single Kali testing, I mean, you know, calibration testing here. It's great and everything, and it's good for rushing, and that's probably what's going to happen, but first you have to install, and you only get one investment token on this card, so I don't know. It's a tough spot here for the money on the corp side. On the runner side, on the other hand, there's Rozeki. You have a Paragon, so first time you run, you get a credit. You have two path taps, so whatever the money makes corp on, even on your place, you get a portion of the proceeds. Hello, Jessica. Welcome to the stream. What strange meta is this? This is the Swiss meta, and they do have an Asmari. I kid you not. They have two Asmaris as well. To be honest, we've just seen one on stream do its Asmari thing. But I'm rooting for the Blue Sun, and I'm rooting for the outfit. The outfit is just so good. You could say, to quote a certain sketch from an Australian group, an Australian team of comedians called Umbilical Brothers, you know, like they need to get out of the outfit. But yeah, which is of course all about punning Arnold Schwarzenegger's accent, who of course comes from the region of Alp mountains. So yeah, the Alps, I mean. And that is a connection with Switzerland. So there we go. See, we made the full circle here from the outfit being played in a Bern championship to Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm really sorry for the Asmari on stream. It may happen again, but actually we might skip. I mean, this is the penultimate round. So after this, there will be only one more round of Swiss, and that'll be it. And then we'll see the results. And I think I want to see, well, we'll see who the top tables are, how they're going to play, who they're going to play, to see what are the odds of anyone upsetting the current table situation. For now, if I remember correctly, and I shall take a quickie look, it is Johnny B running on 12 points with the outfit and Lila Patel. So yeah. We'll see who's going to be challenging that position, if anyone. Commercial Bankers Group in server 15 in the meantime, and Leela deciding to trash it You don't want to give the corp any money whatsoever. They do have 1 credit, so they would be happy to res those bankers if that opportunity presented itself. However, the runner definitely playing the econ denial game now. They do have the credits. They don't care about the tax at this moment, and all they need to win here is 2 points. And there are more Bolognas in the deck. There are more Beals in the deck. QPM is a bit of a liability if you leave your tags, but that's probably the reason why you remove them. And Ares or Air Enhanced Security, that agenda, well, you just have to find and steal it, but it's only a paltry 1 point. The Daily Business Show, actually both of them, doing a ton of work here, filtering the deck. That's another skill to learn or to practice, because learning a skill is one thing, practicing and tweaking it or seeing your own patterns in things is an important thing, and using daily business shows, especially multiples, to decide which cards go to the bottom and which card goes into your hand is definitely a skill worth, reading up on and maybe just chatting through with your meta buddies. Those 3 Mamba temples look intimidating on the screen. We also have 2 team sponsorships and 2 daily business shows, so yeah. Controlling the vast plains of remote servers. That's what this ID should be called. The runner finally getting up a bit on the money side, but of course, money alone doesn't win games. Corroder. Let's talk about things that can win you games if deployed properly. DBS, again, drawing extra cards. And the beauty of 2 daily business shows is that you get to add 2 cards to the bottom. So you really have very good filtering. Kali testing firing on that Beal, and we are at 4 agenda points on the corp side, and this is potentially big. I mean, server 3, we still don't know what the ice is, and you're playing against Leela, and maybe Leela's just slowly drawing into, piece by piece, drawing into an inside job. Maybe there's a singleton inside job in here. Who knows? Because of that Beal score, of course, approximately 5 billion triggers happen, starting with the team sponsorships and going through Leela's ability, of course, and Amani Sanai in there as well. So once this all is done, we can continue playing, which means now it's the runner's turn and they have a sip of blueberry diesel. And I find it quite interesting that the card, which is the same for diesel, by the way, these are cards that cost you 0. It's like, wait a second, shouldn't this cost some money? How big is a credit in this game anyway, like when you compare it to real life currencies? The daily business shows here doing a ton of work, and I'm pretty sure, well, okay, we're going for the remote game here. With 2 credits in your hand, might as well. The runner can potentially check everything and invest some time in this. Do they want to? Well, that's a good question. We have less than 5 minutes in this, so for now, the runner is ahead by a point and closer to winning this. EOI, oof. That's a big thing. If the corp can land somehow a tag and exchange exchange the Ares for, or the QPM for a Bologna, that would be huge for them. Falsified credentials going on server 3. Okay. I think the corp, yeah, with the added bonus of the money and so on, there is a way out here if they have active tag punishment. So not punishment, excuse me. Basically after active tagging, but they might go a different way because Kali testing is a card, is another Ares, and they can trigger team spot again, and they're on 5 agenda points, so we have a draw at this stage. I love the your grandma drop a case of diesel. She's very good to you comment. Yeah. It is suspicious though, you know, you get cheap drinks. And I know they're sponsored and everything, but would you trust a can that was given to you, even by your grandma? Do people have grandmas in the future actually? Like, you know, have we seen any grandmas in Netrunner? We've seen, I think her name is Janice, one of the co-workers of Sunny, and she could be probably a grandma to some people. But other than that, we haven't seen many grandmas, right? I mean, maybe Omar Keong is a grandpa, then again, conspiracy theorists, I don't know. They tend to have very busy lives conspiring and theorizing. Okay, that's a res on the Rashida, so that doesn't get bounced in case the runner hits an agenda, which might mean that there is a 1-pointer somewhere or more. Or maybe this is just a Ruse Cruise res. Ruse Cruise res. That's a cool name. So yeah, hardening use in the corp hand, and this is interesting because it's not like it's going to make a huge difference right now. The runner not giving up, going for that gold farmer, getting a Kali testing from HQ. Will they trash it? They do trash it, and then they get tags, and this is the side effect of 2 AR enhanced securities on the table. And now I believe, I mean, we're going to time slowly. I believe this is going to be HHN territory now. I have no idea how the filtering is going for Mr. Tea Time here on those daily business shows. What exactly is being kept, what exactly is being tossed under R&D. But here comes the hardening news. Not much Leela can do. The best way for Leela to live through this is basically... Well, there are some options, but you probably take the caddy credits. You probably... I don't know what else. If you have a boomerang, maybe, but like... And you probably just go ahead with the plan of scoring those 2 points and closing this out, because time is nigh. Oh, time has been called in the chat. Now we're doing different things here. And indeed, time and... With those tags, also absolutely very good points in the chat. You can EOI, and we did see exchange of information. So this is not a kill deck, this is a swap deck. And time has been called. Yeah, okay, so no exchange of information on the table anymore, I guess, for the corp. Or it's actually gonna be, no, it's probably gonna be runner turn and corp turn. Because they can still, the time was called after the runner started the turn. Well, I mean, if there are any questions around this, I'm pretty sure the tournament organizer present in the chat as well here right now in this room can answer these. And the Mina for a hefty 7 credits going down on the table, but it's necessary because you do want to potentially avoid pain from the slot machine. Although it's not too much pain, and yeah, exactly. Maybe that wasn't really the best install here. Then again, if it had been an Enigma, for example, yeah. And that's great. You cannot lose the credits, and you make money on this. That's a whiff, and with 3 credits and 4 tags, I don't think there's much the corp can do. They can just... Oh, sorry, the runner can do against the corp. They're gonna poke HQ. Maybe there's an agenda in there. Who knows? Oh, gee. Oh! The pain. That's a Bellona. That's a Bellona. So Lilaf does find an agenda, but can't steal it. Oof. And now I'm thinking, you know, that Amina install for 7 credits. That was big. I mean... I can see totally the point why you would install it here. And of course, who can, you know, foresee that there's going to be a Bellona in HQ. But that was game for the runner. Here comes the exchange of information, and that's game. The Bellona goes back to the corp in exchange for a 1-pointer. And that's it. Wow, really well played. Such a tough thing here with the Bellona not being stealable, stolenable. Accessible for the runner enough. Good game from both players. That Amina install, yeah, I'm gonna be like, how could this have worked? But yeah, this was round 3, dear friends on the stream. I'm gonna take a very short break here. We're gonna have an update in the scores, and just as a reminder, we are in burn again. I'm gonna keep reminding you. We are burning with delight here. Enjoying this quite a bit. Time has been called, of course. Rounds over. I'm just checking on Cobra if we have an update to all the scores. I don't know if this was a split or not. We haven't seen the first game in that particular matchup. So far, 4 splits on 4 tables. Let's take a quick look. We have a break of 10 minutes, by the way. So I am going to update you on the scores, of course, once I see the Cobra results being updated by our illustrious TO. The tournament organizer for this, Metaphor, also known as Simone, also known as Meta, also known as, well, basically... Yeah, it was a split as well. It was a split as well, so there we go. 5 splits in this round. Interesting. Let's take a look at the standings. We are still in surprise territory because strength of schedule matters, points matter, extended strength of schedule might matter as well. Johnny B running in a comfortable position here, but probably kind of pressed for, you know, for the next game not to win. Let's take a look if the pairings are up as well. Round 4 is on indeed, and Johnny B running versus Chris, and let's see, was that the first round game as well? No, that was Nembros. I'm just trying to see if they met before, and of course they probably haven't, but I'm just taking a quick look at the scores. No, indeed, this is their first time, so this is gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be Criminals versus Wayland. And I think we're gonna watch this game because this game, if Chris sweeps here, and depending of course on Bear's game, Bear is facing Meta. So interesting, Sports Metal. I wish we could take a look at the Sports Metal, but I think Johnny B running versus Chris, we're gonna be jumping between those 2 games. Well, whoever, if the top table, if Johnny B running finishes first, then we're gonna jump into Bear versus Meta just to see how this is going. But for now, yeah, I think table 1 is where we want to be. Because we want to see Johnny B running and Chris duking it out, Criminal Wayland style. Guess what? Noah's Mari, success! Success. How's the chat doing, by the way? I hope you're doing fine. We're diligently trying to avoid Asmari today because of Asmari overload yesterday. That's what's going on here. Table 1, please. Oh yeah, there's a 10-minute break. Okay, so I'm just going to take a quick break as well. Leave you with the intermission screen. Come back in a sec with more water and whatnot. Time for the bio break in the bio vault. Haha. And I'm back with some extra water to water my brain while we're going towards the 4th round and the final round with no top cut in the Cy-Bern-etic's online store championship for Dragon's Lair in Bern. Johnny B running in a good position here, 15 points. With the Corp being unbeaten, I believe. That is indeed the case. So let's see if the outfit is going to carry Johnny B running here to a victory here and a bye for the regionals, obviously, along other attractive prizes. On the other hand, there's still Bear and Chris will be facing Johnny B running here, so we're gonna have a double trouble match between Wayland and Criminal, and Bear facing Metaphor here. So there's an Asmari, boo, and Leela versus Sports Metal and Hoshiko. These are the two matches that matter, I think, the most for the top right now, which of course is by no means discounting anything else that's happening on the table with the scores here, but these are kind of the two big games. We'll see how that works. If we can get these games on stream somehow. In the meantime, players slowly setting the tables up. We're going to be starting the round in around 2 minutes. And I'm just going to remind you folks, yeah, this is the time to remind you that we have a competition going on, IB in Lockdown. You may have heard about it if you're watching this stream, if you've been on the stream for a while. It's a series of events I'm organizing. I need a new name, or I would like to have a new name. I'm looking for interesting suggestions. Send them my way, and maybe there's going to be something nice in it for you as I'm looking into a raffle, basically. I'm gonna raffle something nice. Let's go into the live setup. Let's take a quick look if there's something happening with table 1, because this is the table we want to definitely see, and I can see Johnny B running already setting up there. We're just gonna jump in and pretend we're just here to spectate, or actually we're just here sightseeing. You know, nothing super serious. Table 2, Bear versus Meta for let's see how we're gonna. Well, I don't know. I think this is gonna be an interesting matchup because we have Criminals and Wayland, so they're, you know, they're kind of a natural match to have in those games. So we'll see how this goes. Let's zoom in. Hopefully, there's not gonna be a lot of high level horizontal play. Let's take a look if the timer is starting soon, and it should be. It should be starting soon. People are taking seats at the tables. I'm gonna cut the music right now brutally and violently, but I'm just waiting for the tournament organizer to kick it off. This is the last round. No top cut. The winner takes it all. I should play an ABBA song and then, of course, get DMCA'd by anybody representing ABBA right now. So maybe not, but the winner takes it all indeed. And the winner, of course, I mean of the Swiss round. This game, if Johnny B running gets 3 points, then it's pretty solid. If there's a sweep, then it's insured. If Chris sweeps Johnny B running, well, then we'll have to take a quick look at the other game as well, because results. Let's take a look if there are. Okay, tables are confirming. All the tables are ready. Some of them are double ready, which is really cool. There seems to be something going on with apples in the Discord, because people have changed their usernames to very interesting puns and jokes about apples. All the tables seem to be ready. This is going completely on time, as predicted, as scheduled. You know, Swiss precision, just saying. We had a bit of a delay yesterday just because there were so many people, and yeah, we wanted to make sure that everything is going to work out. But Let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the future. And the future is high octane 70 minutes of online net running featuring the Swiss meta people, and not only, but yeah. The timer has been kicked off. Last round, here we go. Are you ready? Mulligan on the corp side, and 419 keeping their criminal hand. So let's see where this takes us. As a reminder, this outfit is pretty mean. It is an outfit that is aiming at, you know, hand destruction, basically clearing your runner hand, making sure that you don't have the tools you need through different means, be it snares or contract killers or Ronins even. Hedge fund first, because maybe you want to pay that 419 tax, maybe you don't. Ah, there we go, indeed. So the hedge fund was necessary, or wasn't necessary, but yeah, the corp definitely wanted to avoid having to pay from 5 to 4 and then not being able to play the hedge fund. Interesting install here, but that probably means that, yeah, the corp is not going to be waiting for the runner to set up and be oppressive financially. The econ game kind of actually not in favor of 419 at all, because this is the outfit and the bat pubs are going to be piling up, but you don't mind. That's a hostile, and there we go. We're off to the races. This is going to be money, points, and definitely much needed tempo on the corp side. The runner still in control, especially if they get an agenda here right now. Like, they can clearly keep up with the game. That run, a bit tricky, but they have 8 credits. So if there's a hard-hitting news in there, although I don't think this deck actually has any hard-hitting news. I don't even remember, but Bulwark hitting R&D as the defense. And now the tricky part for the runner is to figure out whether server 1 is worth pinging or not. As a reminder, inside jobs are a card, and I was not taking notes because I'm such a great person. But okay, Chris just saying, okay, if you want me to face your bulwark and be in pain a bit, because it's not that painful, then yeah, do res it for the 7 credits it requires, even with your discount. Do give me another butt pub, and then go down, because maybe there's a bulwark protecting server 1. And yeah, what do you do here? Do you defend, or do you just let the runner go through? I would probably personally just say, okay, whatever, I trust my deck, go for it. On the other hand, we don't know what's in the corp's hand, so maybe it's also about, well, kind of seeing that the agendas are actually clearly in the deck. And yeah, decision time, of course. Also, the version of funds is a card. And that could mean that keeping the money and potentially protecting HQ from a run that would take your money away if you res that bulwark here, and then you lost 5 credits. Chances are server 1 would not be well defended. Falsified credentials, agenda. Indeed, that's a broad daylight. Okay, that's a big play from the runner, because now they have a lot of money. And still some clicks. Boomerang, server 1. Splendid. Splendid for the runner, of course. Not so splendid for the corp, but hey. We're not taking sides here, we're just commentating. And, you know, in commentary you stay completely out of the game, unless it's Asmari, in which case, boo Asmari. That's a trebuchet, by the way. Oh boy, this is a splendid res here. And of course, it doesn't stop the runner from scoring this agenda, but trebuchet here was very nice. And it will be an issue for the runner if they cannot find additional boomerangs right now at this stage of the game, or if they cannot find their what's his name? Buckhalter, of course. That's what I was looking for. That was the word in my head I was looking for. So chat, who do you favor in this matchup here? I mean, 419, we all know is oppressive and evil and whatnot, but hey, guess what? It's not like the outfit is a bunch of school kids, you know, just happily prancing around. Running R&D again, Corp on 11 credits, they could res the bulwark. We all know the consequences of resing that bulwark, and indeed, this is what happens. That bulwark is gonna fire, so more Batpub for the Corp. They're really going high on the Batpub already at this stage of the game. This is turn 4. And yeah, getting rid of that bankroll cyber piggy in a brutal way, but that's what it is, you know, basically denying more money to the runner in the future. However, there is still the risk of diversion of funds on HQ, but with 9 credits in the bank, the Corp can probably stop the runner with something good enough. And I think the runner is in a good spot. 2 points, securing that agenda that would have been a pain in the hand, so to speak, because you would be losing cards per turn, definitely, with those counters. It's a shame that Broad Daylight for the Corp, Broad Daylight did not get scored, because then, you know, with the Batpub they already have, that would be quite powerful. But yeah, well, it is what it is. You still have other agendas to score. You still have your merger plan of Ronin and Contract Killer on the table. There are ways around this. The bad publicity will be an issue soon indeed, and thank you for rooting for the outfit. I'm kind of rooting for the outfit as well. Not like 419 is a bad idea or anything. Absolutely not. But yeah, I'm definitely rooting here for the outfit, just because it's such a fun, mean deck to play. It's mean in a different way. It's mean in a non-Asmari way, you know. There are absolute evil things on this planet, like Asmari decks, the 6 agenda Asmaris. And then there's mean things that you kind of have to dance around with a stick, like the outfit. And this is what we have here. That's an install heavy round with not that much money left on the table, and this is interesting because diversion of funds is a real risk here right now. I'm just wondering, what is the Corp's ruse plan here? Okay. The runner's sitting up, so letting the Corp do their thing. This is probably an NGO. Oh no! Oh wow! Okay. Sneaky hostile takeover. Look at the Corp go. 4 Batpub though, and this is, yeah, I think this is the play here on the runner's side. Let the Corp go up in Batpubs because 2 points is really not a big issue for the runner just yet. So there's already 4 free credits each run, and now you can start drawing into more cards and installing the breakers, and once your breakers at the table, you're going to start oppressing the Corp to make them lose money. And then you're just going to be snatching those agendas and probably winning the game. But, of course, the Corp has its own plan as well. Looking at the Trebuchet protecting HQ for a reason. Running archives for a reason as well. So yeah, maybe there's a diversion of funds. Well, guess what? There's a diversion of funds. Now the Corp on 13 credits. Do we know the outermost eyes? I think it may have been revealed. No res here. The Trebuchet. Oh no, sorry. Oh yeah, that was the outermost. The innermost is Hortum. So foiled. The Hortum defending Corp's banks. Here, all the interconnected Titan transnational banks into the outfit, because of course they all share the same banking network. The good guys and the bad guys. Although, are there any good guys? Are there any good people in Wayland? Like, really? There is a discussion on Reddit about evil corps, and it's quite interesting. It's quite fun to dig into that side of the story or of the narrative around the game. And yeah, yesterday we had a bit of a chat about this as well. Like, you know, are there any good runners? Like, apart from Sunny being this, you know, person, but actually working for a corporation and just kind of, you know, kicking ass, fair enough. So Sunny is just a good, you know, a good worker. But all the other runners, they're like, maybe they're just too curious for their own good, or you know, they're stealing stuff and whatnot. How is this good? Especially the criminals, right? Especially 419. Server 1 getting advanced. Could be anything. Could be maybe a second copy of Broad Daylight. Who knows? What we do know for sure is that the trebuchet is something that can be broken. Boomerangs exist. The outermost ice, we don't know what it is. We know there's a trebuchet on the outermost HQ position. Guessing agenda in server 1. Contract killer. That's a whiff then. And that contract killer is going to deal some damage, I guess. On the other hand, the runner can just chill and say, okay, if I have any important cards in my hand that need to be installed, I better do it this turn because maybe the contract killer is gonna fire literally next turn. JBR resing, so Johnny B running resing the contract killer just to make sure that no more falsified credentials happen, because this is now public knowledge what this card is. And it's beautiful. I mean, the haircut is awesome. I wouldn't be able to sport a haircut like this because my head is just funny shape. I had a similar haircut at some point in my life, but without, you know, my haircut did not involve a big rifle, so that's basically a part of the haircut here as well. Okay, sure gambling to get more money, and there we go. 2 damage, 1300 diversion of, oh, that diversion of funds, that's a good hit. That is a good hit. So 2 doofs out of the game for now for the runner. 1 somewhere in there. Maybe in their hand, maybe in their stack. Boo, Sonny. Az is a noble criminal. Well, fair enough. I mean, Az is still, you know, as a person is young and, you know, like idealistic and so on and doing things just because they want to. Like, you know, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah. You're a criminal, you're dealing with, you know, shady people, and shady people do shady things, and I don't know. By nature of the word criminal, it's kind of dodgy already. Although I think it all depends on defining who says what is criminal, and that is an interesting question in this day and age, and also in the future. Pat Tap getting trashed because you don't want the corp money to trickle into the runner's coffers either. And let's be honest, 419 is in a very comfortable position. That Ronin gets pre-resed, and that's an interesting play as well. You pre-res the Ronin, you don't really care. It has been exposed. So yeah, basically you're just going to be advancing this, and this is an interesting thing. This is a very different style of play from the usual. Yeah, I'm gonna secretly, you know, put traps and put ambushes and hostile assets and everything, like face down, and then keep advancing because you will not know, and then you're gonna suffer. Whereas this is just plainly saying, no, I have things on the table that are gonna hurt you, and I see your 24 credits. I dare you to run things and trash them. So you will have to lose time and resources to get in order to avoid future pain. So I think there are 2 ways of dealing with that Ronin, for example. I mean, of course, one is you run. But for that, you need breakers to make sure that you can get through. Although Trebuchet, you can just money your way through. And if you don't have anything installed, Trebuchet is blank in a way. The outermost ice here, I don't know what it is. I think, no, we haven't seen it. And yeah. Ooh. Okay, well. Oh, boyo, this is gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be painful. The Anakim firing, but that was a dedication ceremony for the pain. Anakim, because of the trashed event, of course, firing, so the runner drawing up. That was a quick Ronin. I installed it, I showed it to you. I used dedication ceremony to just, you know, cut the colorful band to open the Ronin shop, and then the Ronin just deals you damage because it can. I like the variety, the diversity of the damage options here. Of course, meat, which is a Wayland thing. And then the net damage from Ronin. Boomerang going onto the bulwark. And the runner not caring about the first subroutine because no programs. So yeah, just breaking the endurance. And this is the liability with bulwark. I mean, it has 3 subroutines, which is great. But Boomerang only usually cares about the last 2. I mean, of course, if you have some programs, then you probably want to... Oh! That is tough. That was a very lucky and good and useful single access for the runner here. Not like they could read exactly what's coming on in R&D. So this was very lucky indeed. And with a dirty laundry to boot. So the Corp losing another broad daylight, and that's a bit painful. But they're not gonna give up, and this is the thing here. Like, you have to keep going. You have 5 bad pubs, which honestly, as long as the runner doesn't install any programs, doesn't do much unless you want to trash cards, fair enough, and so on. But now Johnny B running, wondering what to do with this situation. Okay, shoring up the defenses on R&D, just to make sure. Hey there QVM and hey there Talon, welcome to the stream. And yeah, Ronin with Broad Daylight, that's a very cool combo. Combo, I would like to say, yeah, like, it's not a combo, but it's just a double combo. There we go, Buckhalter hitting the table, so that Trebuchet no longer an issue. Also, we know that there's a Trebuchet as the outermost ice in HQ. So maybe that's the runner preparing for the last doof and basically poking HQ as well, because Amina, ooh, is that a score? That's a contract killer again. And it gets a Bravado and an Amakua, okay. And this is the thing here, like, I think all in all, the Corp is doing quite okay, but there might be just outpaced by, or out-oppressed by, first of all, good accesses by 419 and just stealing 4 points, which is a big thing. And now here comes the money play. I mean, basically the Corp will be bleeding credits a bit. And it's all about figuring out how to counteract this situation, how to deal with this. The path tab, maybe you let it slide. The current would be good to get rid of because you're low on credits compared to the runner. Yeah, Trebuchet is free right now indeed with a Buckhalter, and you actually make money on it, no? I mean, you just have to pay 5. Oh no, actually no, you just, yeah. You pay, I'm counting right now in my head. You pay 7, you get 2 back. Indeed, that's a free single time Trebuchet break. Either NG. Are you NG? Welcome to the stream. Server 1 getting Rashida Jahim. Pretty sure the runner will trash it just because they can, because the 5 bad pubs. And that's going to put pressure on the Corp to potentially res the outermost ice on the remote. But maybe they won't. Let's see. Let's take a look at the runner heap. We lost 2 Almakuas here. There are 2 diversion of funds in there. There's only 1 path tap. And yeah, 2 bravados. Okay. Running dirty laundry and another... Well, yeah, no one home, and now, okay, Rashida is gonna fire, but the Corp is definitely oppressed here for options and solutions. No one home can prevent tags and net damage, which is important because there's Ronin, but Ronin is not really that painful here, although it could be maybe important at some point, but basically preventing tags is also good against Wayland, obviously. But again, this is not a deck that would play hard-hitting news, if I remember correctly. And again, I could be wrong because I just don't take notes. Maybe they do have hard-hitting news. Server 1 getting extra protection and a card, but 11 credits. And this is the part where the runner on 27 credits is a bit scary. And with 5 bad pub, it's just ridiculously scary. I mean... 419 can basically get anywhere with the right setup, and I'm pretty sure that by now you have at least 1 program, at least 1 boomerang in your hand. I would kind of count with this. I mean, yeah, there are no programs in the bins. Here we go, there's a boomerang, so that's probably going to be... Ooh, okay, that's going to be a doof then. That's going to be the last doof, I'm guessing. Indeed. We have a trebuchet on outermost. It doesn't make sense to res if it's for free. Probably not. Indeed, the corp chooses not to res the trebuchet because that would be just making money for the runner, or not really making money, but not costing the runner at all. So here we go. Nothing pre-resed on server 1. The corp could have chosen to pre-res something in server 1, but they didn't. Pre-res as in, of course, res it before the diversion of funds kicked in. Now, last click, 29 credits. Maybe there's a border control in there. If that's the case, well, then the corp doesn't have any barrier breakers on the remote. So they choose to just draw up. They brought the corp down to 5 credits anyway. The corp is in a less than stellar situation here, money-wise. This is a really tough situation for the corp with 4 points on the runner side already. Okay, I don't really get why most outfits don't play Roughnecks. Yeah, indeed, I mean, Roughneck Repair Squad is awesome. It's good money and deals with bad publicity. Indeed, we have there. So Chris has a deck, a Blue Sun deck. I was going to say Black Sun, which is a very good song by Dead Can Dance, if you don't know it. But yeah, a very interesting Blue Sun deck with Elizabeth Mills that also deals with bad publicity. I know the plan is to rush before the bad publicity kills them, but that often doesn't seem to work out, although this corp is unbeaten so far. Indeed, I mean, this is the thing. I think the unlucky part for the corp here so far is, well, getting to 6 bad pub, but also, no, just losing the broad daylights, because if one of those broad daylights was scored by the corp instead of the runner, it would have some counters and there would be some trashes, and maybe that would flip the game around a bit. So I don't think the corp player here can blame themselves for, you know, bad plays or anything. It's just the runner accessed some agendas at some point, and that definitely did bad things to the corp's plan of damaging and then just scoring out while the runner is trying to put the pieces together. Whereas here it's, yeah, you don't want to be scoring hostile takeovers as your first agendas. You probably want to score 1 in the beginning and then maybe 1 at the end of this, but they're great finishers. Now you're out of your finishers, and anything you install in server 1 is going to get contested one way or another. Right now there's a bit of poking happening here, and the turning wheel is already doing some work. 12 credits on the corp side. Oh, we have a look. Oh, hey, wait a minute. I don't remember seeing Lacosta before, so that's big. There we go, and this is what I'm talking about. Now, with this agenda on the table, look at this. 1 agenda counter on broad daylight for each bad publicity you have. So that's kind of a lot of counters, right? Like, shouldn't that be like 6 counters though? Yeah, it's gonna kick in. I mean, right now we still, exactly. This was a great play. This might turn the game around. I mean, it all depends whether the runner has a corroder in their hand. And this is a big play now. This is why this broad daylight might be turning the game around. I mean, the runner has 4 clicks to set up, and they're really well set up already. They just need a barrier breaker and then keep the pressure and then get the money rolling. But now, the heat is on. And honestly, we haven't seen any other barriers apart from Bulwark. But we know that Bulwark, there are at least 2 copies of Bulwark in this corpse deck, so there may not be enough money in the tank for now to res another Bulwark, but that's not a problem. Oh! See, this is what I mean. I mean, this was a very good game and the corp was turning it around, but yeah, I don't think the corp player can blame themselves here for misplays or anything like that. It was just the runner being very good with accesses and quite lucky, I have to admit. But hey, this is Netrunner, this is what happens. And yeah, let's take a look at the flip side of this, because that may decide a lot around the first place in this current situation. And the second table is still playing as well, table 2, and that's an important game for us as well to observe later on if so it happens that they actually haven't finished before, I'm going to be keeping an eye out on the results on Cobra. Because if they do, I mean, of course, we're going to have the information fresh and direct, and I'm going to pretend that I know how to count points and whatnot. And I absolutely agree. Bad publicity, it is tough when it gets to 4+, but Broad Daylight is a card that's, yeah. Well, imagine scoring a Broad Daylight and then just Elizabeth Mills or Roughneck Repair Squad. Although you have to click 3 times for Roughneck Repair Squad to remove that bad pop. So this is the thing. I would probably just have some Elizabeth Mills to install and res, and then lose some bad pops, and you keep the counters, of course, on Broad Daylight. But that's a bit too much of combo playing. So I think the idea is to snowball with the bad publicity into just trashing the runner's cards, you know, fast enough for them to not be able to do things. It is an interesting game plan, and it is a bit luck based, as we could see in this matchup and in this previous game. But it's fun. It's nothing as oppressive and terrible as Mari. Anyway, let's not name the deck that should not be named. We're back into this game. This is now a Blue Sun, which does also run into some bad pop, but deals with it with Elizabeth Mills. So this is a Blue Sun with clean hands and a Murderous Executive on the board. And Leela Patel. So yeah, we had 419 for the credit denial and the econ pressure. Now we have Leela Patel for the positional denial or the positional pressure, and I'm really curious to see this matchup as well. Very happy that we have 2 different criminal IDs to look at, and yeah. I totally agree. It is a bit of a shame that we didn't see a bit more of the game, of the previous game, because that was kind of anticlimactic, but hey, it is what it is. Boomerang on R&D and Bravado, just going for it straight away. Pressure from click 1, basically, because that Blue Sun is gonna be trying to score agendas. Let's see if Johnny B. Running is a bit more fortunate this game, and also, you know, kind of tit for tat for the previous game, where Chris definitely played really well, absolutely, and had just the right amount of luck on the accesses to just win with 2 Broad Daylights, and that city works perfect. Drug Dealer and Pat Tap on the table, yeah, so that's already some pressure on the corpse side. They have to trash that Pat Tap early, which means that Leela can pressure potentially HQ. Let's see, maybe it's an Afshar. Doesn't seem to be the case. We're probably going to see, oh, there's an Archer in HQ and a Forced Connection. And this is tricky. It's a trace 3. Tags are going to happen unless Leela pays the 3 credits. I would probably pay here. I mean, do I want to get the tags? Probably not. Then again, do I care about the tags? I mean, 3 right now versus 4 later. Yeah. If you pay now, the trace fails and you don't get the 2 tags. Removing 2 tags, unless you have some special abilities or cards, is 4 credits and 2 clicks. You probably want to save your clicks to even just drop or make the credits indeed, because Hard-Hitting News is a card. And if I remember correctly, this Blue Sun is playing Hard-Hitting News. And again, with all the games yesterday and with all the games today, I should be taking notes. You know, professional sports commentary people, they do take notes and then they refer to the notes. But I'm not that. I'm just here for the fun of it. And also, you know, in the chat, you get to correct me and remind me of things, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the chat being always helpful and very kind and supportive, because this is all the fun we have in this community. We're being supportive for each other and one another in the games, in the way we do things around the community, and that's great. I sound like the Kellogg's Tiger, right? Never mind. You should play Netrunner. It's great. Speaking of great, they're taking a great deal of time to think here. But yeah, Chris starting the turn. 3 clicks, 3 credits, 6 cards. What do? You have R&D boomeranged. So you just take some money. I mean, you're Blue Sun. You should be rich. What is that card? We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. There are snares in this deck, maybe, perhaps. Or maybe they're not. I'm keeping this a secret as, you know, like all the people who just joined us, as in Netrunner Nuts. Hello there, hi there, Nuts. How are you? Are you feeling okay after yesterday's mega marathon of so many games of Cy-Bern-etic? And not only, I mean, we had a great day. We had a blast yesterday, all of us, on the stream and playing, hopefully, as well. So today is a continuation of this with a slightly different meta, smelling of good coffee and great cheese. Actually, I just thought of a very good alternative kind of pop band from Switzerland, which is called More Cheeseba. You know, they sing songs about cheese. Well, anyway, I'm shutting up now and getting back to the game. Rozeki hitting the table, so a bit of drip, but this game has been fairly low credit so far. With this Blue Sun actually not going too high on money. I don't think Chris was going really rich here. Interesting things happening on different servers and whatnot. And this is the bad pub I was talking about. And there's an Elizabeth Mills somewhere in there to counteract those bad pub just aggregating. Plus potentially trashing some juicy locations. For a bad pub, but still, I mean, I'm thinking, what are good locations to trash? Well, for example, Citadel Sanctuary, right? If you don't want the runner to survive. But here we go. That was a score, so Lila gets to boop some ice back into the hand of the corp and divert some funds. Value play here. And again, this is like, you know, two very tired people fighting while lying down because they're so low on credits. But yeah, it is what it is. There's still a click, and now do you access server 1? The corp has 4 credits. That could be a snare. Do you want to do that? Probably not. And I haven't played enough against Chris. I think we played once in Switzerland when I was there last year. Was that last year or this year early? I think it was last year. Well, anyway, I cannot tell you if Chris is a smooth criminal Wayland person, just, you know, sneaking agendas out and being very sneaky about it and just ballsy about it as well. But it's a possibility. Server 1 could be another hostile takeover. Could be an Atlas. Who knows? Johnny B running, choosing to credit up a bit and wait for the proceedings to take place on the corp side. I think Blue Sun really needs to get their econ going soon because Lila, okay, there's just a drip, and that drip is actually counteracted by the drug dealer as well. So it's kind of a zero-sum game with the money, but there's a draw in it. The boomerang on R&D, not really a big issue right now because the runner's not really pressuring R&D much with anything other than single axis if they want to. But with time, that Lila is probably going to build up some board state, and then it's going to be tricky. Nuts enjoying the games yesterday. I'm happy to hear that. And then we have a big post. Oh yeah, we have from PFG. Do you think when this worldwide pandemic is under control and everything opens up again, Nisei should continue to have an online tournament scene as well as a local GNK and SCs? I think the online community has massively grown and has been a huge success during lockdown. I'd hate to see it disappear again. Yeah, this is a very good point, and I'm pretty sure that I think these weird times that we're in right now have shown that online play is a thing. It's really cool for community building across the world and for just mixing stuff up and for people trying new things out. You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure that, oh, geez, corporate town. Sorry, I just had a bit of a shock right now, but never mind. So what I'm going to just continue on here, quickly rambling while this game hopefully doesn't wrap up while I'm talking. So yeah, we definitely can see that the online community makes a lot of sense to organize tournaments in different formats. I cannot imagine a tournament where you put a custom format, you know, in any place physically, and then you can attract so many different people from different places, unless it's an excuse, or sorry, not an excuse, a side event to something much bigger and standard. So if I put together a custom tournament, or if somebody else puts, you know, we had Identity Crisis, we had the Giants Deck tournament, we had diversified portfolios happening, we have the diversified portfolio with the lockdown format mixed up and so on. We have another tournament put together by Sanjay that's gonna have a super interesting premise, and it was already spoiled on the stream. But yeah, I'm not gonna go into the details. But there's a lot of variety and diversity in the different tournaments and different ideas and so on online, because JNet, as limited as it is for certain things, it's flexible enough to just try weird things like the Giant Tech tournament. And I think this should totally keep going, and online tournaments should be a thing. As for standard play and Nisei kind of tournaments in standard, so the regular season structure with store champs, regional champs, nationals, and so on, I'm pretty sure they're gonna keep happening offline if everything is already back to normal, so to speak, socially wise, like when contact is okay with bigger groups and so on. So I'm pretty sure they will be happening offline, because there's huge value in just meeting people offline and hanging out together and supporting the shops, the game shops, and being present and getting more people to see the game and so on. Physical presence is big, and fortunately we had enough of an online presence as well, with different people picking the game up again. And for example, Team Covenant doing great videos, and all the streamers so far, like Metropole, Citygrid, so Andre, and Code Marvelous, Dan, and like many other people just streaming the games to a certain set crowd already, but also new people just joining and seeing the game and being interested in it. So that's growing too. But I think for sure we should keep the online scene going. JNet is gonna be expanded, hopefully, and this is just saying. All the people developing JNet are doing this on a voluntary basis. They have lives and families and friends and other things to partake in and participate and take care of. So when they do things, they do them. But when they can improve JNet, they will do that at some point as well. And hopefully there's going to be several very interesting features coming up. I've seen some drafts again, and I will not tell you anything because I don't want to rain on the parade when it happens, and I don't want to overpromise so that other people will under-deliver because they just cannot pull it off, for example, in time or something. So let's just be patient, and I'm pretty sure that even if 10% of the plans I've seen, even if only 10% of the plans I've seen are going to happen, it's going to be great because it's going to be an improvement to an already great platform. So the online play should continue. I'm definitely going to run my online tournament continuously, at least once a month, every now and then, but like more frequently than every 2 months. And yeah, we'll see. That's a very good point to make. And definitely online play should be happening. And people in the chat, please talk about it, absolutely, because yeah, you're a part of this as much as any person, because you can just log into your online account and play. So yeah, now I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to not shut up, I'm going to catch up with the game where huge things have happened. So we had the corporate town, and that got trashed. We had some action with Oversight AI and building blocks, and that got moved around a bit. We have the runner stealing SSL endorsement, and that's a big thing because that's 3 solid points. Doofing the corp, but the corp is actually now running away with the money. So that's good for the corp. Leela a bit on the ropes here, but holding the 3 points, and this is a big thing. Server 1 getting defended a bit better. The boomerang blanked out by overinstalls. That isolation, by the way, is such a great include in this deck. I mean, yeah. It's a really cool include in this deck, I think. Even if it doesn't see play, I mean, it's good to just go like, ooh, isolation in Lila. Isolation, basically. Server 1 with a card, and now it's on. I mean, the question is, can Johnny B running contest that server, or do you just let it go and you just don't care? Because border controls, there are still 2 border controls in the game. Okay, letting it go for now. Let's see what happens now. If there's a triple advance here, that's a clear indication that this is worth stealing. So maybe the corp will just install a piece of ice. Oh no, that's Elizabeth Mills. Okay. Goodbye, Bad Bub. Welcome, Trashing Locations. And I believe Indeed, Citadel Sanctuary, a great target. I was talking about it right before this game. So yeah, this Citadel Sanctuary definitely messing with the corpse plans here. So we know that they're in for a kill. Also, it's the only location they could trash because, be it as locational as it looks, the class act is a connection, not a location. I mean, basically, Andromeda is, you know, your best friend. Not Andromeda, of course. Andromeda doesn't exist. I mean, you know, that person never exists. Oh, anyway. And yeah, I totally agree. Like for smaller metas, like even, you know, we're in Barcelona, you could say, oh yeah, you're in a cool city with loads of people and so on, of course. Yeah, we have a small meta of, I would say at a good day, like we can get a dozen or so of people playing together. So to organize a big event online, to have something bigger every now and then for us is a blast as well. And I know for a fact that Mar, Princess Space Kitten, is working on this series of events like the Fight Club or the Fight Night you've seen. It's going to come back and it's definitely going to be online. I hope to be involved one way or another in helping out with the streaming at least. And it looks fun. It's a different format, and I think formats online other than standard are great. Of course, standard is always a good thing to play, especially once the MWL kicks in, the new one. You're in for a wild ride, I can tell you that. I'm in for a wild ride as well. I will have to relearn certain bits of the game. But yeah, hello there, Tokei's Axe. I believe that's the way to pronounce it. I hope it's the way to pronounce it. If it's not, well. But yeah. Okay, well, how to put it? Leela managed to get some more money on the table, which is great for Leela, and the Corp is setting up quite solidly here. Server 1 now probably getting some advances. Building blocks, getting an Orion on R&D. Oh, sorry, HQ. What am I even talking about? And preemptive to put some things back in the game. What is it going to be? Border control and 2 building blocks. Fair enough. So we know that the Corp is going in for the money. Building blocks all over the place. You want to raise things. Orion on HQ. That's a big thing. You can break it, and the Corp would probably suffer a bit from this. Because Bookhalter can deal with it. I mean, anything you have on the table can deal with it because it's a universal piece of ice with all the 3 basic types of ice present on that card. Turntable hitting the table. I assume for the memory because you have 2 Rizekis running and you probably need some extra space for that Amina, obviously. And now the question is, do you dare? Oh no, you don't dare, of course. Orion going back 30 credits. That was the last click for the runner. So I was just like, do you contest server 1? But there's no way to contest it. You ran out of time this time. Server 4 getting an install and a double advance. And it's a score. It's a hostile. So this actually makes Archer online. And there are Archers in this deck. This was one of the brilliant plays by Chris earlier on today, and if you go earlier in the stream later on, you will see a brilliant play where an Archer just turned the whole game around with precision Archer bombing and trashing 2 programs at just the right moment. This was really a textbook play in a way. If there were any textbooks about Netrunner, of course, that would be quite funny, but hey, one can dream. Amina hitting the table here. And Doofing the Blue Sun. This is a Mausolus, which is not a big deal for Amina, because hey, 4 credits and the Corpus is another credit, and then you steal another 5 credits. This is fun, and this is fine, and this is also the last diversion of funds played, so certain options no longer on the table for this Leela, but at least you know what the ice is on HQ, and now you can plan. And maybe applying HQ pressure here is not a bad idea at all. This game pretty much open still. The other important game for this situation in the tournament is still going on. Table 2 still going on. We had a split on table 3, and we had a sweep by Lost Geek with his 2 spicy decks on table 5. So I'm curious to hear from Lost Geek Maybe in the chat, maybe watching us already, like, how did it go? Because those decks were really cool. Like, seriously, not kidding. Mirror Morph and Max. Sweet. We have around 25 minutes left in the round. So this game doesn't have to, you know, go fast. The runners and the corpse here can take it easy and overinstall something in server 1. But basically, they don't have to rush. And this is Drudge Work. Okay, this is a big thing. There was an arm intimidation. It goes back into R&D. So this is the corp saying, yeah, I can see that you have a turning wheel and you might be getting into R&D, into HQ easily with Amina and making me lose money. But Drudge Work is just going to, you know, do its thing. On the other hand, it blocks the remote. So unless the corp starts building another remote, they will have to trash the Drudge Work at some point, and they probably will, but they're just playing for time here, getting more money, preparing their kill plan, probably. The runner here with a full suite of breakers, a good setup, maybe a bit more money, and Hernando Cortez is definitely going to be a sweet addition to the rig here, to the setup, because now the corp has to pay extra for rezzing pieces of ice for extra subroutines, and you know, a Mausolus becomes a 7 res. An Archer becomes a 7 res in an agenda. That's, you know, you have the money to do it, but you don't have the money to do it all the time, and then you go below 10 credits, in which case Hernando Cortez is actually deactivated. But it will tax you. This is a very good card against big decks like this. Blue Sun, indeed. And Jessica pointing out the obvious thing that, of course, my tired brain would never comprehend. But yeah, you can actually bounce the Drudge Work back to hand with the Blue Sun ability, obviously. And then just put an agenda in there. Indeed, so Drudge Work, a very useful tool to avoid agenda flood. Building blocks with an Orion, and yeah, you're just gonna keep making money. So the corp making sure that rezzing the dice for free with building blocks is not going to destroy their credit pool. And that's a very strong, very good play. Server 1 getting protected as well. So that probably means that soon we're going to see Orion going back into the corp's hand for 15 credits. And then that Drudge Work maybe next turn going back as well. And then maybe an agenda hitting the table. R&D untouched so far. Leela slowly trickling money with those Rozekis. So every turn that the corp is not getting extra points, good for the runner. They might not be able to keep up on the money side of things, but that Hernando Cortez is gonna be very useful if they choose to attack, for example, server 1 with a Bravado, and that is a definite show of Bravado. Making sure that the Drudge Work is not bounced back into the hand of the corp, but then again, there's probably a forced connection in that server, so that's an important thing to take into consideration as well. We've seen a forced connection before. This is probably a forced connection in there as well as a companion to this Drudge Work. This Bravado is gonna yield some money. That's good for the runner. Econ 2 Bat Pub in the bank. That's not too bad either. The corp now has to take some serious decisions. There is Orion on the table, so you can be sure that this is gonna go back to the corp's hand for 15 credits later on. So there will be money to operate for sure. But now the question is, how badly do you want the runner to spend some of their 21 credits on going through things? No res on the first one. The corp has to decide on the second one now. It's a very refreshing game to see, you know, a different style of play. And a Surveyor Strength 6 as well. Very refreshing. So the runner breaking this for 5. Force connection kicking in with a trace of 3. Now, will the core boost this? They could, theoretically. They could be very mean and boost it, but they choose not to, so the runner can just pay 3 credits and not mind. And indeed, again, it's cheaper to do so. Back to 19 credits. This was definitely value bravado. Clearing out that server 1, making sure that nothing pesky will happen. The Corp back onto the game. Orion going back into HQ. 15 credits extra. The runner safely at a level where, you know, no amount of hard-hitting news in a turn is gonna worry them. Consulting visit. Building blocks. Into Orion again, of course, and going on to server 1. That might be staying there, actually. That might be staying there. It's a strong play. Hernando Cortes definitely being played around here beautifully. Server 1 might be an agenda. Might be a snare. Might be a forced connection. Who knows? A single card in HQ. Now this is an interesting thing. Would you run HQ just to, you know, ping that card and check it? Or would you not? Yeah, so here we have the single ping that could be a snare, because I think we've seen a snare in this Blue Sun deck, and it's a HPT. Okay, so now we know what we're dealing with here, obviously. The kill is there. And that was kind of a low value bravado, because you don't get that much money from this run, but then again, that's perfectly fine. I mean, this was an information run just to see what the Corp is holding in HQ. I don't know if running server 1 now is a good idea. Drug dealer hitting the table. With 10 cards left in the stack, again, I don't know if that would be the right thing, but we know that there's isolation. And if there's another isolation, very possible because it's a 1 influence event, then basically trashing the drug dealer is extra money. This is a score of an Atlas, and this is big. Let me take a look at the timer here. We have around 18 minutes left in the round. And here comes the big play. Here comes a Maker's Eye with a turning wheel. So this is the cool thing as well. You can actually add a counter from the turning wheel to access even more cards. Or not one counter, I mean, of course, at least 2. But like you can add additional counters from turning wheel to any multi-axis card, which is a great play. It's a terribly intimidating play, but still. The Corp on 13 credits, and that means Hernando Cortes is online, so that means that this is a hefty 6 res for the 2 subroutines. Hortum not stopping the runner at all. That's a score of a hostile takeover. Could have been good for the Corp to have. Corp really low on money now, and this is tricky. I mean, they will get the Orion money for sure, but well, turntabling that 1 pointer into, oh wow, this is serious business, into that Project Atlas. So the runner on 5, that turntable doing a lot of work. And this could have been the run that well, means the game. I mean, the Corp is low on credits, that Hernando Cortes pulling them down a bit. 21 credits on the Corp side, but now server 1 looking very porous. HQ looking quite porous as well. The Corp needs to build up their board state and figure out how to balance that Hernando Cortes out. You know, with their bank, with the ice they have. This is a brilliant include in this criminal deck against a glacier build like this one, where you want to have a lot of money as the Corp, and then suddenly Hernando Cortes comes over and says, yeah, but you have to pay extra for all this sweet ice you have. And this is exactly what the Corp is doing, going even higher. 2 building blocks in the bin. We had 1 preemptive action happening. Maybe there's a second copy. I'm pretty sure that the building blocks would be going back because they're good, bouncy econ. I don't know if an Elizabeth Mills is going to happen. I don't know if the forced connections would be good choices here. But that doesn't really matter right now because we have a Dirty Laundry run on HQ. And that's a Mausolus. And that's a second Mausolus. Amina dealing with both of them for a decent amount of credits, but not too many. No additional access on the cards with the turning wheel. Seeing an archer there, now the corp has 2 1-pointers, so 2 archers potentially can be rezzed, but the archer hasn't been hitting the table at all. And it would be very unproductive to install it with an oversight AI. Because, you know, you don't lose a point or anything, but Bookhalter is there, and definitely that archer would be gone the moment it hits the table face up with an oversight AI. Pat tap in here, so yeah, keeping up with the corp money game, making sure that they don't run away from you with the credits for well. Now, suddenly, smaller eyes that they have. 17 credits, so again, Hernando Cortez in play, and that Chiashi is a serious business. It's 15 credits to res, but you have to just go for it. It's 9 to break, which is a lot, but I think the runner's going in for a small dig. There's probably going to be a counter used from yes, indeed, from the turning wheel. And let's see, is this a win here? No, it's not. That Chiashi is going to go back into the corp's hand next turn. I'm pretty sure of it, because 1 credit is not the amount of money you want to be playing this deck with. The runner money up, and there's only 10 cards left in Lila's deck. 5 in the hand, 5 in the stack. So let's see what Lila can still do. You just need 2 points here to win. So now you have to keep poking different places. And the Mausolus run, the double Mausolus, is not cheap at all. It is a bit taxing. Turning wheel counters mounting up. So there's probably going to be a dig next turn as well. But can the corp turn this around? The runner kind of low on credits. 10 credits is still a safe area, but there might be some sort of a value play soon with hard-hitting news hitting the table, maybe? Let's see. I left for 2 minutes and the corpse 4 eyes remote is down to 1. Indeed! The corpse remote is going through changes, I would say. Table 2 still playing, table 4 still playing, so hopefully we're going to be able to jump into one of those games, but this is quite exciting, and this is definitely the game to watch here right now. Johnny B running so far first, and Chris, if I remember correctly, looking at the standings, third in the field. So let's see, how do these two players who have been playing a lot of interesting and spicy Netrunner today, how will they resolve this game until the end? We have some sort of a manual operation happening here, probably with the turning wheel, something. Well, let's have, yeah, we have 3 power counters on the turning wheel. I don't know why exactly, but I'm leaving this to the players to, you know, to decide what exactly is going on here. Pretty sure they know exactly what they're doing and why. Okay, oh, that's a, they're resetting a whole click, I assume. Okay, there's gonna be some take backsies here. I don't know why. I'm not in the voice channel, and I believe that they, like I said already, they know what they're doing. Okay. Interestingly, Chris adding the Surveyor back to HQ, not the Chiashi. Okay. And changing the ice composition here right now, making HQ harder to get into, but only 5 credits, so that's enough for a Surveyor, but that's gonna bankrupt the Corp. But then again, the Corp can bounce easily. That Chiashi is basically money in the bank. And what would you do here as the runner? Yeah, you just play and you trash probably the drug dealer. You play isolation to money up. Indeed, the drug dealer is out, so you isolate the drug dealer. And isolation, extra flavor for the isolation being played because, you know, quarantine and whatnot. Boomerang overwritten, going onto the Surveyor. Okay, so that's a strong play. That's a strong dig. Probably going for a double access on HQ here. The Surveyor is gonna get broken. No probs whatsoever. The Corp going down to 0, but that's fine. Like I said, there's money on the table in the form of ice. Boomerang trashing here for the break. Mausolus for 4. The Corp losing a credit that they don't have even. So, you know, so getting in for 8. And will there be a turning wheel counter used? Yes. So Orion and Surveyor. Okay, well that's a bummer, but it is what it is. And yeah, the runner definitely needs to money up a bit more, and this is the part where the 2 Rozekis ticking are probably gonna play a part. The path tap is gonna probably play a part. The Corp moneying up with the Chiashi. I don't know if the Chiashi is gonna go up. Well, depends whether they drew building blocks or not, because building blocks into Chiashi right now is a strong play. Hedge fund instead. I still think there's gonna be. Oh no, that's just an ice. Ooh, okay, so no building blocks. And there, oh, there are 2 copies of building blocks in the bin. For some reason I thought they were actually returned with the preemptive action, but they must have been played in the meantime as well, or maybe that one of them was played and there was one already in the bin. Checking the bin, checking the archives from the runner side. Nothing in there, of course, because that would be quite scary. There's a snare though. Running the R&D here, maybe for double access, just pumping counters. Okay, using the opportunity to just pump counters, put extra counters on the turning wheel, and the last click run. Let's see, 3 cards. I think the runner has it here. I think the runner clearly has it, or clearly, sorry. I would assume the runner has it, but let's see what happens here. There's going to be 3 cards accessed from R&D, unless there's a border control here, but there's no reses. Okay, Chris just saying, okay, go for it. And indeed, we have 2 counters for each card. And that's game. Whoa, what a game. This was a brilliant game. A brilliant game from both sides. This was really, really good. Great to watch, great to witness, and that probably means that Johnny B Running is going to be first, unless, and now let's just quickly leave the game and take a look at table 2 if they're still playing. We don't know what the first game ended like. We just know that Metaphor built a monstrous set of remotes here and is a bit behind with the points. Let's check the timers. We still have 7 minutes in the round. So we're just going to scroll all the way down here, and let's see what happens here. This was a great game. Oh yeah, we have an explanation for things that happened a few minutes ago. So yeah, okay, thank you for the explanation. I wasn't looking at the chat, but yeah, that was fixed, and thank you for explaining in the chat. Maybe I should be watching this in the chat, but then I couldn't really hover over cards and make it a bit more visually appealing for you. I mean, I know everybody, or almost everybody on the stream knows the cards by heart, but I always like to show them, just in case somebody's watching and they just don't have the option to hover over those cards and they don't know the cards. It does help a bit for players who might be new to the game. So this game here, well, 2 agenda points on the Corp side, 4 agenda points on the runner side. Leela in a good shape, I would say. Or should I say in a good crim, because she's not a shaper. Well, anyway. 2 Rozekis on the table, ticking away, but kind of low on the money. There is a Paragon, though, so that helps. There is a Procon on the table, that helps. Boomerang on server 6, that ice is probably going to get passed with the Boomerang. Hunting for the points, I assume, in what seems to be a run towards the finishing line for the timer in this round as well. That's a Vitruvius, that's 6 points, that's big. I have to say that's big. Bouncing a card from HQ. 2 credits for sports metal. Doofing those credits straight away. Is this the last doof, by the way? This is the third version of funds, and not that many cards played by Leela. This must have been a very interesting game here, with Leela just getting all the pieces that the runner needed early enough, I guess, and putting pressure and just harassing the corp with the right amount of breakers on the table, because we see barriers res, we see code gates res, no sentries, so... Or if there are any sentries, they might have been boomeranged. We don't know that. We're not going to scroll through the whole log. Speaking of which, if somebody ever creates, how do you put it, like a replay script, where you take the log from a JNet game and you're able to just put it into that script and then it plays it back and just shows you what happens, that would be quite wild, I'm just saying. Because the description is kind of there. I mean, of course, you don't have the data for all the different things you have in the hand and so on, but I'm pretty sure that that's somewhere in the background. That would be an interesting thing to replay games. And honestly, I have never looked into JNet's API or anything like that, but that could be an interesting option. Like, you know, you can just have the greatest replays of them all, even for your own games. You could just you could save those games as text files and then just input them into the replay machine. And how could it be called? Is there a good Netrunner card for this to exist? Archived memories, probably. that could be a cool tool. Archivememories.net. You just go there, you take a log from a JNet game, and then you just put it in there, and it replays it for you in a nice format. And you can, you know, pause it. You can go step by step. You can hover over cards. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm just making stuff up here, but that would be quite cool. Deja Vu. That's a great name as well. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, all the smart people who know how to code, get cracking. You have a task. Oh, the runner here on a comfortable 18 credits, but you should never underestimate a corp scoring a Vacheron, because they can. So 5 to 6, and this is gonna be big now. I'm gonna take a quick look at the timers, and I'm pretty sure that both players here are totally on time and they know what's going on. 3 minutes left in the round. So this is the big thing. Although, to be honest, I just hope for the sake of the corp that R&D holds out. Because there's very little that can stop Leela from accessing cards in R&D right now. I would assume this is going to be... I was actually expecting a triple run on HQ and then a dig in R&D, but apparently that's not what's happening here. There's a res on the Mumbo Temple, and that's... Oh, that's a tour guide. This is big. This is actually stopping the runner in their tracks. Unless they have a buck halter, which they might have. Or a boomerang, because I think the tour guide has only 2 subroutines. Okay, digging in the HQ. Is there an agenda in HQ? That's the big question now. If not, there's probably going to be a dig in R&D for 2 cards, I would assume. That would be my line of play. I could be wrong, of course. I'm not the best of players, but that's kind of the safe bet I'm making here. That the runner is going to try and indeed dig in R&D. And this is a play that might give them the game. Or if it's a Vacheron, might not give them the game. 1 extra card. Ah! Well, there you go. I was hoping for the corp here. Would have been big. But yeah, this game is over as well. I'm pretty sure this was the last game happening here. Table 2. We have Torzog, folks. Hey, Canada, jumping in. So yeah, this was the last game of the round. Let me just refresh Cobra for you, and let's take a quick look if there are any results. I mean, of course, Metaphor was playing here in this game, so it might take a while for the results to be updated. So in the meantime, let's take a quick breather. What do you think about the games? We're just going to jump into the intermission screen. And what do you think about the games? I mean, of course, for the last thing we watched, we didn't really see too much of the sports metal versus the Lila. But I think the Lila versus Blue Sun game was absolutely spectacular. The 419 versus what's their name? The outfit was very interesting to see. I think the outfit. The Lila versus Blue Sun was probably my favorite game of the whole tournament. But then, of course, this is just on the level of what's happening, why it's happening, what's going on, what are the plays, what are the lines. So many different things to analyze and so many different decisions to make on both sides. Really great play, really good, calculating and going in for the right thing at the right time. Honestly, every play made sense for reasons. Like rewinding it in my head, of course, right now because I'm not going to be going to the stream straight away. But yeah, definitely a very interesting game to watch. Okay, so Bear swept as well. So this is going to be all down to the strength of schedule, I believe, unless there might be a final. I mean, I think there was an option of having a final game depending on what the players think. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if this is the thing here. But let's take a quick look. Still some scores missing. Trying to see if Mr. Tea Time is in a game, but no, they finished. They probably finished a while ago. So let's just see if scores are flowing in. Time just hit 0. There's an epic screen from JNet shared by Lost Geek on the Discord of the Swiss players of the Swiss meta here. He's probably going to share it in other places, but basically it's all about getting extra clicks and just scoring a Vacheron from hand, I guess, with a Bastion Boga, a Biotic, red level clearance, Jeeves Bioroids in play. Like this is a huge thing here. But okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the scores once they update. So Mr. D-Time swept, and we had a split on the top table. And now we're going to standings, and let me refresh this. Of course, this still has to be completed, and we'll see. And I think by the power of the strength of schedule, I think actually Björn, also known as Bear, also known as QVM, might be winning this. Oh, no, actually, no, that was not QVM. Excuse me. Give me 5 minutes. Okay, so yeah, we're giving the TO 5 minutes. Absolutely. But this was a great tournament. Pocket-sized store championship, 10 players, great fun, no top cut. Just a solid 6 hours of net running instead of 13 with a top 8 cut. And Asmari, we remember, you know, never forgive, never forget. Asmari, EdTech, yeah, we know you're there, Asmari, we know that you exist. Okay, fair enough. I'm going to use some extra time here to remind you that, there's a competition going on. Help me come up with a new name for the Iberian Lockdown series. I might be raffling some cool stuff for the people who send me some proposals to vesper@cyberpunk.me with the ideas for the series names. Everything will be considered. No name is too silly, no name is too serious. Just send it over. I may have a vote on those different names just to see what flies better with people. I may just decide on my own, but any entry, all entries, be they serious or not, they're gonna enter the raffle. And I'm not gonna name your entry if you enter the raffle and then you're like, oh yeah, you win this prize with this entry. That's not the point, but yeah, I'm gonna be sending some stuff around digitally, I think, because real objects being sent around, that's a bit tough. Let's take a look if stuff is concluded. Not yet. There's some resolution happening in the background. But yeah, looking forward to the results. There will be some audio in the meetup channel of the Discord. I don't know if I should be connecting. Should I be connecting? We are waiting. We're giving the tournament organizer a bit of extra time, but okay. That concludes more or less the Dragon's Nest Store Championship. I'm gonna actually ask if we can have. I don't know. I mean, I'm also going to ask the organizer. Let my silence not deter you from the final results that are coming up soon. I think there will be an official announcement of on the meetup channel. I'm actually gonna join this, and the meetup channel being, of course, the channel in the Swiss Netrunner Switzerland Discord. A lot of people on table 3. I don't know. Are they having a party there in table 3? Probably. There's a party. I'm actually hacking the audio into that channel so we can hear everything they're talking about there right now. And I hope you're not hearing the sirens in the background, of course. Stuff happening outside does not affect this stream too much at this very moment, but well. Okay, we might be getting Meta to join us, Metaphor, which is great. I'm just going to be shuffling guests around on my channel because, or my server, because I have a system for this now. I figured it out, and that kind of helps avoiding too much noise in too many places, which is always good. But yeah, for now we're listening in on the channel on the Netrunner Switzerland Discord. Oof! Apparently in that game that we've seen against Björn, against Bear, 5 agendas on hand for Sports Metal against Lila is brutal. Yeah, and we're gonna get to the players, of course. So now we're gonna have an announcement. Should I be listening?
So hello.
There we go. We're live.
Ah, there is still. I have to jump to table 3? Ah, okay.
Apparently there's a party on table 3. I don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna jump in there. But yeah, you're gonna hear the announcement here, live and direct.
Okay. Luke is behind.
We're coming, of course, when you call us.
Except Luke. He doesn't listen to me.
That's Luke. He's muted and probably smoking.
Oh, okay. But he should hear me. Oh man, Björn, you killed me. No, it's not your fault. But really, I was like, it wasn't so bad until as normally it's not bad if you have 2 agendas in hand and you draw some more. Fine, you draw cards, and then I drew 2 more agendas. I had 5 agendas on hand. This was like, okay, how am I gonna do this?
Okay, yeah, that's tough.
This is like. But I managed to have a.
I didn't even run HQ, but yeah, it's still tough because you don't have any flexibility.
Yeah, but I don't want so many agendas yeah, I mean, I want some tools as well, not only agendas. I mean, agenda are the winning cards, but not if you have only agendas, then it's a bit difficult.
I had a good start, so I could trash your things. So that was also.
But do you play Buchhalter at all or not?
Yeah, I do play Buchhalter too,
Yeah.
but I didn't find it.
Yeah, if you wouldn't have found the agenda on R&D, maybe there would have been a chance to...
Yeah.
Because the tour guide could have saved my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I could also have drawn Buchhalter, yeah. But yeah.
Okay. What?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Nein, ist gut. Nein, ist gut, Wester. You stay here with us and you listen to all that we say, so that you know how it goes in the Schweiz.
Okay, so waiting for Luke. Is Luke here? Luke is here.
He'll be here in a couple seconds.
Yeah, he's here, but yeah, I mean, mute is fine. So I will reveal the standings, or at least I will tell you, because I did. Okay, do you want to start from top or bottom?
Bottom.
Bottom. Okay. On the 10th place is Lost Geek with 3 points. Yeah, it's fine. On place 9 is Chiphead 404 with 6 points.
Can we do the Berlin version with just one clap?
Yeah, one clap, that's fine with me, yeah, of course. Place 8 is Vo with also 6 points. Place 7 is me with 9 points. You're stupid.
We have to trade that.
Place 6 is Mr. Tea Time with 9 points. Yeah. Yeah.
I swept the last round, so I think I should be on 15.
Okay, let me check that. Okay, we may have to do it again. No, you're on 6 points. 6.
No, that's not possible.
You have 6. You swept.
No, you
Mr.
forgot. You forgot
Ah,
to complete
okay.
the round.
Let's start again. Sorry,
Yes, sir.
I didn't complete. Probably. Did I? Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, that works now at the
That's
moment.
much better.
Oh no!
Oh!
Oh. Okay. Sorry. You see the standings? Okay. So place 10, Chiphead 404. We do it again. 6 points. 9th place is Raw with 6 points. Place 8 is Lost Geek with 9 points. I'm still on 7 with 9 points. Place 6 is Luke Nukem with 12 points. And Nembras on place 5 is 12 points. Mr. Tea Time, 15 points. Place 4. Place 3, Chris with also 15 points. And top 2, Johnny B running on place 2 with 18. And Björn with 18 as well on first.
Yeah.
So, we haven't really talked about it. I said there could be a final because you're on equal points.
Please no.
No? Okay. Okay. So, have you seen... I'm a bit echoing. I don't know why. Somebody...
Because of the stream.
Yeah, okay. That's possible. So, did you see the prices, the pictures? I mean, there's for the first one, there's the buy for the regional one. See the for the next one.
And we're gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave them to discuss the prices, but this was an experimental sneaking into the locker room, so to speak. And not to the locker room, actually. Well, I mean, you know, usually when we would have tournament result announcements on any level, even a GNK for the fun of it, you would have people around and so on, and you would be able to hear this, of course. So I just wanted to replicate this as much as I could. I love the single clap idea, even though usually there's a bit more lively clapping, but let's be honest, we're all online, we don't want to go deaf, we're just listening in very carefully. I'm trying to imagine how we could set this up in a virtual environment where you know, I don't know, everybody gets an avatar and stuff, but maybe that, you know, in the next 10-15 years, we're gonna have like virtual JNet games where you have like goggles and stuff, and then you just, you know, all that stuff. And we're all in this virtual room and hanging out. But that's not the case today, of course. Huge congratulations to everybody playing today, especially to Lost Geek on the very spicy different Mirror Morph and Max combo decks. No congratulations whatsoever. No, I'm kidding. But like all the Asmari players, boo. No, kidding. We're just traumatized after yesterday. Huge thanks to everybody playing today. This was a great event. I'm gonna still walk you through a couple of different things. But yeah, Björn or Bear on Asmari and Nida Patel eking out the victory with a strength of schedule advantage, and those two players. And I'm just gonna be hopping around Cobra a bit in the background just to see if maybe I'm mistaken around, but have they actually faced each other in the previous round? Yes, they have, and they had a split. So there was an idea of potentially having an extra round of this, but you could also hear one of the players just saying, please no, because, you know, I mean, it's been a long tournament, even with just 4 rounds, and playing against Asmari is no fun. And I think Johnny B Running showed a lot of wow. I mean, we haven't seen all of Björn's games at all. I think we streamed one full one. We were trying to avoid Asmari, basically. That's why. But yeah, all players showing a lot of interesting play styles and high velocity Netrunner at some point. High strategizing and knotting your brows, probably Netrunner at other times as well. So this was it, yeah. The top 2 players, if we could get people on the stream, that would be awesome. I'm gonna try and invite people to the server. Let me just jump around and figure things out, because we need to make this happen. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna jump here. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna one more time. Have people join. Trying to figure out if we're gonna get people joining us or just the organizer, which is also great because we're gonna talk a bit about, well, stuff, organizing things and whatnot. And yeah, let's see if we're gonna have Johnny B running and Björn or Bear running joining us. Maybe they just need a break. They also have, the plan also involves some online games if people are up for that. Maybe they're not. I mean, you know, it's been a long day, so we'll see how this works out. Yeah, but I have the 2 people already in the room, and we have Johnny in here as well. I just have to make sure that he can get into on air, and yeah. Let's make this happen. I'm gonna jump into the room, I'm gonna join in, and I'm gonna unmute myself. And potentially just call people out if they want to jump in and say hi, first of all.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you still able to talk, or are you just like, I need a break?
Just a bit.
What?
Just random words, but yeah.
Oh, fair enough. No, I'm going to not bother you too much. I'm just curious, like, first of all, was this your first online store championship?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yes.
So, quick impressions. How does it feel? Other than, of course, I mean, no, just tell me, everybody intern. Maybe let's start with the tournament organizer, and you can pass the microphone onwards. But how does it feel to organize an online event with people you have met before, not once, but maybe more times, and just how does that feel? Because I think for me it's a bit unusual, but still fun. What about you?
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I have experience with the last Netforger tournament I did. So yeah, it's it feels good, and I'm sorry, I'm also breaking down a bit.
Fair enough.
I don't really know what to say at this point.
But-
Björn was very rude to me in the last game.
Oh well, I mean, in general, it's a positive experience because actually you get to play with people and you get to organize something and it's fun,
Yeah.
right? Like that's
Yeah, no,
what
it was fun. There were a lot of interesting games, and yeah. So I'm pleased with how the event turned out. Yeah.
Okay. Björn, what about you?
Yeah, it was fun. I mean,
It's definitely not the same than playing in real life, but still, it's fun, and since we know all the people, it's a lot more casual still,
Mm-hmm.
and that's nice. And since we talk on Discord with everyone, it's also a lot easier if you don't have to chat in the Chinteki chat. Yeah.
That definitely helps a lot. Yeah. Johnny, what do you think? What's your experience? This is not your first online tournament, right?
No, my first was the Netforger. Yeah, the one that Meta organized as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
you
I think
were
I
on
feel
the
the
stream
same.
as well, right? Because you won that, no?
Indeed.
Yes,
Indeed.
I think that was more luck than anything else.
But
No, I
I
think I feel the same. I just I miss now. I mean, would like to have a beer now with everybody. So this is not really possible.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll crack open one for myself. But
yeah, we'll also do that.
but I like not having to sleeve my cards like for the decks. I always do this in the morning before the tournament starts. If we have like a tournament in the Drachenest. So doesn't need as much preparedness here.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that stands out to me is that it's in a way it's much easier to organize like basically run a tournament because you can just a lot of the stuff is being handled online, including the interactions in the game and the cards and everything. And I absolutely get the point with not sleeving. That also saves a lot of time and effort, and you actually don't lose cards or tokens during tournaments like this, which is also great. I still have somebody's hippo from last year's Worlds, and I was trying to find the person, but nobody ever said anything, so, Well, anyway, but yeah, the post-event chill out is definitely also missed, I would say, across the board. What do you think? I mean, is this a good way of running? Well, it is a competitive tournament. I mean, there is a buy for the regionals and so on. And you mentioned Netforger. Netforger was a fun, casual event. This was a store champ, which kind of has a different level in a way. I mean, I don't want to turn it into anything super special, but it's supposed to be a part. It is a part of the official competitive season. So. Do you think it's a good way of running a competitive season game or a tournament event in this format? Does it fly with all the banter in Discord as well? Because I think Discord does save a lot of social contact. Like it definitely adds value to this.
Yeah, actually, I think it's a good way to do tournaments. I wanted to do a social event afterwards. I'm not sure if I think everybody's very tired, so I don't know if it's gonna take place. We wanted to do a codenames with Netrunner word list, but we will see if that happens. And Luke just mentioned to me the other day that if Euros, for example, they are gonna happen online. So if it would be possible to meet other people until then, he thought of like, why not meet up in person in the Swiss meta, each with its own laptop, and do like so that you have the experience of participating in a tournament, but still have some
Well, like a
people
LAN
around
party.
of course, like that. So
That sounds cool.
So basically, just to explain this, like to get everybody from the same, let's say, region or meta locally, if possible, into one location, so you can all participate in the online event, but be in the same space.
So that you have somebody to talk to in the breaks, for example, not online, but
that sounds like a great idea. We've done this before on a much smaller scale, with 1 or 2 online events in Barcelona, and I absolutely agree. It's a great idea. If that's possible, we're totally going to do this as well.
Yeah, but I mean, nothing beats like going for a beer after the tournament, and I mean, it's easier to check out after an online tournament. Just say, okay, I'm too tired. I'm just gonna go home because I'm already home. But I think it's a good alternative. Yeah.
Okay, and as for a question to all of you, because you were all players, but of course, I mean, Simone, you also had that organization part on this, so that it's a slightly different set of tasks and things to take care of. But do you think it's easier to preserve? Actually, no. Which one is more tiring in a way? Like 4 rounds of online store championship Netrunner, or 4 lines of online store? Offline. So which one is more tiring? Which one is more taxing for the brain? What's your experience? Who would like to go first? Just go for it. I mean, I'm not gonna point fingers because you won't see me anyway.
I can go first because I had probably more online experience.
Okay.
I think it's less tiring online because at physical tournaments I'm always tempted to socialize, and at home I just can take more time for myself, which helps with my concentration. So that's that. It's easier to say, okay, I need 5 minutes to do nothing else, because if you're on a tournament, somebody comes and asks, how was it? Or so, yeah.
That's true, yeah. But
Yeah, that's a good point. But I sometimes think in real life it's a bit easier to concentrate for me on the game. I don't know. Here in online stuff, I think I sometimes do mistakes I wouldn't do in real life. Not sure, because sometimes like I missed a click there or something like that, and that happens less often in real life. And
I agree. And you're also more distracted by you have to turn off your messages or something because and more easily distracted by messages.
Yeah, and in real life I'm not distracted by cell phones or stuff like that, because then it's just in the bag. And
and we have a point in the chat from Durdle. Sorry, the Jinteki interface is also different than in real life. And indeed, I mean, you click buttons and you can misclick and you have to take back and so on. But Johnny B. Running, what do you think? Is it harder for you online or offline to get into the game and kind of put energy into it?
I think it's harder offline for me as well. Just, it's the same as Simon said. If I'm home in my room or wherever, and the game is over, I can just go and relax, even lie down like for 5 minutes. I think this saves a lot of, concentration later on if you can just shut off for a few minutes. And I don't want to like go into a corner by myself 5 minutes if it's like in real life.
As I do it in lunch break, as I did in BCom, but yeah, not for 5 minutes breaks. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's actually a very interesting point, and I think, and of course, I mean, I'm not going to go into the science of playing solo versus playing in a big event and so on, because I don't know the science, but it's a very interesting point about concentration and energy and being able to take a break, because even online you can just say, you know, hey, I need a 3-minute break or a 5-minute break or something, and the other person will understand that taking a break in a physical tournament might feel a bit more intimidating, even though, I mean, it is an event policy far and wide, like, you know, it's a normal thing, kind of, it's a organized play policy that if you need a break, you just talk to the TO or to one of the judges and you take a break, and that's totally supported and, well, legal in a tournament, obviously. But I totally agree. I have a totally different focus when I play online with people, and when I'm around people, I pay attention to a lot of people around me. I'm just there with the people for the people. It's a totally different goal in a way as well for me. Whereas playing online on my own, I'm kind of like, yeah, this is a game that I should focus on and maybe win. If it's a social event, it's more like, hey, I'm here with the lovely people. This is so cool. And then the score is not that important. But okay.
Yeah, but still, even playing online, I had some rounds where my opponent didn't want it or didn't have like the audio option, and this feels strange. Even if you are on a Discord voice channel and you're not talking, it feels better than having someone you you cannot talk to. So this is like a counter. This counters a bit what I said first, but
to have some sort of a connection, right?
Sorry?
To have some sort of a connection, not a forced connection.
Yes.
Just
no.
Because that's a card. That's a card.
Just the ability to say, "Oh, sorry, I misclicked." Because if you just have to write it, it's much more difficult.
Okay, cool. So maybe now, because I wanted to ask some questions about, you know, like the way it feels, because I think we're gonna have more and more online tournaments in general. I mean, quarantine or no quarantine, that's one thing, but in general, I think people are discovering that online play is actually feasible and doable for competitive play as well, and so on larger scale and smaller scale, and so on. And now let's maybe talk a bitsy bit, not too long. I don't want to tire you more. But about, well, basically the tournament, the decks, the winning IDs and so on. We had Asmari last night. We had this huge Asmari invasion in Antwerp, basically, where Asmari was like, there was a top 8 cut and I think 5 corps were Asmaris. Here we had an Asmari winning as well, and I wasn't surprised, I have to say. But we also had a few very interesting Waylands, and on the runner side we had Criminals leading the charge. So what are your feelings about the current standard card setup, of course, and the different decks that you can see there? If you don't mind me, of course, asking. You can just say, I don't really care and I'm happy playing whatever it is there. But if you have something to share, I would love to hear that.
So I don't know. I had a couple options I wanted to play, and I played a lot of Haley and just wanted to play something different. And so I was trying Lila, and I'm not sure if it was the right choice or not, since I went 2-2 with Lila. I guess it was okay in the end. Most misplays were not because of the deck, just because of my play. So, and on the corp side, I also wanted to try something new. So I played a lot of Argus and CTM, and so I wanted to play something different. And let's try the Asmari list. Or I actually tried a couple of Asmari lists, so I kill one, then I not kill one, and that hasn't been a good choice because Asmari won all games. That was cool.
you had a very interesting selection there, because yesterday we've seen a Killer's Mari and a non-Killer's Mari, but you had Biovolts, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, I had non-kill with Biovolt.
Yeah,
That was very good against Apok.
I epoched you twice.
Yeah.
So
But it took you some time to set up.
yes,
so
yes, it did.
It was only the third Apok or no?
Mm-hmm.
No, you Apok me twice, but I stopped the first Apok twice, I think. Yeah.
Yes,
Something
yes,
like
I
that,
tried several times too. Yeah,
Oh, okay,
the Crisium and the Biovolt. Yeah.
that's a good tip then. Biovolts definitely MVPs there. I mean, Apocalypse is a card that's definitely played. Johnny, what about your choices? You had very, very interesting outfit. I think the outfit was one of the funniest, meanest decks I've seen in the last weeks. And also the Leela was fun. Because Leela with Isolation, I don't know. I mean, I'm not the Leela player, but this was... When I saw the Isolation, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I really like those two decks, but well, I'm really bad at deck building, so I can't take credit for those. So the outfit, this was like a deck that was published in March from the New Zealand Nationals. I can put it in the chat.
Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, this is one of the decks of the week, right? I think, yeah, this is, yeah, exactly. Contract Killer outfit, yeah. I love that one. It's really cool.
Yeah, I really like to play fast and dirty as a corp. So it was considering Argos or the outfit. Yeah, but mostly I like to play Wayland at the moment. And as a corp. And the Leela, actually, a few days ago I played against Boreira.
Mm-hmm.
So it is his list.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I tried to reconstruct his list, let's say it like this.
Mm-hmm.
And with the isolation and the drug dealers. Actually, today he sent me the list as well. But I had some differences. I think his one is better because he has falsified credentials as well.
Uh-huh.
Mine is a bit different from this one. But it's really cool. Like, have the drug dealers early, helps you to set up, to draw, and then you can just isolate yourself if you have to go to rehab.
Yeah. I really like the thematic part of isolation versus drug dealer, and isolation in the quarantine times as well. You know, you isolate yourself and then you just get money out of that.
Yeah.
You save money by not going out and buying things from people, basically. But yeah, very interesting lists. And Simone, your lists were quite interesting too. You were playing a very horizontal sports metal, and then a Hoshiko with APOC, right? Or
Also the sports metal is still Jakuza's build.
uh-huh.
So
So with
it's
raisins,
my
with
training
raisins,
to
yeah.
get to know all these acid spam stuff. So because as a runner, I'm always uncomfortable with acids because I don't know which one does what and which one is important. So after playing this deck, and I know a bit more about what to trash, what not to do. And the Hoshiko was a meta call. I asked, I think, Lost Geek, what are the strong runners at the moment? So, and he suggested this. So that's also part of my training. And I had to decide between this one and the Sunny deck, which was also Jakuza's build, but I went for the fast runner, not the safe one. So. Yeah, but I'm happy with my choice.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
they were very interesting games, and yeah.
I assume they were all fun to play, and yeah, I mean, this was a great internet event to spectate because of the variety as well. I mean, I was like, okay, 10 people. There's probably going to be like a very strong twist towards one side. You know, the people are going to prefer, like, everybody's going to be a Wayland and Criminal. But not really. I mean, there was Wayland, Criminal, there were Anarchs, there was a Sunny. It was really cool to see. The NPNs were quite interesting as well because they were different ones.
No Jinteki.
Well, that's the thing we noticed as well yesterday, and that's kind of why do you think Jinteki is not showing up?
I don't know.
Are
thought
people
about it.
are people scarred because people are just tired because of the potatoes build that's kind of very tough to play against, but now everybody's teching against it and people are like, hey, Jinteki is no longer an option. I know that some Saraswatis are popping up sometimes, some Palanas maybe, but basically it's kind of not there anymore.
Yeah, why no PE, Simone?
Yeah, because I'm fond of this deck. After this, I'm gonna do some more PE probably. No, I don't know. Yeah, PE is always an option, but I try to improve my game. I don't know actually why that is. I mean, it's not. There's not really something changed in the meta or something.
So
I mean,
didn't tech for it.
Sorry.
Can you repeat that, sorry?
Tech for it, so I didn't play the one that prevents net damage. So.
Buffer drive. Yeah, buffer drive is definitely destroying PE's game plan in general. Yeah.
No, I don't feel that
I wasn't
actually.
playing buffer drive and also no Caldera, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really afraid of buffer drive, so it's the film critic still that annoys me as a PE player. But yeah.
I understand that.
Okay, so hopefully we're gonna see more Jinteki soon on JNet because hey, they own the website, right? I mean Jinteki.net, so they should be playing.
Yes, of course. So is that I would like to thank you, Vesper, for streaming. And do you have any more questions?
No, I don't have any more questions. I'm just going to say we're going to be wrapping this up because it's been a solid 7 hours of Netrunner. If you have any last shout outs or anything to promote or advertise or mention, now is the time. So I'm opening the microphone to all of you, and then I'm going to be just saying goodbye to the stream and mentioning a couple of things, but I will not bother you more because you had a long day, let's be honest.
Yeah, thanks for a great for organizing a great tournament. It was really fun. So, well done. Thanks.
I agree. Thanks. And Vesper, is there any event planned in the future for you to stream? In the near future for you to stream?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say the next big thing I'm gonna be streaming, hopefully, maybe perhaps, is gonna be happening next weekend, and it's on Always Be Running. It is a tournament organized by Swifty. So expect a bit of Aldershot, hospitality and a bit of chaos because that's how they usually organize things. But it's going to be fun. I hope to be there for the stream, maybe even participate. It's a charity event. They're doing it for, I think, Doctors Without Borders. I mean, not officially, of course, but the participants are encouraged to donate to that organization. And then in 2 weeks, there's going to be the next non-Iberian, non-lockdown, because I'm still looking for a name. So that's going to be my big event, and I'm going to be organizing and not playing and streaming that as well. And in the meantime, if anything pops up, or if you have something, just let me know. I should put some sort of a business card somewhere, just saying, hey, I mean, not a business card, but like a calling card. Like, hey, if you want me to stream something and I have the time, I would love to. Because it's loads of fun to stream and loads of fun to learn from different games and see what people are playing. So I'm super happy to hear that it's working out for everybody playing online as well, because otherwise what would we be doing? We would be just sitting at home and shuffling our cards. The other day I was just worried that if there was no JNet and if we couldn't just do this, I would be just going through my cards and probably just wondering if I should sell them, maybe, because who knows when are we going to meet again. But well, anyway. Okay, I'm gonna be jumping. Oh, sorry.
Never sell them.
Yeah, always be keeping cards. Yeah, totally. Okay.
Well, see you next time.
Yeah, thank you so much for this tournament. It was a blast to observe and commentate. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you for the final games as well, because that was quite a tough field to play in. And I'm going to be jumping out of here and jumping back to the stream. So a good rest of Sunday for yous. Disconnecting from Discord, and I'm staying on the stream. And yeah, like I mentioned, a couple of things. Next week there's gonna be, do I actually open ABR for this? Everybody can go to Always Be Running. I can just mention this and maybe bring it up on the screen, but you can go to Always Be Running yourselves. So yeah, do remember that we have Always Be Running for all the events, online or offline. I heard some interesting rumors about an offline event being organized in Czech Republic soon because of the restrictions being lifted. So fingers crossed for them. If you see on anywhere, like if you see a live event happening, like in real life with people, do go, do take photos if everybody's okay with that, and do share them, because you know it's going to be a big celebration getting back to playing online at some point soon. And what else? Next weekend, some events. In 2 weekends, some events as well in 2 weeks' time. During the week, there's probably weekly nights. We definitely have one in Barcelona every Wednesday, I think, right now. So if anybody's interested in playing against Barcelona people, we are meeting on our own Discord as well. You can join us. Please do. You can ping me, or you can look it up online. It's on Always Be Running, and just all the information is there. And yeah, remember to have a good time with the game, as long as you want to, of course. And see you around, I guess. This has been a long weekend for me when it comes to Netrunner streams, but poof, a mere 20 hours of Netrunner streams in 48 hours. That's cool. That's cool. I can do it. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being there on the stream, and all the follows and the subs and everything else. Looking forward to the next one, and have a good time. I'm not gonna shout hack the planet because that's a Trace 5 thing and they own it in a way. But yeah, huge kudos to everybody streaming and playing and organizing and whatnot. Keep doing it. This is fun, as long as it's fun. I'll see you at the next one. Take care. Ciao.